Do you have the green pointer?
I got mine. I got mine.
Oh. Oh, I took some medicine, so hopefully it'll be all right. No, I'm good. I've got my, yeah, thank you. I know, she's concerned about my cough. Hope I don't have a cough attack. We're waiting for Mr. Henry.
I need to mute her.
He was here just a minute ago, so. Oh, the chief took him? Okay. We're waiting for Attorney Henry. I apologize for not starting on time. Thank you for your patience. Okay, thank you, Mr. Henry. Okay, good evening and welcome. I'm Mayor Chris Riley, and before I open the continuation of the 312 hearing begun on July 2nd, 2019, I would like to thank our Mayor Emeritus, Irene Baldridge, for her words of wisdom she shared with us on July 19th during the 312 hearing. She said, quote, "In my view, we need to work on putting our thoughts..."
Mayor, I'm sorry, point of order.
I'm going to go forth with this, Ms. Alcacer, because this is before the 312 hearing. I haven't opened it up. So these are just some comments that I have.
I'd like to begin the hearing. Is this appropriate, Mr. Henry?
Your agenda doesn't necessarily list it for something other than that for the 312 hearing, but she's opened the meeting. She hasn't called the hearing yet. I don't believe it's really appropriate, but it would really take a motion in order to prevent it.
Okay.
It's up to you if you're going to recap it. The thing is, this type of stuff can be discussed once you get into deliberation. There is an appropriate time or point for it because it can be deliberated and discussed amongst the whole council. So it's up to you guys if you want to allow her to talk about it now and then rebut it during deliberation or hold it for deliberation time period and purposes.
I make a motion that it be held for deliberation purposes.
I'll second.
Of course.
I would like to make a comment also. Again, the bias of the council is showing against the mayor. You continue to try and prevent the mayor from speaking. She is the figurehead of the city. She is the leader. She hasn't opened the meeting yet. She hasn't opened the hearing. She would like to say some comments about the city of Leon Valley and about this process. And you continue to try to silence the mayor. It's happened, I don't know how many times by both of you, mostly by Ms. Alcacer, at least 6 times.
Okay. Well, we already know it's going to pass, so by a motion by Ms. Alcacer and a second by Ms. Charles to deny my ability to speak before the 312 hearing, and it was only to get words of wisdom from Mayor Baldridge. And those of you that were here last meeting, she put us on the right track, and I wanted to remind us of that. But unfortunately, my 2 counselors to my left and my right are denying me that right. So all those in favor of denying the mayor the right to speak, say aye.
Aye.
I am in favor of the motion only.
Excuse me, we have not called the meeting to
know.
order, so how can we take a motion if we have not called the meeting
She's
to order?
opened The
I
meeting
just said
says
good
you have to
evening.
talk-
I did
talk
not
to
open
public
the,
hearing.
I did not open the hearing.
Did not
That's why I
open the hearing.
purposely didn't open the hearing, so I could read my comments tonight.
Well, Mayor, if we've got a quorum. If you have a quorum, you talk about what's on the agenda. If it's not on the agenda, you can't talk about it. If it's, what's on the agenda is the 312 hearing. So you can't say, well, we're not going to talk about it yet. That becomes a Open Meetings Act violation if you're trying to talk about something without saying we're opening the meeting yet. So if you start the meeting to deliberate with a quorum, give statements regarding a quorum, then you're allowed to do that, and you're allowed to take votes on it.
We've got the motion and the second. It was Ms. Postlewaite who asked how we could do it, so, I mean, you're saying you can do
Procedurally,
it,
it's
so
allowed.
go ahead. So those in favor of not allowing me to make a statement before the 312 hearing opens, all those in favor say aye.
My motion was, I reiterate, and this is what I'm supporting, to exactly what Mr. Henry said, whatever you have to say or read can be done during deliberation, and it doesn't allow for the prerogative of the chair to say whatever is needed prior to that time. That was what my motion is, to wait for your comments until deliberation, and I agree with that motion.
Okay, Ms. Postlewaite, please take a roll call vote.
Counselor Charles,
Yes.
Counselor Alcacer,
Yes.
and Counselor Bradshaw.
No, I would like to hear what the mayor has to say.
Okay. It'll have to be deferred to another date. So, with that said, where's my agenda? I don't have an agenda, Ms. Postlewaite, unfortunately. I don't know where it is. Now, all this paper, the 400 pages that we've received, thank you. I do appreciate it. At approximately 5:40, I'll call this motion to order, and there is a quorum present. I do not need to read the investigation of the 312 hearings in process as per the protocol. So we are in the middle of it. This is our 5th day for hearing. We've met on July 2nd, July 3rd, July 18th, and July 19th, and this is August the 8th, 3 weeks later. And Mr. Martinez, I believe, let me just look at, I need to do the guidelines. Let me do that first. Let me read the guidelines. To please be civil to one another. Please do not be disruptive. And if someone becomes disruptive, Mr. Chief Salcedo, if you'll let me know, then I will call them down, if you don't mind. I'd appreciate that. And having a conversation with your neighbor is fine. Just step outside and do it in the hallway, please. No one speaks without being first recognized by the chair. Please raise your hand. I know, Ms. Charles, sometimes I don't see you over there, so if you'll wave, and Ms. Alcacer, if you'll do the same, as well as Mr. Bradshaw, I'd appreciate that. Please do not interrupt the speaker. Let them finish, and then raise your hand to be recognized to speak. And all counselors will be given time to ask the questions that they want. There's no time limit set for the speaking in the ordinance. And please turn off your cell phones. And all witnesses will be sworn in by the city secretary. Citizens to be heard. No public comment shall be allowed unless agreed to by a majority vote of the members of city council present. Rules for public comment will be set by city council. We will take a break after about 2.5 hours, and I would prefer that we not go back. We had already a meeting on Tuesday that went till after 10, and so I'd like to try to end right before 10, if not a little bit before, depending upon where we're at in the testimony. Okay, so what we've done is we've heard from the complainants, and we are now hearing from the respondent, Mr. Martinez. And Mr. Martinez, you started on July 19th, and I'm not really sure. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted you to know Kelly is live streaming or FaceTimed in or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see her on the, okay, very good. Thank you. Ms. Kinsler is available by Skype. Yes, sir.
I'd also like to make a motion, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Due to the new Texas law that was passed recently in the last legislative session, that in all open meetings, they must allow citizens to be heard. And that law is effective September 1st, which is about 3 weeks from now. But I would like to make a motion that we allow citizens to be heard during this hearing.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, it dies for a lack of a second. I think this is about the third or fourth time. So if we cannot vote on it because we don't have another second. So thank you, Mr. Bradshaw, for making that. I know you want to hear from the citizens, and so do I. All right, so Mr. Martinez, I can't remember exactly where you were 3 weeks ago, but if you will certainly begin your presentation, and thank you.
Mayor, City Council, citizens of Leon Valley, thank you for being here. Thank you for all the support I have received from all over San Antonio. Nobody can believe that this is happening to me. People are shocked that know me personally. They cannot believe these malicious, slanderous allegations against me. I'm going to start with a recap. Since it's been, this is going to be a fast recap since it's been almost 3 weeks since the last hearing date. I am a victim of false and malicious lies. This is the darkest point of my life. My constitutional rights have been violated. I was simply advocating for the constituents of Leon Valley. I have never sexually harassed, assaulted, or abused anyone. I have never ordered, demanded, or given orders to staff. I am the victim of this political hatchet job. This entire hearing is a violation of my due process rights by creating a constitutionally intolerable appearance of partiality. And you can reference the state law, or this court hearing, Hart versus the City of Lone Star, Texas, et al. Due process in some kind of hearing by Judge Henry Friendly, and this is used at the Supreme Court even, that a hearing has to have an unbiased tribunal. And of course, Mr. Henry and Monica and Counselor Charles are not unbiased. The right to know and inspect the opposing evidence. There's been evidence given that I haven't received. Mr. Henry made a nice showing of giving a document to everybody, then going around and ripping a page out of the mayor's that was never provided to me. That is a violation of this 312 hearing. The right to cross-examine adverse witnesses. I can't cross-examine a witness. And the opportunity to be represented by counsel. Legally, I should be able to sit there and not say a word and have an attorney present this whole case for me. I am not given that opportunity. And there is no possibility of an unbiased tribunal. You know, this is a little bit dated now, but back in April, the billing statements from Ryan Henry show that at least 96 minutes of discussion between Monica Alcazar and Mr. Henry. If Mr. Henry is going to be an unbiased person, why is a juror talking to him? Why is 162 minutes of discussion between Catherine Rodriguez and Mr. Henry? And there's been 0 minutes discussion between Will Bradshaw and Mr. Henry. Isn't that kind of strange? No cross-examination of adverse witnesses allowed in this kangaroo court. I'm not allowed to have counsel represent me, and not allowed to know and inspect all opposing evidence. This hearing violates my First, Fifth, and 14th Amendment rights. Ryan Henry does not meet the qualifications of the designated officer, was not employed by a majority vote of those members entitled to deliberate and vote, is currently employed by the City Conflict Council, did have active representation in the city retained by the city manager for the TRO hearing. Councilors Alcazar and Charles have proven they are not unbiased. And I suggested all along that this needs to be moved to a district court. The designated officer, and this is right from the 312 procedures that Attorney Ryan Henry crafted. The designated officer shall be an attorney or law firm which is not employed by the city and does not have any active representation of the city in order to promote neutrality in the process and a disinterested investigator. If you remember back in the last hearing, I showed the video, the Pink Panther video, that it shows how biased Mr. Henry is. Real fast, Yvonne Acuna, I've had an opportunity to read the report submitted, and I have found several errors. Page 4, item C, I do not recall saying Mr. Martinez kept undressing me with his eyes. Ryan Henry, no, you in fact did not make that exact statement. Bottom of the first paragraph, the statement is that I was wearing a snug shirt, and that is not true. I never wear snug shirts, so I would not have said that. Ryan Henry, I apologize if I interpreted your statements incorrectly. The wording in paragraph is not true representative of the manner which I speak. Ryan Henry, this is correct for most of the factual reports and interviews. Attorney Ryan Henry's report included fabricated and embellished statements. Why does Ryan Henry's report include several inaccurate statements? Catherine Rodriguez. Her original complaint to the city manager, which should have gone to the mayor and not the city manager, had 3 original complaints in it. National Night Out, that she asked if I cared to take a bath. And then on November 20th at the city council meeting, said I was stroking her hand when I shook her hand. And on December 3rd at the Christmas tree lighting ceremony, she claims that I stood too close to her backside. Now, after talking with Mr. Henry, these complaints kind of grew and morphed into 11 complaints. Why is that? Was she coached? Was she told that her original 3 complaints didn't have any merit? So let's change them around. National Night Out. Asked to take a bath with me. I never said with me. Shaking people's hands. I am probably the only city council member that routinely goes out in the audience and shakes people's hands and welcomes them to the council meeting, and we have a little discussion. And a lot of times, I'll shake hands with both hands. It's a warm, friendly way of greeting somebody. Christmas tree lighting ceremony. It went from standing too close to sticking my crotch in her backside. Too many lunch invitations. This is a big fabrication. I called her one time when she got elected, and I believe it was the next night. She didn't answer her phone. I left a message on her voicemail. Hey, congratulations, Catherine, for winning your election. Maybe in the future we can get together for lunch and discuss the city. Lunch is supposed to be a non-threatening way to meet somebody. Treating her in a sexually suggestive manner. I have no earthly idea what she's talking about. Invading her personal space, getting 1.5 feet from her. And I don't, subtle innuendos, different voice inflections. Now this is a really good one. Undressing me with his eyes. Is she psychic? Can she read my mind? And then touching her whenever I can control the scene. Now, I typically come to city council meeting about 10 to 15 minutes before this council meeting starts. And like I said, I go out in the audience and welcome people, shake their hands, and talk with them. I have never, ever sat down with Councilor Rodriguez and had a one-on-one conversation. Other than what I've heard, I don't know anything about the lady. I have never had a conversation with her. My wife is here at every city council meeting. If I was doing some of the things that she's claiming, I guarantee my wife would definitely hurt me. My wife is a very old-fashioned country girl, and she would not put up with anything like that. And destroyed a previous friendship with my wife, Pat. My wife doesn't know her. They have never had a friendship. Now here's the wash tub. Now I admit, I probably made a statement, this is a nice place to take a bath. I'm more than likely, look at that. This place is a very high-class dog grooming boarding facility. We are really proud and really fortunate to have this kind of business in Leon Valley. I just made a statement, hey, this is a nice place to take a bath. I never said with her, I never meant with anybody, it's a nice place to take a bath for dogs. Here's a Christmas picture. I'm not going to go into this. We've already discussed this. Look at my feet. Between pictures 1 and 2, I never moved. Now, how could I possibly, in 4 seconds, thrust my crotch in her backside? If you really want to get technical, look how close she is to Santa. And if you really, really want to get picky, look how close her right hand is to my crotch. Brandon, unfortunately, during the last hearing, I got off track towards the end, so I want to just recap some of the stuff that I missed. And I'm just going to briefly go through what I missed. Here is the agenda from the city council meeting where we were discussing St. John's Church. Here is a motion that states a motion was made by Council Member Monica Alcazar to include an expanded for the zoning issue at 6800 Evers Road, to include all of Pavona Place. I'm not going to continue it, but it was Monica made the motion, and you can read on the bottom that all of us passed. This was a city council directive towards Brandon Milland to do an expanded notice for St. John's Church. Pastor Price made an excellent presentation, and if you haven't heard it, you go back to the first night of my hearing. I believe that was on the 18th. Towards the end of the presentation, Pastor Price came out and he had an excellent presentation regarding the problems and major issues the church has had in dealing with Brandon Milland. He described in detail how Brandon changes his mind, does not give a definite answer, and the church has spent over $70,000 trying to get the zoning set up so they can build their church. The allegation is that I directly interfered with staff's ability to issue permits relating to a special use permit involving George Morehouse certificate of occupancy. Per Chapter 3.09c, making inquiry to Kelly Kinsler related to a complaint received from Bobby Anderson. This is called constituent services. This is what I was elected to do. I held a meeting with the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, Mayor Riley, Brandon Milland, Xavier was there, and also the police chief. And I have no idea why the police chief was in this meeting. Maybe to back up Kelly Kinsler. But isn't that, when a problem arises, isn't that a good way to try to resolve it, is to call a special meeting? So if I did that, how is that a violation of our charter? I was doing what I was elected to do. Directly interfering with staff's ability to issue permits relating to a special use permit involving George Morehouse. A complete contradiction between what Brandon stated during the meeting and what Bobby Anderson and Mr. Morehouse stated. Mr. Morehouse was upset because he had to wait an additional 45 to 60 days to open his business. According to Mr. Morehouse and Bobby Anderson, Brandon originally told him there would be no need for an SUP, special use permit. Again, what was I doing? I had a constituent business come to me and ask me for help, and I brought it forward to the city manager and the mayor. I did my job. You know, in everything I've done with Brandon, all I've done is made recommendations and suggestions. I have never said, I command you, you must do this, you shall do this. I advocate for the constituents of the city, including businesses. Isn't that why that's why I was elected? Isn't that why I got reelected this last, or almost a year and a half ago? People like that I advocate and I speak up for the citizens of Leon Valley. Here is a don't worry. Okay. Okay. Here is I had a meeting and Kelly walked me down to community development when I had an issue with a couple zoning cases. Kelly walked me down to community development, and I had a discussion with Nina at the time. And I did review the information from the aquarium and had a good handle of the issues. I still believe they are a destination for Leon Valley, and the city should do everything it can to help them grow and become a very highly featured attraction to our city. We all complain Leon Valley is a drive-through community. We have something that can attract people from all over the world. We need to do everything we can to encourage them. Again, Kelly walked me down to Community Development Department to discuss my concerns, then left. I asked Nina if they checked applicants' paperwork when they dropped it off. I was told no. They just accept the paperwork and pass it through to the review committee. I mentioned in the past our old community development director, Christy Flores, would review the paperwork and look for red flags and assist the applicant. People don't know our laws. They don't know our ordinances. And if we could help them, and we have a good understanding of what the applicant is trying to do, we can guide them. And the community development department should be able to recommend approval instead of constantly recommending denial. We need to help new businesses coming in. Directly giving staff instructions to staff to be business friendly as noted in Martina's email dated February 12th. I at no time gave her an order that she must do anything. In fact, the next morning, I did call Kelly Kinsler and informed her of my conversation. All of my conversations with Nina and Felicia are recommendations and suggestions and inquiring into their process. By the way, Nina quit to take a better paying job for Kelly. Where is making a suggestion a charter violation? This is noise to increase the charges against me. Directly interfering with staff by demanding that they administratively approve permits to be business friendly as noted by former employee Nixon Mendez. This is a continuation of the last issue and is noise to make the allegations against me seem larger than they are. Community development was recommending denial of zoning changes. During my meeting with Kelly Kinsler, she walked me down to talk to Nina. I mentioned and followed up with an email dated February 12, 2018. If staff were helping customers, businesses, then staff would recommend passage of the requests, not denial. Staff recommending denying application is not being business friendly. Assisting the applicant with their application, verifying the form is filled out properly, and they have also supporting documentation is being business friendly. I never told Nina that she must, she shall, she has to do anything. Intentionally undercutting Milan's authority in public in order to disrupt the community development department, including passing notes to Monica Alcazar when Brandon is speaking to create intentional distraction. Are you going to have to hit the button?
On December the 18th, we will take this up again and vote on it, and I'm sure it'll pass.
Thank you. You'll have a good evening.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for coming, and nice to meet you, Mrs. Obasi, as well. Thank you for that. All right, then moving then 5. Ms. Posley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council granting a specific use permit for a kennel at Lot 69, Glass Service Subdivision, Leon Valley, Bexar County, Texas, as requested by applicant Sylvia Smith, generally located on the south side of Poss Road, approximately 900 feet west of Bandera Road, providing for repealer, severability clause, and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And Mr. Milan, if you'll continue.
Thank you again,
Thank
Mayor
you.
and Council. This is our last specific use permit consideration for the evening. This is a request for a specific use permit for a kennel. It's 6746 Poss Road. And I'll go ahead and jump over to the aerial here.
Okay.
You can see this is in the development that's just a little bit west of the existing daycare facility on the south side of Poss Road. So that the applicants are looking to occupy this facility and operate a boarding facility. And so, according to our code doesn't distinguish between boarding or kenneling. It's defined as a kennel facility. So that's why they have to receive the specific use permit before they can begin operations.
Mm-hmm.
As always, we look at surrounding land uses. We look at our comprehensive master plan, and so in looking at the area, looking at our comprehensive master plan. Our comprehensive master plan states that, you know, we're seeking to develop retail within 200-foot buffer of Bandera Road. So this property is just a little bit outside of that area. And we looked at our future land use plan earlier. You can see this area is indicated in the future land use plan as commercial. And so generally a kennel is a use that staff finds is generally compatible with heavier commercial uses. And it's currently zoned B3 for commercial uses. So in terms of zoning and the comprehensive master plan, staff doesn't have any issues with this request and thinks that, you know, such a use as this is generally compatible with the.
How flustered was Brandon Milland in that video? He never staggered or was stopped speaking or flustered. So where is this complaint come from? Was it fabricated? You know, Brandon states that I leaned and whispered something to Councilwoman Alcazar, then passed a message to her. This distracted him. As you saw in the video, Monica actually passed me the note, and other than on the dais, and the other people on the dais were not paying attention. This meeting shows Brandon Milland was ill-prepared and is trying to blame me for distracting him. This allegation contains no charter violation, no policy violations, and no wrongdoing in the event that it was true. These are not true. Ordered Milland to amend his design manual to include language Martinez wanted in the manual. On September 11th, Brandon Milland emailed me a copy of the proposed small cell site design manual. This was not an order. I never ordered, commanded, you must. My communications were recommendations and suggestions related to an item that was subsequently approved by City Council. I originally wanted the text for other FCC licensed services, but it got changed to amateur radio frequencies. I responded to Brandon, not good. It should include all FCC licensed services. Brandon replied back to me, thanks for the feedback. I need to run that addition past our attorney first. We won't have time to coordinate that before the agenda packet goes out to you and the rest of the council, but we will certainly have a legal review determination in time for Tuesday's meeting, provided there aren't any issues. I will introduce this additional revision at the meeting for potential incorporation into the final approval. On September 18th, City Council meeting, this item was brought to the City Council to discuss how Leon Valley should regulate 5G cell sites. CPS Energy had several presentations around town. I attended some of them. And here's a video of the September 18th meeting clip where Brandon Milland is discussing the design manual. Go ahead.
An ordinance authorizing an amendment to the City of Leon Valley Wireless Services Small Cells Design Manual, removing the requirement to submit a commercial building permit, inserting provisions regulating interference between facilities of different providers, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
All right. Welcome back.
Again, Mayor and Council.
Yes, Mr. Milland. We did have an issue with the interference. Did we get that all cleared up from
yes,
the
ma'am.
last?
Councilor Martinez raised some discrepancies between our existing code and our design manual. So definitely we looked at that and looked at incorporating all the provisions in the code and making sure they're repeated in the design manual. Councilor Martinez also reached out with some additional questions regarding applying additional applicability towards those non-interference regulations regarding FCC. And so they raised good questions, and so we consulted our legal staff, and it's always good to make sure they review any changes that we make and ongoing review of those ordinances. They did notice a few things, and so we thought it was a good measure to have them take a look a little more comprehensively at our small cell ordinance as well as our design manual before we go through and finalize the changes. So that's exactly what we've done. We've reached out to them. We do, of course, that means we need a little bit more time on that. And so they are currently looking at that, and we anticipate being able to finalize and make sure everything is perfect with our ordinance and with our design manual. So based on that, they're looking at it right now. So our staff recommendation is to table this item further until the next meeting, until we're able to comprehensively look and bring that before,
Well, very
before
good.
the
I
council.
appreciate that. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I did go to the CPS small cell site conference, and I did bring up the interference question, and some of the other cities chimed in and said, hey, why isn't that in our ordinance? Or, you know, they were receptive to it. And basically, CPS's take was it's already covered under FCC law, but you can put it in your ordinance. The big difference, and they even mentioned it, is if you let the FCC handle it, it could take 2 and 3 years for them to handle the interference problem. If it's brought in your ordinance, boom, you can cut them off instantly. And the reason, one of the things I gave is, okay, if you had one of these cell sites at next to a hospital, and the transmitter went bad, it could affect the whole radio system for that hospital. And could you really run your hospital for 2 or 3 years while the FCC does their investigation?
Well, all right. Well, thank you for that. All right. So your recommendation then is to table this ordinance 7.6 to a date certain, which would be our next council meeting, which would be October 1st.
October 2nd, I believe.
Well, first,
October 1st,
we've
okay.
moved it, because
That's
of
right.
National Night
Thank
Out.
you.
Yes, I mean,
Sorry.
it's just, Okay, so,
I so move.
yes.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Jordan to table ordinance number 7.6 to October 1st, 2018.
I was just using my knowledge of radio to help eliminate a potential problem. I think a lot of you know that I am an amateur radio operator, and I've played and used radios since I was in high school. And I know what interference can cause and what harmful interference can cause a radio system. And I was just trying to be a little bit proactive in trying to eliminate a possible future problem. In our ordinance, Denise Frederick changed my request and only referenced amateur radio frequencies. That's okay, because there's police band and the fire, a lot of ambulance companies and stuff are right next to it, so if it's going to affect one, it's going to affect the other services. And I view this item as unfounded noise generated to inflate the bogus charges against me. In conclusion to Brandon Milan's complaints, I feel I have proved I have not done anything that violated the charter, except for the purposes of inquiry and investigations. The City Council and its members shall deal with city staff solely through the city manager. And all I've ever done is inquiry and investigation. I have never demanded staff, you shall, you must, you have to. That is giving orders. As your elected official, I was doing what I was elected to do. that I interfered with, gave orders or undermined the authority of Denise Frederick without going through the city manager in relation to the public right-of-way definitions as well as the RLUIPA issues. And I'll get into what that means here in a second. First and foremost, all of my emails are sent to the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, and Mayor Riley are copied. So how could I possibly be in violation of the charter by following the proper procedures? You know, I have never given orders to Denise Frederick, but only expressed concerns, opinions, and beliefs of my constituents. I view this as one of my duties as an elected official for the citizens of Leon Valley. This responsibility includes my obligation to question new ordinances and not be a city manager rubber stamp. In Denise Frederick's testimony, she stated she was interrupted me on the dais for giving legal advice. Protocol states you should raise your hand and be recognized by the mayor in order to speak. I do not give legal advice. I do research and I state fact. On 3 occasions, Denise Frederick has interrupted me in public during a meeting, then after the meeting, in private, she'll come up to me and apologize, stating that I was correct. Last year, we held an illegal city council workshop. When the meeting opened, I mentioned this meeting was an illegal since it was not posted on the internet. Denise Frederick stated the meeting was legal and we did not have to post the meeting on the internet. Even though the Texas Open Meeting Act states if a city has a website, you have to post a notice on the bulletin board outside of City Hall and also on the internet. A couple months later, after a city council meeting, my wife and I were walking to our car. Denise Frederick came up and mentioned the workshop. She stated that we should have posted the meeting on the internet. She also stated, what are you going to do about it? Sue the city? We didn't take any action. It was more of an informational type workshop. So what did I have to sue the city for? During a special city council meeting, before going into executive session to discuss, hold on a second. That Martinez interfered with, gave orders to, or undermined the authority of Denise Frederick without going through the city manager in relation to the public right-of-way definitions as well as RLUIPA issues. Though a licensed attorney can give legal advice, there is a distinction between legal advice and legal information. Any person can recite legal information. Every person, including citizens and council members, are entitled to the ability to express their opinions and beliefs on city issues. Denise Frederick frequently gave her personal opinion to take on issues, including items in which no legal opinion is needed. I never violated any part of the city charter. But interfering with, undermining, is not against the charter, even if it was true. I did not ever give any orders to Denise such as, you must, I demand you. During the special city council meeting, or before we went into executive session, I requested the floor from the mayor, and I stated a fact. Mr. Yarnell, you have the right to have this matter discussed in open session. Denise Frederick jumped in stating, you cannot say that. You're giving legal advice. We argued for several minutes on the dais and continued into executive session. We agreed to disagree. I maintain stating a fact is not giving legal advice. I asked the TML attorneys at the next TML conference, as a city councilman, is it my right? I was informed as long as I stated fact, I was not giving legal advice. And signs on the public right of way. For years, and all of you that have lived here any time know that you could place garage sale signs in the corner. This was recently started being enforced and the police picking them up. Political signs have been placed at polling places for over 60 years. The police department started enhanced enforcement, which was met by great concerns from residents. I contacted the TML attorneys. Denise Frederick disagreed with their legal advice. Again, a lawyer, how many times, if you get two lawyers in a room, are you going to get two or are you going to get 5 different opinions? This also included the city removing or preventing signs advertising the senior trash and treasure sale. I attended the event and was bombarded with complaints by constituents. Again, I view this as my duty as your elected city council representative to provide constituent services. Previously, the city attorney was hired and worked for city council. Denise Frederick mentioned I question her findings of law. A lawyer can find case law supporting for and against any issue. Why do we have prosecuting attorneys and defense attorneys? It is my belief that with Denise Frederick working for the city manager, she cites laws supporting staff's wishes. I don't know what happened. With regard to the RLUIPA, that stands for Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. I was doing legal research in regard to St. John's Church. I sent an email through the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, copied Mayor Riley, Brandon Milland, and Denise Frederick. You heard from Pastor Price's testimony in my first night of presentation, and he went into great detail. On December 19th, when informed of the complaint filed by Frederick, Martinez responded with a complaint against Frederick stating she should not advise the city council unless asked a question. I have mentioned to Mayor Riley several times about Denise Frederick getting involved in open debate. She is not the 6th city council member. It is my belief that the city attorney should not be getting involved in council discussion unless specifically asked for her legal opinion. In my 5 years on the city council, our outside attorney would remain quiet and only respond if a direct question was asked of them. Now, where in the charter is this a violation of 3.09 CRD? Police Officer Joanne Azar. She complained that I publicly interfered with the city manager's authority and the authority of the police chief by challenging the decision to wand individual entering City Hall in front of other members of the public. This was not an order, was not a charter violation. I never said, I command you, you must. I submitted myself to the wanding, and I'm allowed to question policy implementation regarding things that are not approved by City Council, as the charter designates that City Council approves all policies. My First Amendment rights cannot be deprived of me simply because I am an elected official. The charges between Officer Azar and Officer Breton are the same. Per Mr. Henry's finding report dated March 15th, 2019, this item should not be brought forward. I feel this item violates my First Amendment right to freedom of speech. When I spoke up against wanding, I submitted to being wanded. Here is the exact words from Mr. Henry Ryan on his March 15th summation of his findings. Based on the information collected, I recommend 1, the complaint by Frederick against Profit and the complaints against Martinez by Frederick, Milland, Azar, Breton for hostile work environment not be submitted for a hearing or action. The complaint against Martinez by Rodriguez be submitted for a 312 hearing and possible action. The complaint against Martinez by Acuna not be submitted due to lack of frequency, severity, and number 4, the City Council hold a 312 hearing to consider possible 3.09 violations by Martinez for violating the city charter. The City Council is not bound by this recommendation and may choose to take no action at all or choose to act in all manners for a 312 hearing. Now, where in the charter is expressing my First Amendment rights a violation of 3.09 C or D? Basically, Officer Breton's complaint is the same thing. I never said, I command you, you must. I did submit myself to the wanding. And I am, again, there's nothing wrong with questioning. It's my First Amendment right. Now we start the fun. The police chief complaining about complaints and questions regarding wanding policy at City Hall, not approved by City Council. This was not an order. It's not a charter violation. I never said, I command you, you must. And again, City Council is responsible for creating policy. After the complaints, several months later, the police chief did properly come to council and request an ordinance authoring us to start wanding. I even supported this ordinance. That is the proper way to do things. You know, I did express my displeasure of having the increased security. I thought it was unnecessary. I never tried to avoid being wanted. Again, city council is responsible for creating policy. If the police chief wanted to have increased security, he should made a request to have the item placed on the council agenda. Police chief complained about illegally carrying a weapon into city council chamber. This is another example of defamation of my character by falsely alleging that I blatantly violated Texas state law. I did not ever carry a weapon in violation of Texas laws. There's nothing else to be said about this. Now, just one thing. If I did and he knew it, I guarantee I would have been arrested. Oh, this is a very, very good one. You're going to love this one. Police chief complained regarding that Mr. Martinez attempted to dismiss the ticket and reduce fees for impound. I received a Facebook message from Darren Chung. In the message, they complained about an incident in which a vehicle was towed because the driver did not have a driver's license, even though the vehicle was literally down the street from the house. I passed this message to Kelly Kinsler, city manager, via Facebook Messenger. Kelly Kinsler then took a screenshot of the message and acted as if it was my own writing, which it was not. This item, again, is noise to make the charges against me seem larger. This is a great example of our police chief greatly exaggerating the facts. In the police chief's statement, he made it sound like I had a secret second family that I was supporting, and I had to pay the $295 for towing the car. He is assuming that I am asking him to reduce the fees. I received a Facebook message from Darren Chung. I was providing constituent services. In his message, he informed me of an incident which his niece was driving without a license and speeding 25 in a 20-mile-an-hour zone. This was close to his house. He questioned, is it strictly enforced to have to tow vehicles when the driver doesn't have a valid license? This is what the police chief showed in his testimony. Look at that. It is unfortunately, they are financially dependent on me currently, and I will have to pay the $295 to release when I could had the vehicle picked up within 5 minutes. That's what he made everybody believe. Do you think my wife would allow me to have a secret family to support? Now here's the truth. It starts on the left, and he has some misspellings on there. Congrats on your reflection. It should be re-election. I believe we spoke briefly on the next door about an incident of getting pulled over at Rimkus Park while taking my family to the park. I had saved your number but lost my other phone. Is it strictly enforced to have to tow a vehicle when a driver doesn't have a valid license? I live in Marshall Meadows, and the stop was made on the side of Marshall High School. It is my niece, and she lives with me as her mom, who is handicapped and limited in mobility, so she was forced to go get her medicine. I agree that the action is illegal, but to tow for 25 in a 20, and I have grandparents that two minutes away in Eckerd Crossing that she could have come to get the car to avoid being towed. Just curious your thoughts. Not saying it was right for her to drive without a license. Where did I do anything wrong? Kelly Kinsler sent an email to the police chief asking him to please draft an answer for me. By forwarding this inquiry to Kelly Kinsler, I was only providing constituent services. Where is forwarding a message from a resident of Leon Valley a violation of the charter? Do you see anywhere where I gave direction, ordered anyone to do anything? I don't. This is Pilgrim Cleaners, that I became involved in the investigation regarding Pilgrim Cleaners and Mr. Yarnell. Executive session ordering the chief to drop criminal charges. This complaint references a meeting held under executive session on October 1st, 2018. I did never violate the charter or give an order. I did not say, I command you or you must. I only made a recommendation, suggestions, inquiries, and investigations based on the requests of constituents I serve. The police chief had his department file several charges against Olin Yarnell. The main accusation was that he impersonating a city employee by going into Pilgrim's Cleaners and asking about a pole sign that had been damaged for several months. This comment was made while dropping off clothes. A short time later, a code enforcement officer went into Pilgrim's Cleaners and was told somebody else from the city just came in to discuss this. We held an executive session to discuss the charges against him. As a body, the city council determined that Olin Yarnell did nothing wrong and can continue as the chairman of the zoning commission. Mr. Yarnell did resign as the chairman of the zoning commission because he feared further attempts of intimidating him. Executive session and ordering to drop charges. This complaint is referencing an executive session held on October 1st, 2018. During this executive session, we were discussing Pilgrim's Cleaners being closed and Olin Yarnell's request to obtain police reports that he was unable to obtain in his open records request. I never ordered, demanded, or commanded the police chief to close his investigation and release the information. I was providing constituent services to a Leon Valley resident, Olin Yarnell. Later, a letter from Denise Fredericks to the Texas Attorney General on September 17th The city of Leon Valley sent Bexar County Criminal District Attorney's Office a correspondence dated February 2018. May 14th, from the emails we received, in the email from Jim Wheat, Chief Special Crimes, Bexar County Criminal District Attorney's Office, in the letter it states, I find no criminal violations to pursue and consider the matter closed. In the executive session in October, neither Kelly Kinsler or the police chief, Joe Savaggio, mentioned the email from Jim Wheat stating no crime had been committed. The important fact in the title of this claim, executive session. What is discussed in executive session is private and should not be divulged outside of executive session. The police chief and the city manager have both violated this. Could this be an ethics violation? Hold on 1 second while I take a drink. involving himself in making official statements in the Tribbles lawsuit, which undermines the city manager's authority to manage the litigation. Friendship has nothing to do with this allegation. I view this as another allegation of noise to cloud up this investigation. I received an email from a constituent, Gail Tribble. I asked if something can be done administratively since this storage shed had been there for over 25 years. I was told the previous city engineer, Pat Wright, came over, inspected the site, and told the Tribble it was okay to build the shed. When the case came up before the Board of Adjustment, I was in Kelly Kinsler's office. Someone came in and stated, the Tribble case will start shortly. Kelly Kinsler made a comment that, it's okay. This is just a Board of Adjustment hearing. They're going to approve it anyway. It's just procedure. There were some irregularities in the BOA hearing. One of the commissioners had just been appointed and did not have any training. One trained commissioner was never notified of the meeting. What am I guilty of? Providing constituent services? Where did I demand the city grant them an SUP? I merely asked if something can be done to help the Tribbles. I was advocating for the Tribbles who had approached me with this issue a few months before. I never made any official statements. I have never undermined the city manager's authority, and I was only inquiring about the issue about the Tribbles storeroom. A private conversation to the police chief asking, what can we do about this, is not an order, is not an official statement. I'm entitled to exercise my First Amendment rights for my constituents. Now, isn't this what I was elected to do? Where is this a charter violation? Questioning the police chief regarding property ownership and bandit signs along Bandera Road. I did not ever violate the charter or give an order. I have never said I command you or you must. I was simply posing inquiries related to bandit signs, and in particular, email Chief Salvaggio sent out. An email to the chief asking about property ownership is not an order. A council person should ask questions and pose inquiries, not be reprimanded for doing so. Where in the charter is this a violation? This we get into a fun discussion. And you heard the police chief talk about the police incident where he claimed that I invaded an active shooting incident. Now let's talk about the truth. The title is completely misleading. You know, listening to the police chief's description of the facts demonstrate that he should become a fiction writer. He is great at telling stories, true or not. There are two sides to every incident. This police incident reminds me of Keystone Cops episode on TV. The police chief told me that everything was done wrong and the police videos would be used in training to show what not to do in the future. I maintain if this was an active police incident, the police should have the area contained. Joe Salvaggio stated they had all four corners covered with police cars and were watching the 4th. If this was a true statement, I should not have been able to walk from my house to the scene. Later, I found out the fire truck and the ambulance were staged at Seneca Plaza. One of the units could have been dispatched to drive down Handsome Lake, come up Red Jacket, turn onto Ruth Sophie, stop about halfway down the block, and contain the area. Wouldn't that be proper police procedures? On Saturday, July 29th, 2017, my wife held a garage sale. I was still recovering from invasive surgery I had on July 10th. Here's our garage sale permit. About 12 o'clock, one of our customers stated there was an accident on Seneca with a truck with its wheel missing. We could see a police car by the intersection from our house. Here's the part that's missing from the chief's testimony. Our house is down here. I walked down the sidewalk, and this is me. There were some people over here. There were 2 police officers over here. There was a police car. The car was a little more in the center. A car coming down Seneca, or Ruth Sophie, had to go around the police car and come this way. It was wanted to turn this way, and the cop started yelling at him to turn around. This cop car was over here, and here's the truck with the wheel missing. I got about here. When I got close to the intersection, I was right about here. There was a black SUV parked right here. When I got close to the intersection of Ruth Sophie and Seneca, there was a black SUV parked on Ruth Sophie in front of the corner house. And this house is kind of diagonal like this. Across from Seneca, I noticed a police car parked partially blocking the intersection. There was a police car partially blocking the eastbound lane. A car tried to drive around the car, and then had to drive at an angle to try to make the turn into Seneca. There were a couple of people across the street on Seneca observing, and I believe one of them had a brown shirt, but I wouldn't swear to it. I noticed several police officers to my right by the group house. I saw 2 police officers to my left across the street from the garage. That's them over here. At this point, I'm just walking down the sidewalk like most people do. You're kind of daydreaming, kind of looking at, what's going on. You see people across the street, and, you're just taking a casual stroll to see what was going on, why this truck had caused our garage sale to end. As I walked by this SUV, I could have sworn I heard somebody yell, "Gun." I do have my license to carry. When you go to classes to get it used to be concealed carry, now it's a license to carry, they tell you, just because you're carrying a gun, do not play that you're Marshall Dillon or something. If you get involved in a situation, run. Get out of there. If you can't get out of there, hide. Find a door you can lock, find something you can crawl under, hide. And as a last resort, fight. I thought I heard somebody say gun, so I ran over here. And I was crouched down. I heard somebody yell, "Show me your hands," and I realized they were talking to me. Again, when I took my concealed carry license training, one of the things the instructor mentioned, hold your hands up like this. Spread your fingers. This will show, I'm sorry, this will show to the police you've got nothing in your hand. That's what I did. And again, I was crouched down. I was on one knee, crouched down, and by this car here. And I was getting ready to bolt. What do they say? If you get involved in a situation, get out of there. That's what I was trying to do. Now, I finally realized that they were talking to me, and they were telling me to get down. When they came up to me, I was on my hands and knees, and again, I had my fingers spread. I felt somebody violently force me down. My face was forced to the pavement, leaving scratches on the right side of my face, a split lip, and both knees scratched. My sunglasses were broken. I remember vaguely hearing somebody like, "When I order you to lay flat, I mean it." This was yelled in anger. All the time, and if you remember, if you listened carefully, when I was being taken down, you heard me yelling, "I'm on city council, I'm on city council, I'm on city council." After being forcefully pushed down, the police realized that I was on city council. They pulled me up. Officer Bell walked me several feet down Rue Sophie, then left. Here's pictures of my knees. Here's pictures of my face. More pictures. The police officer walked me here, and I came over here to a tree and hid behind this tree. Well, I was trying to recuperate, and a while later, SAPD came over here and parked a car over here, finally containing the situation. Other people from the area would come out to see what was going on, and the police would yell at them to go back in the house. My wife and a neighbor across the street could hear me yelling, and they witnessed the takedown. I texted the city manager to see what was going on. Her text came back after the incident. We watched as the police had the suspect in handcuffs and walk him across Rue Sophie. Shortly after, we saw Leon Valley Ambulance and Bannis Towing. Police Chief Joe Savaggio's statement was that I was assisted to the ground. And he used that word. I was assisted to the ground. Assisting somebody is like helping an old lady walk across the street. That's assisting somebody. Or holding the door open for a handicapped person. That's assisting. Violently stomping your foot on somebody's back, is that assisting somebody? I was not assisted to the ground. I was violently forced to the ground by a foot to my back. After talking with the police chief, he apologized, stating, "I wish this was anybody besides you. You have always supported and helped the police department." One of the officers stated that I was handcuffed. I was never handcuffed. I was never placed under arrest. So how could I be charged with evading and resisting arrest? As you saw earlier, on May 14th, an email from Jim Wheat, the Chief of Special Crimes, Bexar County Criminal District Attorney's Office. He concluded that I find no criminal violation to pursue. As such, consider the matter closed. What's not told is the police chief, Joe Salvaggio, attempted to send this whole file to the Bexar County Criminal District Attorney's Office looking to charge me criminally for what happened. Kelly Kinsler's response to me was that they had Bexar County review it and the police did nothing wrong. Kind of a different perspective. I did something wrong or the police did something wrong? So, the police chief was attempting to criminally charge me for a crime that the DA's office said no criminal in nature. Now, where is this a violation of the charter? My wife believes that I should have sued the city for a violation of my rights and excessive police brutality. The police chief is consumed with politics and exerting his political opinion, frequently involving around Leon Valley politics. Personnel Manual, Section 2, Political Activities, may not engage in any political activity while wearing city uniforms or driving a city vehicle, may not use any city rank or title to assist any public official or candidate in any election. And Chief Salvaggio acknowledged receipt of the most recent version of the Personnel Manual on October 16th, 2018.
Excuse me, Mr. Martinez, and I'd like to have a consult with Attorney Henry, if we may,
Regarding what?
regarding the various things that are being presented here that are unrelated to what we're here for.
Is this an allegation?
These are allegations against me, Monica, and I'm just defending and I'm refuting direct testimony that the police chief gave.
There's no political agenda about the police chief, but anyway, there's this and a few other ones. I'd like to get the attorney's advice on it.
Okay, Ms. Charles. Mr. Bradshaw.
I think we should listen to the witness.
Okay, and you agree? All right, do we need to take a vote to go into executive session? We don't have an unanimous.
Yeah, then just, is that a motion to go into executive session in second?
Yes, a request. I didn't know we had to
Okay,
make a
we have to
motion.
do a motion because we don't have a unanimous consensus.
Yes,
All right, you want to make a motion?
I so move.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Aug8 and a second by Ms. Charles to go into executive session to discuss the matter before us. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 2 ayes and 1 nay. So at 7 o'clock, we will move to executive session. I need to read that. I apologize. The council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following under the Texas Local Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney. So at approximately 7:01, we'll move to executive session. Thank you. If I could have everybody take their seat, please. Thank you. We are back from executive session at approximately 7:21 on Thursday, August the 8th, 2019. And I'm going to ask Mr. Henry to summarize
Well, Mayor,
the decision.
well, no decisions made in executive
Well,
session.
no
but
decision was made, but what you wanted to say to
Yeah,
the body.
We want to kind of speed this along, and we don't want to necessarily keep interrupting you, Mr. Martinez. So it was just kind of a forecasting to make sure we were all on the same page with regard to the testimony and the information you are presenting. It is appropriate. Obviously, you've been going point for point with the charges, which is, you're entitled to and is very good. You haven't really deviated from those aspects. For charges that may have been, or allegations that have been brought up that aren't the formalized written ones, but may have been raised by witnesses during these hearings, you are allowed to address. And just the same way, you are allowed to present information related to the charges that you believe would properly attack a particular witness's credibility. But there's a limitation on that. It has to be related to why the council should or shouldn't believe them with regard to the particular statements or testimony in the charge. And so bringing up matters, we want to make sure that this is not trying things or going into stuff for other people that isn't really the focus or subject matter of these hearings. But you are entitled to bring up the point, make the point, and then we ask that you move on. Does that make sense to you, sir?
This topic, if Monica wouldn't have interrupted me, I would have been done in about 2 minutes. It's that fast. I don't know why she wants to limit and
But Mr.
prevent me
Martinez,
from
do you
saying
have any
anything.
questions based on what Mr.
No.
Henry said?
No, I can
That's the
continue.
point.
From what I just understood, I can continue, and it's not going to take me very long to get through this.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
In February 2018, Police Chief Joe Salvaggio relocated Mayor Riley's and my political sign from Tina Chasen's yard up into her flower garden. This caused him to poke a hole in the underlying fabric. Tina had placed political signs at the same spot for over 40 years. Complaints were made about Mariana Sanchez's sign being illegally placed on the fence at the Valero station. Instead of removing the sign, the police chief talked with an employee and they agreed to have the sign remain. A few days later, Valero removed the sign. Is this plain politics? Is his job to ask permission for a sign to be left in place? During the same time, Mariana Sanchez had signs placed right next to the sidewalk in the Old Mill subdivision. This remained this way for close to 3 weeks. The signs were eventually moved. Crystal?
Okay, thank you. Chief, do you have a statement or what?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. If you'll begin, please. Thank you.
First and foremost, I've got some things that I want to, before I even begin my statement, to clear up some things that were said yesterday, some questions that were brought up today, most of them by Councilor Bradshaw.
Excuse me, can this be
So,
turned up a little
let
bit
me say
on
that,
the
on
volume?
on
Are
the
y'all
comment
having
of witnesses
difficulty
being
hearing it?
turned
I
over
can't
yesterday,
hear it up here.
We didn't even know there were witnesses.
If we can pause it and,
Nobody's told anybody
because
there were.
it defeats the purpose. Thank you. Well, I mean, okay, thank you. Chief, do you have a statement or what?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. If you'll begin, please. Thank you.
First and foremost, I've got some things that I want to, before I even begin my statement, to clear up questions that were brought up today, most of them by Councilor Bradshaw. So let me say that on the comment of witnesses being turned away yesterday, we didn't even know there were witnesses. Nobody's told anybody there were witnesses. Once we were told, I offered Councilman Martinez's attorney to let the witnesses in, but we don't have a list to know who the witnesses are. She rudely stated the charter and procedures don't require her to do so. I ask you, as such, how can we let people in as witnesses if we don't know who they are and nobody wants to tell us? Did Councilman Martinez provide a list? No, he didn't. Did Councilman Bradshaw provide a list who was running interference for her? No, he didn't either. So did we not let the witnesses in when you identified the issue, Councilor Bradshaw? We brought her in immediately.
Not immediately, no. She was out there. I went
When it was
out.
brought up to us, we brought her in immediately. We had no idea.
Are you here for the city council meeting? So unfortunately, we were here briefly.
Madam Mayor.
Because of the witness.
Madam Mayor. I
You're a
think we
witness?
pause for minute.
Yes.
Okay.
Crystal,
Do you have
Crystal, if you'll
anybody?
please
Crystal, can you
pause
pause for a second?
Will.
This came up prior, and the council made a motion and voted not to really be addressing stuff that happened from the July time period forward because it wasn't directly related to the prior complaints.
That is
And
not
this is the same.
true. I was prevented from showing this at the first time I had an opportunity, and I was told, present it later on in my testimony. That's what I'm doing, and so don't change your mind in the middle of the freeway here. You said I could present this at a later time, and I'm just rebutting the police chief's statements. He said that he didn't prevent anybody from coming in. I'm going to show the video.
And how's that related to the complaint, one of the complaint charges? Did he bring something up where this is?
He brought it up in his testimony. So I'm rebutting his testimony.
I don't see this being related to the complaint. We also had a separate motion to
Okay, I think this is
not
the mayor's
discuss or
decision to
not
be
give
made.
up stuff from the July time period forward. Now, it's up to the council if you want to allow him to do it. You said it wasn't going to take very long, a couple of minutes.
Okay, I've already finished the political activities. I've already done that.
Mhm.
This is something. This is rebutting the police chief's statement when he made his presentation. That's all this is.
Just go to his credibility as a witness?
It could.
Uh,
That I'm not going to make that determination.
Since
That's
I-
up to you guys to
Second.
make that determination.
Mr.
All
Martinez.
right, Mr. Bradshaw.
Since actually the chief of police addressed me and told me that witnesses were let in immediately, and I know for a fact they were not let in immediately, and I believe that's what Mr. Martinez is trying to show here, is that they were not let in immediately, which goes to question the chief's credibility in his under oath statement.
Okay.
Yeah. It's up to you guys if that's what you want to allow.
The mayor is the head of the city council, and it should be her decision.
We've been taking votes on all of these decisions, as you know, Mr. Martinez, so do you want to take a vote
My
on this
question
one?
is, are you going to violate my civil rights some more?
We could have already watched it by now.
Yeah. Nobody's
Okay, so
making a
I
motion to
think-
do
I think
anything.
we can
Please
go on.
proceed.
Yeah. Can we move it to where it was, Crystal? Yeah, let's do that, so, thank you. Yeah.
Do you have anybody that? Okay. Do you have any? You're a witness? Okay. Do you have anybody that's with you?
Will.
Will? Come with me. Witness? Witness. I'm not sure.
Apparently, only witnesses for the other side.
I don't know that. Okay, I think.
There's a website that you can get on. You want to show them to the seats?
They're done?
Yeah, one more.
One more?
One more. That'll be her.
No, I'm here as a witness. I was here
Okay,
about
ma'am.
15 minutes
Okay.
ago.
You haven't been here for 15 minutes. Just hold on just a minute. We're still trying to figure out what we're going to do, okay?
He's going to check your bag and I'll go ahead and
Yes, sir, I understand that, but we're at capacity already, okay? Because I was told that I can let two in. There were two ladies that were here before her.
No, they were not here before.
Ma'am, I'm not going to argue the point with you.
Ma'am, I just need a one. Go ahead and leave your bag on the table. Oh. No, I got a one. Oh, so just extend your arms, please. Okay, well, you can still call me as a witness, though. You're gonna have to let me in. Yep. We're done.
We're done. We're done.
You can go back in.
Huh? Yeah.
So unfortunately, we've already reached the max capacity. We're not allowing anybody else inside the building. Not in here?
Nowhere. No standing room today.
Completely full. But we do
We're
have
following the fire code, ma'am. There's no standing room today.
We have a link. I got the already. Oh, I got it.
You can go to the link. You can hang out here and go to the link if you like. He was already in there.
They lost their seat.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Now, I got a little bit ahead of myself. Before this video, you saw how long the political portion was. I could have had my oration on this probably 30 times in the time you guys went for executive session. You know, Kelly came up here and she played the poor me card. I am the city manager, and look what happened to me for not filing a complaint. When I had my interview with Attorney Ryan, I mentioned several times that Kelly Kinsler is a puppet master. She knows how to manipulate. In fact, Mr. Henry can remember this motion as he was interviewing me. Kelly is the puppet master. She knows how to control a situation from an arm's length away.
Oh, there's Jorge.
Get Brandon and Xavier.
Separated the council into teams because there was going to be a lot of locations to hit. It just so happened that at that particular event, I was paired up with her and Mr. Martinez, who rode in another vehicle. We went to Tail Waggers, and like Ms. Kitzer said, it was like a pet grooming boarding, and the man had, the owners had apparently done some either reconstruction or redecorating or whatever, so he took us on a tour through the facility, and like I mentioned, I wasn't feeling well, so I excused myself to the ladies' room and came back to them.
So you came back and there was a dog bathing facility, is that correct?
Yes, we're standing right next to the bathing, dog bathing.
Did he motion or did he do anything? I mean, how exactly did he say, do you want to take a bath? Do you want to, or?
I said in my statement, he leaned in and said, would you like to take a bath? The bathing.
And then at that point, did you tell him that his comments were inappropriate, or what did you do at that point?
Just scratch out. Let me start by saying this. He's a grown man, married, widow. Why do I need to explain to an individual like that about boundaries? She's not 4 or 5 years old that she doesn't comprehend.
Thank you for being here. Yes, my question is, you said you heard Dr. Rodriguez, that she definitely started passing that you wanted to take back from her. Oh, you were there. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. You heard the comment. I said nothing about it firsthand. And then the sexual comments that you heard while you were driving in the past, were they about Dr. Rodriguez? I don't know who you're talking about. Curious if it was a specific person or just general inappropriate. Not something I can make a lady out of.
You mentioned about inappropriate comments, but did you hear inappropriate sexual comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Behind that, why we can't calculate.
It's state law and it's in your city code.
So I just went through this last council meeting regarding junk vehicles, and it was explained to me by the chief of.
Someone that doesn't even know me could clearly just make a blanket assumption that I'm dishonest, just based on the fact that, as he is even stated in the fact report, that he doesn't trust city employees and that I'm no exception. That clearly showed, illustrated to me that there's a definite bias here against.
So facing you guys taking a picture.
My wife was standing next to the photographer facing us.
Okay, did your wife say anything to you after this picture? Or after it was taken?
No, not at all. And there were a bunch of people around us. If I would have done as she claimed, somebody should have come forward.
All right, so we'll wait until you present your.
Yeah, number 13.
Well, do we still have all these other witnesses?
Yeah, we've got all
We
the
need
others.
to start. We need to finish that first.
Yeah.
Okay, we were. Mr. Martinez, we won't go to number 13 until we finish the called witnesses that we discussed earlier. Oh, yeah, release the witnesses. So they don't need to be recalled.
If you don't want to,
So that would be Yvonne Acuna and, well, Catherine Rodriguez, I guess she could be recalled. And Melinda, there you go. She's wanting to be released as well. Yes.
I guess there's one rebuttal witness before we move on to Mr. Martinez's comments. That's Lieutenant Gonzalez.
Oh, I'm sorry. getting confused of the various people that have come up to the podium. Okay.
And the actual text from the Aug8 are included below that. Scroll down, Crystal. The first slide, that's the Texas Transportation Code. And that's the Lehigh Valley Code. And what I was trying to show is, sorry, can you go back up just a second? No, it's hard. That the A1 to AB1 to B also, they show exactly the same. Okay, good. Can you go to the next thing?
Excuse me, Mr. Bradshaw, Ms. Charles has a question.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I'm not understanding how both Ms. Frederick's intervention letter to the mayor and your response has to do anything with Benny Martinez.
I have a question. It's coming. I'm almost done. We're almost
About Benny Martinez's hearing?
Yes, yes. Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Keep going.
All right, if you'll continue, please.
We are currently live streaming, so please, thank you.
Councilor Alcacer?
It is. They can hear you.
All right. If everyone could take their places, we'll continue.
As seen in the video, it clearly shows how Kelly Kinsler has control over all of the staff, over Monica Alcacer, Donna Charles, Henry Ryan, and the police department. The role of Mr. Henry as a designated officer should be a person that has no dealing with the city, has no involvement. You just saw him colluding with Kelly Kinsler and Donna Charles. Is that an ethics violation? Should the bar know about that? Who would their opinions be? Kelly Kinsler works for the city council. She is hired and fired by the city council based on what the people of Leon Valley want and need. I have never told Kelly, you shall, you must, or you have to. I have never violated any portion of the city charter. Has anybody heard of an employee trying to get rid of their boss? Isn't that what Kelly Kinsler is trying to do to me? Imagine if the president of a corporation trying to get rid of a member of the board of directors. Isn't that what's happening here? What city manager keeps all emails for the last 3 years? What city manager asks a former city attorney about a workshop discussion 3 years ago and gets a statement from her on December 30th, 2018? As the city manager, Kelly Kinsler should be able to receive suggestions from the mayor and or the 5 city council members. I have never told Kelly Kinsler, you shall, you must, you have to. I admit to making suggestions, inquiries, and posing other questions. Kelly Kinsler should know from her past as a county manager in New Mexico and now as a city manager that councilors make suggestions. It's up to her to use our suggestions as she seems fit. She should have the freedom to get other councilors' thoughts on a suggestion. She could ignore my suggestions completely. That is her right as a city manager. I have never violated any portion of the city charter. As added proof that Kelly Kinsler is the puppet master or controlling force leading up to and behind this hearing. Previously, at workshops and controversial issues, the city council meetings, we have had more than 70 people in this room. Who determined only 70 people could be in this hearing? Who decided to fill up most of the seats with police, firemen, and staff? Who instructed the police to refuse entrance to witnesses? Who instructed the police to refuse entrance to citizens? Who instructed police to admit Sarah Smart as a witness, lead her into the conference room, then find out she was my witness, and escort her out of the building? Who instructed police to order citizens to leave the meeting for quietly talking between themselves in this hearing? This is the mayor's responsibility, and only the mayor should tell a person to be quiet or leave the meeting. Who is in charge of making sure staff witnesses were kept in the conference room? Who determined that I could not use the small conference room to talk with my attorney? Who decided I could not walk a short distance down that hallway to get away from everybody to have a private conversation with my attorney? Who decided visitors could not use electronic devices outside of city council chambers, as can be seen in body cam video? Who decided that visitors had to turn off all cell phones, as police instructed people to do in the body cam videos? Who escorted staff witnesses out of the conference room at the start of the meeting, making sure everybody was present? Commenting to police officers wanting people is my First Amendment right. Just because I'm on city council does not mean I lose my constitutional rights. She claimed I am rude and unethical. I believe it would be reasonable to expect city staff, such as Brandon Milland, to be honest, forthcoming, and be prepared when presenting at city council meetings. In order to make decisions in the best interest of the citizens of Leon Valley, this is crucial. I view one of my important traits of a city councilman is to bring our knowledge together for the benefit of the city. I am in the technology field. Monica Alcazar is a retired attorney. David Edwards, when he was on city council, is a psychologist. David Jordan is retired Air Force and is now city administrator for Dilley, Texas. Isn't that diversity what makes a good team, a good city council? Kelly makes it seem like I constantly interfere with bidding. I own an information technology company for the last 15 years. I have used my knowledge to help the city. I have been attacked in this hearing for the library project. I have asked for the test results after the project was complete. The company that did the work did not provide the information. After my request through the city manager, I was provided the information. What I received was incomplete. I informed the city manager of the problem, and the company returned and corrected the testing. What was I doing? Making sure your tax dollars were being spent properly. Isn't this our responsibility to be fiscally conservative with your tax dollars? The first night of this hearing, the city secretary's computer received 4 viruses. If the city's managed services company was doing their cybersecurity properly, this should not have happened. Properly done, her PC could have been restored in a timely manner. As an IT professional, I provide this type of service, but refuse to get involved with the city. As long as I'm on city council, I will not bid on any city projects. Legally, I can do it, but I prefer not to. If you remember, about a month ago, the microphone at this podium did not work. I was able to do a workaround, and at least the people coming up could present. The conference center, audiovisual upgrade. I was asked to participate in the site surveys and review the bids. I'm the one that suggested the 2 monitors on the side wall. Anybody been to the conference center, seen the 2 monitors, how nice it is to just be able to look at the side and read what's being projected instead of, if you're in the back of the room, having to look all the way across? What have I done that violates the charter? I use my technology knowledge to make Leon Valley better. For making suggestions, the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, is accusing me of violating the city charter. I have never bid on a city project. Legally, I could, but I feel as long as I'm on city council, it is to my best interest not to do so. I have made recommendations or suggestions. I have never told Kelly Kinsler she shall, or ordered her to do anything. Again, a city manager can use suggestions from councilors as she wishes. Kelly Kinsler mentioned how staff sat in a courtroom and watched as I sued the city. They saw the mayor and her husband, Darby Riley, support me. Why did a dozen police officers show up for the TRO hearing? Now, why did I sue the city? Let's talk about that for a second. On April 16th, 2019, Attorney Ryan Henry allowed an illegal city council meeting to take place. Ryan Henry stated that as long as Catherine Rodriguez and myself were in the city council chambers, we counted as a quorum. And I believe that is a correct statement. Dr. Edwards' wife was in the hospital, and he had an excused absence. That left Councilor Jordan and Councilor Alcazar, the only two council persons on the dais. Attorney Henry Ryan stated that it was legal for two council members to conduct city business in spite of Mayor Riley's objections. The city charter of Leon Valley requires any ordinance to be presented at two city council meetings. A motion was made and seconded to accept the 312 protocols drafted by Henry Ryan. The next motion was made to set the 312 hearing for April 30th. Councilor Alcazar and Jordan voted unanimously to accept it. This action was in violation of our city charter. The only recourse I had was to file for a temporary restraining order, which was granted. After the TRO was obtained, the City Council followed proper procedures to schedule the placement of the 312 procedures as an agenda items. Since the proper procedures were in place, the judge dismissed making the TRO permanent. Kelly Kinsler stated that I did not have the right to question Ryan Henry's legal authority to do an investigation. Where is this a violation of the charter for me to question? Attorney Ryan Henry drafted a 7-page finding giving the city manager authority to hire him. Isn't this kind of self-serving? I think he found a cash cow, and he's going to exploit it. Now we're up to, what, $75,000, $80,000? Nice cash cow. And guess what? It's your money. I bet you another attorney could provide the same type of document dispelling Ryan Henry's findings. In June 2018, I had a meeting with Kelly Kinsler and Mayor Riley. We discussed my belief that if an employee disagrees with her, she will make it very difficult for the employee. Kelly will then go to the employee and tell them she is ready to fire them, but will allow them to resign, and the city will give them a good job recommendation. If you worked for the city, what would you do?
Mr. Martinez, let's take a break. We've been at it for 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So we'll just take a break for about 15, 20 minutes. So we will recess and come back at about 8:15. Thank you. Okay. We're back on the record from our recess at 8:20 on Thursday, August the 8th, 2019, for the 312 hearing. And Mr. Martinez, I appreciate you stopping at a stopping point, and so if you'll continue on your presentation, please. We have questions next. That's right.
Yes.
Sarah Smart just asked me to make a statement. She is not my attorney. She was a friend in the first meeting that was just giving me some advice as a friend and is not as my attorney. She just wanted to clear up that fact. Here, I followed the charter, the way things should be done. I filed a complaint with the city mayor, Mayor Riley, against Kelly Kinsler on April 2nd, 2019. My complaint was never acted upon, and to this day has not been acted upon. And I believe, and I'm just guessing, the mayor would like to see this resolved before she takes this or moves forward with my complaint. But I don't want to put words in the mayor's mouth. I'm just guessing. On April 16th, during that illegal city council meeting, the media was here, and I was talking with some friends in the back of the room. I did not approach the media. I had no intentions of making a statement to the media. After several attempts by the media, I finally agreed to make a statement. And this was an attempt to mitigate the destruction to my credibility and my reputation that the city has done to me. And this is a free exercise of my First Amendment rights. Why is it okay, or why am I being chastised for filing a complaint and going to the media when Councilor Rodriguez and Brandon Millard have been on TV several times and done the same thing? Is there a double standard here? Why can she do it? You know, it's my belief that since the Home Rule Charter was passed in 2017, the Kelly Kinsler has used this instrument as a means of control and power. The City Council should hire an investigator to review the following items and determine if these items are in violation of the Personnel Manual and or the Ethics Manual. And I recommend for the investigator to make a recommendation to the full City Council on possible actions against her. Number 1, violation of the Home Rule Charter. Number 2, violation of the Leon Valley Personnel Manual. Abuse of power. Witch hunt. A former zoning chairman, Olin Yarnell, for disagreeing with her and utilization of a criminal investigation. Closing Seneca Plaza and Lieberman's Corner without informing City Council in advance. Hiring and authorizing an investigation on Fire Chief Valdez and Assistant Chief Wade without informing
Excuse me,
City
Counselor.
Council
Point of order.
Mr. Martinez,
you-
Ms. Alcacer has a point of order.
This is what we were talking about before. If it's an aspect related to the complaint and challenging a credibility for the complaint purpose, it's permitted, but this isn't the trial of any other complaints. And he prefaced this as asking the council to appoint an investigator to investigate complaints regarding other stuff. And so I think this kind of goes beyond the scope of what the focus of the testimony for hearing is here. If there's a complaint to be submitted by the council, that's a different proceeding if that is to go against the city manager.
Okay, but that should not stop me from continuing to present what was in my formal complaint to the mayor. This is Kelly Kinsler's charge against me. I'm refuting that.
Are you reading the
I
complaint?
am reading exact words from my original complaint.
Okay. If,
I thought the complaint was one of the allegations,
well,
right?
I
don't
one
have
of
them
the
in front of me,
allegations
but,
is that
yeah.
he undermined the city manager's authority by providing a complaint to the media. If what he's doing right now is saying this is what the complaint is, and the council would need to consider whether or not that has the ability to undermine her authority when it goes to the media, then if that's what you're limiting it to, Mr. Martinez, I think that that part is appropriate because that goes directly to the
Okay, thank you.
to the complaint.
Okay. Hiring
On
and
that.
authorizing an investigation of Fire Chief Valdez and Assistant Chief Wade without informing City Council in advance. Spending $20,000 without City Council approval. Informing City Council after the report was completed by presenting an invoice with a request for payment. Then refusing to release the report, even though it had already been released to the media and a copy had been sent to at least one local citizen. She sent a letter, or had Denise send a letter to the Attorney General requesting that we not get that document. The Attorney General came back and said they had to release it and they can redact personal information, which was then done. Usurping the mayor's position. Leon Valley Home Rule Charter, item 3.06. The mayor is the presiding officer of the city council. Section 312. The city council shall have the power to inquire into official conduct. Kelly Kinsler's email dated 3/15/2019. Please provide me, Kelly, direction as to what the city council wishes to do moving forward. That's not her job. That's your job, City Council. January 2018, adding 6 new ordinances to the agenda without Mayor Riley's approval. Our regular council meeting was canceled, and the next week we reconvened in special council, and Kelly Kinsler added 6 items. And she later sent a letter apologizing to us for doing that. Staff involvement in the 2018 city election, and then I'll skip the police involved. Kelly Kinsler created a witch hunt to have an elected official removed from office by organizing some members of city staff and a sitting member of city council to submit complaints against a sitting city council member, all within the same time frame, within 2 of the complaints from LVPD officers being filed on the same date. And then this is added. Signing the extension of the red light camera contract without city council approval. And then the last one is signing the contract with attorney Ryan Henry, extension contract on April 30th. The city council should have approved this with the mayor, Riley, signing the agreement, and not Kelly. Here is my email to Mayor Riley. Official complaint against city manager. Look at the date, April 2nd. Kelly Kinsler questioned a grant given to the Leon Valley Chamber of Commerce. There was an effort to have the struggling chamber pay back the $30,000 grant that was given. I admit, I can be passionate when speaking. This is one of the pledges I ran on. Kelly is bringing up an incident that happened 3 years ago. Kelly Kinsler claims that I had inappropriate contact with the Tribbles who ended up suing the city. Bob and Gail Tribble are longtime residents of Leon Valley. They came to me for help. I provide constituent services. I mentioned to give Kelly Kinsler a heads up that the city was going to be sued. What is wrong with that? Where is that a violation of the city charter? Throughout Kelly Kinsler's testimony, she claims I gave orders. She fabricates and changes the emails I sent to make it seem like I am doing something wrong. I have never given any orders, demands to Kelly Kinsler or the Leon Valley staff. I have never violated our city charter. Another thing someone just pointed out, during recesses, the video is being stopped, I believe. Or is it continuing? During the recess. Okay. The first couple meetings, where do you think we got the video of Mr. Henry colluding with Councilor Donna Charles and Kelly Kinsler?
Can I respond to that?
No. It's just rhetorical question. It's on February 28th, 2018, ordering the city manager to offer Andy Garcia different values in order to keep him as an employee, which is in direct violation of 3.09 of the city charter. I did not ever violate the charter or give an order. I did not say I command you or you must. I gave recommendations and suggestions to Kelly based on the information I received through one of my constituents. The city of Leon Valley has invested money into Andy Garcia. The taxpayers don't want to invest in employees that turn over so quickly. I was advocating against the charter. Here's the email. This is from a constituent. I just heard that Andy Garcia was offered a job with Bexar County. I heard that he really wants to stay with Leon Valley. Is there anything you can do to save this person? Talk with him and see what it will take to keep him. Offer him a promotion. I don't think we need to lose our investment in him. Is that giving an order? Okay, I got off topic here for a second. This is typical of emails that I have sent in the past. I am asking. I'm not ordering. You mean I can't? I guess she is insinuating that as an elected official, I can't ask the city manager anything without being accused of giving orders. Directly interfering with staff's administrative role regarding the rewiring of the library at around October 2018. I own an IT company. Barcom stated at a city council meeting, they always provide a floor plan and testing documentation. After the project was complete, I went to the library to check out the new cabling. I also asked the city manager for the promised completed documentation that Barcom stated they would provide. I asked the city manager. Barcom did not provide the necessary documents to the city. A few days later, they returned to the library to do the required testing. Upon review of the test data, I noticed that Barcom missed testing 3 of the data outlets and all 4 of the wireless access points. I informed Kelly Kinsler about this fact. Barcom returned and completed the testing properly. I am using my expertise as an IT professional for free to verify the city and all the taxpayers that they received what they were promised. To me, this is being fiscally conservative. Show me where in the charter is this a violation. After being advised not to make a public statement prior to an executive session on April 2nd, Martinez publicly accused the city manager of unethical behavior, interfering with her abilities to execute her duties in violation of 309 of the city charter. Attorney Ryan Henry violated my First Amendment rights to freedom of speech. So Ryan Henry advised me not to make a statement. The job of city attorney to give opinions and recommendation. It is a council member's choice if they want to take these recommendations or legal opinions. The Texas Open Meeting Act. The act permits a member of the public or a member of a government body to raise a subject that was not been included in the notice for the meeting. But any discussion of the subject must be limited to a proposal to place the subject on the agenda for a future meeting. Basically, a lot of you people have come up during a city council meeting and made a statement. And you can talk for 5 minutes. You can, if you wanted to, you could read the phone book. You could read the dictionary for 5 minutes. Nobody's going to stop you. What we can't do is have open dialogue back and forth. The only thing we can do is put the item on the next agenda or for a future agenda to have open discussion. Interfering, we've already talked about this, interfering and undermining the city manager's authority by interjecting in the library rewire project. Councilmember Martinez instructed Crystal Caldera to perform certain tasks regarding AV equipment when Martinez was complaining about Barcom as the IT support. This is a little bit confusing because there's talking about different things. But if this was true and undermining is not a violation of the city charter, and in interjecting myself into taxpayer-funded initiatives is my obligation as a city council member. I only gave recommendations, suggestions, and posted inquiries. I did not ever violate the charter or give an order. I never did say, I command you or you must. This is another instance of noise to increase the amount of allegations against me. Involving myself and instructing the city manager and the chief of police to be selective and individually enforce the sex offender registration requirements. I did not ever violate the charter or give an order. I never did say I command you or you must. This allegation is related to the chief's attempting to push through an ordinance by getting it voted on with limited deliberation by the City Council. I am allowed, and my constituents desire, that I aggressively inquire and investigate the reasons and rationales behind such proposed ordinances. The police chief does not like to be questioned, so complains when he does. He would rather council rubber stamp all his proposed ordinances without allowing for due diligence by council members. Again, this is another noise allegation. I never did violate the charter or give an order. I did not say I command you or you must. I only made recommendations and suggestions based on input from constituents I serve. Email regarding this issue was sent to Kelly, not to Chief Savaggio, and she used her discretion to send it to Savaggio. Catherine Rodriguez complains that I sexually harassed her in violation of the city's charter prohibition on sexual discrimination in her position. This would only qualify as a 3.08 violation. I did not ever sexually harass or discriminate against Catherine Rodriguez. Attorney Ryan Henry was very, very detailed in the TRO hearing, stating that the 60-day window started on March 15th. He told the judge that several times. That I became involved in the use of BARCOM versus ARTCOM for IT services. I never did violate the charter or give Kelly an order. I never did command her to say you must or you shall or you have to. I made a recommendation. I make recommendations, suggestions, inquiries, and investigations based on the desires of my constituents I serve. Advocating is not giving orders. Roxanne Contornejo left the city over 2 years ago. Why would Kelly Kinsler contact her regarding an issue from 2016? Roxanne left the city of Leon Valley as attorney because the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, wanted her to be a full-time attorney. Roxanne Contornejo stated that she was also a city attorney for other cities and could not accept full-time employment. You know, an attorney's job is to give their professional legal opinion. And that's all it is a legal opinion. You get two attorneys in the same room, and you might end up with 4 different opinions. We can choose to accept or not. This is a council person's discretion. Even if true, none of these are violations of the charter. Misquoting, fabricating, undermining are not charter violations. And I have my First Amendment rights. I believe this does prove that Kelly Kinsler is organizing this vicious attack against me. December 19, 2019, when informed of the complaint filed by Frederick, Martinez responded with a complaint against Frederick stating she should not advise City Council unless asked a question. I have complained to Mayor Riley on several occasions about Denise Frederick actively getting involved in City Council debate. As the city attorney, she should remain quiet until asked for her legal opinion. I am legally allowed to file a complaint and express myself just like Denise Frederick did. I was intending to file a complaint on December 19th for several weeks prior to this date. I did not file in retaliatory manner. The complaint is substantiated and credible. Complaint by Felicia Novan regarding the aquarium and giving orders to staff. This is another example of Kelly Kinsler keeping information to file against me. I make recommendations, suggestions, inquiries, and investigations only. Advocating for the business is not giving orders. I never did violate the charter. Where is this a violation of the charter? Martinez demanded the investigator assigned by the city manager cease all investigation efforts immediately on January 10th. I was inquiring from attorney Ryan Henry where he got his authority to pursue an investigation against me. I believe all allegations should have been sent to Mayor Riley instead. If Ryan Henry could not prove he had legal authority to represent the city, then he should stop all investigations. Again, as an elected official, isn't this being fiscally responsible? Mr. Henry created a 7-page legal opinion giving the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, authority to hire him. Isn't this self-serving? Is it possible for another attorney to prepare a legal opinion preventing the city manager from hiring from hiring Mr. Henry? Multiple attorneys I have consulted with challenge the credibility, the truth, and applicability and reliability to Ryan Henry's 7-page memorandum opinion regarding Kelly Kinsler's authority, in addition to his unethical continued representation in multiple roles throughout this process. This will be challenged in real court of law pending any negative outcome to this 312 hearing. Violation of the city charter regarding citizens to be heard portion of the special meeting on April 16th at 8 p.m. as a deliberation in violation of Section 312 of the city charter. After being advised such statements can be used against you, you proceeded to deliberate through speaking under the public comments section of the meeting. My comments were not comments regarding any deliberation. It was intended for the public. I did not expect or desire a response to some rhetorical statements and questions. I am fully entitled to speak in accordance with my First Amendment rights. Where does this violate the charter? Violation of city charter regarding citizens to be heard. Again, on June 4th. My comments were not comments regarding any deliberation. It was intended for the public, did not expect or desire a response to some rhetorical statements and questions, and I fully entitled to speak in accordance with my First Amendment rights. Again, where is this a violation of the Charter? Kelly stated in her statement that she received a formal complaint from Catherine Rodriguez on December 12th, and then gave the complaint to Denise Frederick on December 18th. At this time, Denise told Kelly that she had her own complaint for Benny Martinez. According to Kelly's testimony, she then decided to reach out to the Texas Municipal League on December 18th, who then guided her to contact an outside counsel, Ryan Henry. Why would Kelly Kinsler have told Catherine immediately on December 12th that she would contact TML? Look at the date, December 12th. Good morning, or good evening, Dr. Rodriguez. I am in receipt of your correspondence. I will be contacting the Texas Municipal League as to how to proceed on December 12th. She's, in her testimony, multiple times, she said she did that on December 18th. Who's correct? Here's an email. Here is a timeline from the time I got elected. Look at from 2014 all the way. 2018, nothing. All of a sudden, all these bogus allegations have surfaced. And this is just showing the timeline from Kelly Kinsler's notebook that she presented to council. Although I do not receive any compensation for the service I provide to the constituents of Leon Valley, I have many accomplishments in my 5 years on City Council. This last year, my major accomplishments are the library is now open 7 days a week. This has been very, very welcome, and the library is being heavily used on Sunday and Mondays. Upgrades to the audio and video technology at the conference center. Like I mentioned earlier, I reviewed all the bids, and all the bidders, I'm the one that requested the additional monitors on the side wall. Every city employee last year got a 0.5% increase in pay. Last year, the employees were given a choice. Would you like to have your retirement kicked up from 6% to 7% and only get a 1.5% COLA? During the city council meeting, when we were reviewing the budget, the final day for the budget, it was noted that our insurance rate was about half of what we anticipated. At that point, I mentioned, could we give that savings to the employees? Right away, Kelly Kinsler and the finance director got out their calculators and started punching buttons. Yes, we can do that. I was responsible for giving all city employees a 0.5% increase in last year's pay. I constantly advocate for the people and businesses in Leon Valley when they approach me with various issues. Some people do not the way look. I can't even talk. Some people do not like the way I look, act, speak, question, write, or behave. The city included the prosecutor named Ryan Henry has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, using specific examples or evidence, that I have violated any provision of the charter. Here is the finding from his March 15th email to City Council. Based on the information collected, I recommend, 1, the complaint by Frederick against Profit. She did file a complaint against one of our zoning, one of the zoning members. And all complaints against Martinez by Frederick, Milland, Azar, and Breton for hostile work environment not be submitted for a hearing or action. Number 2, the complaint against Martinez by Rodriguez be submitted for the 312 hearing and possible action. The complaint against Martinez by Acuna not be submitted due to the lack of frequency. And number 4, the City Council hold a 312 hearing to consider possible 309 violation by Martinez for violating the city charter. The City Council is not bound by this recommendation and may choose to take no action at all or choose to act on all matters for the 312 hearing. Okay. Press it. What is Mr. Henry doing here? Is that an unbiased attorney?
We are currently live streaming, so please, thank you.
For such a small girl, she has a big voice. Is there any way to really fast it up to section R?
I can fast it wherever you want it.
What I did was This is a list of
Okay, yeah, I thank you. I was, should have done that myself. I brought it to do that and then have gotten distracted. It's just they've begun to try to mislead and direct away from it so it won't come out. Charges.
Well, about the town.
It's on page 2.
Yeah, no, I have to take this part out.
Oh, okay, that was the part you were supposed to get. Good, because it wasn't, I mean, he's going as though we're in a legal case and opening the door and all that thing.
If he starts reading things.
Counselor Alcacer?
It is. I can hear you.
All right. If everyone could take their places, we'll continue.
This hearing violates my First, my Fifth, and my 14th Amendment rights. Brian Henry does not meet the qualification of designated officer, was not employed by a majority vote of those members entitled to deliberate and vote. He is currently employed by the city as conflict counsel. Did have active representation in the city, retained by the city manager for the TRO hearing. Councilor Alcacer and Charles have proven they are not unbiased. And like I have suggested, we need to move this to district court. In conclusion, I deny all allegations that I sexually harassed anybody. I deny all allegations that I gave orders to staff or the city manager, Kelly Kinsler. I deny that I ordered the police chief, Joe Savaggio, to close or get involved in police matters. What I have done is represent the citizens and business owners of Leon Valley. I have advocated for them. This is the reason I am on my third term as your elected official. In Sunday school, we recently discussed, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor." I firmly believe I have proved the sexual harassment claims by Councilwoman Rodriguez is a complete untruth. This was an organized plan by her political supporters. Again, what have I done for the city of Leon Valley recently? The library is open 7 days a week. The upgrades to the audiovisual at the conference center. And every employee got a 0.5% raise last year. This concludes my testimony. I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. So we'll begin at approximately 4 minutes after 9. Ms. Charles, would you like to please begin the questioning?
Councilor Martinez, in your testimony, you mentioned that Acuna corrected the report that Ryan Henry had sent out originally, but you failed to mention that she corrected it, and then in her testimony here, she got up and said that the facts stood.
You read what I posted, and that's directly from the attorney Ryan Henry's report that he gave on April 15 or March 15th. He embellished her statements and she refuted it. Is that the job of an investigating attorney, to make up things?
But you did not follow through that in her testimony. She did correct what she did not agree with. She corrected and sent that back to Ryan Henry. And then in her testimony, she said the facts stood.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr.
Is
Bradshaw.
How is that a question?
Did she not say that? Did she not get up in her testimony and say that the facts stood?
I don't recollect that exactly.
She did. I have that. So, and do you feel it's advantageous to put the videos on that you show every time with your language scrolling across the bottom without knowing what is being said in those videos?
Are you ashamed of being caught?
No, I'm asking you.
Are you ashamed of being caught?
I'm not ashamed of it because you don't know what I was saying. I'm asking you.
We all saw you and Kelly passing notes back and forth.
You don't know
and
what
then
we were
you
passing.
ask a question right after that.
Excuse me, we're not
Sorry.
going to talk over one another. We're going to be civil.
I'm asking you.
Excuse me, Ms. Charles, just a minute, please. Would you please listen? We're not going to talk over one another. We're not going to yell. We're going to ask a question. We're going to answer in a, just a regular way. But let's not get into, I know it's a long night. Everybody's tired. It's emotional. But let's please remain calm.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And be
I'm sorry, Mayor.
and be respectful of one another. Be civil. Thank you.
So again, do you feel it was advantageous to put the videos on twice tonight and scroll your language, which was added to it, without knowing what the conversations were?
Yes.
In what way?
It was very effective.
In what way?
Showing how you are biased. You are not an unbiased person. This shows Mr. Henry is not eligible to be the designated officer by him colluding with you and Kelly Kinsler.
Do you not feel that you are making assumptions since you do not know what the conversations were?
No.
In a council meeting where you were talking about the St. John's expanded mailing, you said that the Monica motion and the council did approve the expanded mailing for that account, but the council did not approve the expanded information be counted. They did not ask for it to be counted. Only you did that, right?
Stop and ask that question to yourself. Why would the council require Brandon Milland to send out expanded notices if we weren't going to get the results of them? Is that just an exercise in futility?
Did the council ask that Brandon Milland count those in his calculations?
Common sense tells you
No,
that
I'm
he
asking
should have
you,
done that.
Did the council, as a body, ask that those be counted?
Not in those words, but come on. Common sense tells you that if you were going to require him to send out the expanded notices, you're going to want the results of those expanded notices.
So you're speaking for the full council?
The whole council, Councilor Alcazar is the one that made the motion for the expanded notification area.
Did she make a
The whole council directed him to do the expanded notification area.
Did the whole council demand that he calculate those in his findings, in his results?
Common sense tells you that if the whole council requires you to do something, you're going to follow up and provide the test results. Otherwise, why do it? We have a history since, I believe, 2000 or 2005 in other issues. In fact, one dealing with Monica Alcazar's property, or the vacant land across from her property, we sent out, this was before I got on the council, but expanded notice was sent out, and it was discussed in council. The Latter-day Saints Church was done. We have a precedent of requiring community development to send out expanded notices, and common sense tells you if you're going to send out the notices, you want the results.
The council did not ask, however, the council as a body asked that the expanded notices be sent out, but did the council as a body ask that they be counted in the calculations?
You're going in circles. I've already answered this question.
Fine, thank you. Oh, you mentioned that Attorney Henry asked that the complaints from Frederick, Milan, Azar, and Breton not go forward due to the hostile work environment. That was true.
That's right from his report.
Yes. I'm saying, but you failed to mention the rest of that. Can you tell me what the rest of that is?
I read it word for word. What more do you want?
I'm asking you to explain the rest of that. What could they go forward with, and why did they get to be able to come forward?
From what I have been told, again, this is self-serving on Attorney Ryan Henry, that he said he found a little thread that he could continue milking the city for this 312 hearing. And look what he's done. We're down to, what, $80,000? Is that pretty close to the amount now? Or is it over 100? You found a cash cow.
Is part of that expense part of your lawsuit against the city? How much of that was the lawsuit against the city that you filed?
I don't have the exact figure. No, I do not have that.
That's convenient.
No, it isn't.
But thank you.
No, it isn't convenient. I have no idea. If I was known, I do have his billing statements, and if I would have known. In fact, you have the billing statement. I believe all the council members have the billing statements, so you can answer that question yourself.
Do you remember the pie chart that was presented at a council meeting that showed the expenses? And it was your expense, the lawsuit against the city. It was the expenses for this hearing and other expenses, which was very minor. Do you remember that pie chart?
There was 3 sections of the pie chart. One was the city, the mayor's asking questions of him. That was a small portion, and I don't remember the exact other 2 topics, but yeah, it was divided into 3.
They look pretty
3
equal
sections.
to me. Did they look equal to you?
The 2 big sections?
Right.
Yes.
Yes. So one of them was your lawsuit against the city.
Again, is he milking the city? Again, stop and ask yourself the question, why did I file the lawsuit to get a temporary restraining order? Because Ryan Henry allowed an illegal city council meeting to take place.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Charles. Ms. Alcacer?
You said early on in your testimony that you know as a fact that I attend many staff meetings. Would it surprise you that I've only attended one staff meeting, and that was within a few weeks of being elected the first time? Where is your factual information coming from?
From staff and I have other sources that I would prefer not to divulge their names, but I have been told that you attend a lot of meetings and staff is, I guess, would prefer that you didn't attend them.
Name one.
I'd prefer not to, just to involve, to incriminate innocent people.
And what do you call a staff meeting?
You're an attorney.
Oh, you said I was retired, but actually, yes, I am an attorney. I am not a retired attorney.
Well, you're not actively practicing right now. I get, and you've told me
that's
that you are
another
retired.
fact, you know?
And you have specifically told
Excuse
me
me.
that you are
Let's wait
retired.
until we get the answer, and then before you respond, please. Question and answer.
I've never talked to you about what I do as an attorney, except when you brought up your problems with your children.
Okay.
Well, can
With
I
Andy
respond?
Excuse me just
Can
a
I
second.
respond?
There was not a question. If you'll keep it to questions, please, Ms. Alcacer, so he can respond. So,
How is your Fifth Amendment being violated? Your Fifth Amendment
The
rights?
Fifth and the 14th Amendment are tied together. The 14th Amendment references the Fifth Amendment.
How are your Fifth Amendment rights being violated?
Again, the Fifth and the 14th are related, and they reference each other.
And what does that have to do with you?
I've asserted from the beginning that my constitutional rights are being violated by this hearing.
So what does the Fifth Amendment say to you?
Fifth Amendment, like I said,
You have a right to
references the
remain
14th
silent?
Amendment. References the 14th Amendment, and the 14th Amendment deals with due process.
The Fifth Amendment says you have a right to remain silent. Have you done that?
No.
Lieutenant Gonzalez and Kelly Kienzler, the city manager, both heard the comment that you made to Councilor Rodriguez at the National Night Out. You claim she's lying, and they both heard you say, "Take a bath with me." So they're lying also?
The original complaint, and when Catherine Rodriguez was on TV, she stated that you want to take a bath. It wasn't till later that the "with me" was added. And you have to look at the context. We are standing in front of a dog washing booth. If you want, I can go back and show you the picture of the booth. Just take me a second to get...
My question, I don't need the picture. My question is, are they lying also?
I can foresee myself making a statement looking at this wash tub, 4 dogs, making a statement, this is a nice place to take a bath.
One more time, are they lying also? Yes or no is all it takes.
Yes, they are taking it out of context. I could have made a statement, this is a nice place to take a bath. We're bathing dogs. I didn't say I'm going to take a bath with her, and I'm not insinuating that she's a dog.
No need to raise your voice. You can go back to your email that you pulled up about Andy Garcia, if you will.
I went the wrong way, I'm sorry. Or it's before this. Here it is.
Okay. Talk with him and order. Offer him a promotion or more money and order. Doesn't say must or might, it just orders. Talk with him. Offer him a promotion. Do you not understand the use of words is an order and it doesn't require a must?
That is not an order, that is a suggestion. We had an investment in this individual. One of our citizens really liked his work and requested that, is there anything we can do to save this individual from leaving Leon Valley? And all I did is passed on her request to the city manager like I am supposed to do. Everything I do is funneled through the city manager, and I always copy Mayor Riley on every one of my emails.
Okay, you just say, I heard all of your things like the attorney. I talked to many attorneys, and they say that Ryan Henry's wrong. So who did you talk to and when about Ryan Henry being wrong, about his right to be here to do what he's doing?
I'm not going to release or mention the two attorneys' names, but I have talked to attorneys, and they have both mentioned that, just stop and think about this. Stop and think about this, Monica.
Excuse me, sir, I'm asking you questions. I don't need to stop and think about it. I'm asking you who and when. You're refusing to answer who, so just tell me when.
After this, I guess from January to current, sometime in that time frame. Now, it's okay for you to interrupt me, but I can't interrupt you. You can talk over me.
Nobody's going to talk over anybody, and we'll have to stop this proceeding. That tells me that everybody's really tired and fussy, and we'll just, call it a night and continue tomorrow. So, please, show respect. Be civil, please.
On the issue with Brandon Milland, you, on the particular issue in the neighborhood, when we had the meeting, you kept telling him, why aren't you answering? Why didn't you calculate? Why didn't you say what you were supposed to say? Instead of letting him, he repeatedly told you that his interpretation of how the law was written only allowed him to give the 20% calculation, which is what he provided us. But you kept insisting that he go beyond that. Why did you do that?
like I previously answered, common sense states that as a body, we required him to send out an expanded notice. We went into great detail on what streets and what areas to send the expanded notice to. With that, at the next council meeting, don't you think it's common sense for him to present the findings that the city council required him to send out?
That isn't what was required, and I don't think it involves common sense. But I would like to ask you, did the people from the area get contacted and they showed up at the meeting and gave their opinions? Did they not?
Yes, they did.
And that's what we needed to hear. That was our request, was it not?
That was partial answer.
And the great majority of them opposed the change in the zoning, did they not?
That is correct.
And you opposed by your vote what the constituents who belong to all of us, not just you, what they requested us to do. You totally ignored it and voted against it, did you not?
I voted against the policy to rezone that property to B3. Yes, I did. Now, also, you have to take this into context. This whole thing could have been resolved. In fact, I believe Brandon originally suggested that the front 2.5 acres are zoned B2. The rest of the property is zoned R1. A very, very simple solution would have been to allow churches in R1 and B2 with a very strict SUP, and the matter would have been solved. He originally came up with that and changed his mind. So yes, I voted with the citizens not to change the zoning to B3, which allows, which at the time was the only zoning that where you could put a church in. It's been amended now, but the residents of Pavona didn't want to allow B3 right next to their neighborhood, and I don't blame them. Once a B3 property has the most rights to build as any commercial property. So
I think
they were
need to
scared.
change
Let me
your
finish,
vote.
please. Let me finish, please. They were scared that the city would change the zoning to B3, and the church could say, "Thank you, Leon Valley. You just made our property very valuable. We're going to sell it and move our church elsewhere, and we can fund our church by this big, wonderful gift you've given us." And they could have put a shopping center in there. They could have put in like what Bobby Anderson has behind HEB. They could have put that kind of center down in there. The people in Pavona Place did not want that to happen. That's why I voted.
I'm sorry, you need to look at your vote, because that is not what happened with your vote. But my next question has to do with the Nina Nixon. You pull up her letter, please, that you brought in, and show me what part of that is inaccurate.
Let's see. Was that no? That's in the city manager's portion, I believe. No? Hmm. I thought it was in the, I thought it was in the city manager's portion.
I think it's near Andy's, but I'm not sure.
Okay, there's Andy's.
I think it might have been at the beginning. You're right. I'm looking at my notes.
The beginning of Kelly's?
No, at the beginning of your presentation.
Like at the beginning of the presentation. Somewhere. It was early on.
Was it early on? Oh. Oh, here.
There it is.
Hmm?
Right there.
Okay. Is that the one you're talking about?
But no, you had her letter, but you actually had her resignation letter, I thought. And you were saying something about it being inaccurate.
There it is. Oh, that's just the email.
That's his email.
Okay, will you go back to your email because it references. So you don't have in there Nina's actual one where she said that part of her reason was resigning was because of your treatment, that she'd never been treated anywhere that she'd ever worked by in a manner that you treated her?
Yes, that was in her resignation letter.
And you disagree with that? For what reason?
That's just her opinion.
Okay. On Ms. Controneo and the what used to be the Leon Valley Chamber, you brought up the fact that Ms. Kienzler wanted to get the funds back that were given by the ED board and never properly accounted for. Do you recall all of that?
I was only privy to the beginning portion of that, thanks to you. I was removed from having any involvement in this, the board of directors of the chamber asked me not to show up or be involved in anything, and as a city council member, because of your involvement, I stayed completely away from that, and I did not have any further involvement in.
Excuse me, point of order. Did we even go over this?
He brought it up, yes. He brought
Did you
it
bring
up.
this up?
It was part of Kelly's, one of the
chamber.
charges against me.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's late, and I could not remember that this was part of your testimony.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yes, because part of it was that he said he's never had any complaints prior to December 2018. And you remember the mayor and I met at your house regarding the Leon Valley Chamber, and that was back 3 years ago at the time Ms. Contrenail was here?
I do not recollect that at all.
And she wrote, you don't recall the mayor's letter that she wrote to you about it?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'd like to get that submitted when we have the opportunity. So, as a matter of fact, you several times showed up at the meetings when you weren't supposed to be there, and even brought Ms. Contrenail to tears at least twice that I saw because of the way you treated her. You don't recall that either?
I recall one time in her office, I was discussing the matter with her, and then you stepped in there and requested that I cease all activity in this, and I bowed completely out of it. I did not have any further involvement in this, and I believe it also went that Gail Tribble was asked to stay away from any negotiations or any involvement in the dealings between the city and the chamber. So no, I did not have any further involvement in this situation.
I was there when you interfered on several more occasions, as did Ms. Tribble. But my point being in this regard, did you know that the Tribbles owned the building that was being rented for the Leon Valley Chamber?
The Tribbles do not own that property.
At that time, they did.
Gail, you want to come
Excuse
up,
me,
Gail?
just a second. I don't think we could ask
Okay.
another person to come up.
Okay, I'll go on
It's a
beyond-
question between you and her.
beyond that.
And Ms. Alcacer, please, excuse me,
Okay, I'm sorry.
just keep it to questions, no comments. You're adding comments. Okay, so just question, answer. If we're going to be consistent, let's do it that way. Thank you.
To answer your question,
Well,
the person that has the business right next to the chamber office is the owner of that center.
okay,
Gail Tribble has never owned it.
did you do telephone work for the chamber?
Yes, I did.
And then the money got paid from the ED funds?
I have never charged the chamber 1 penny. The phones, I never charged the chamber 1 penny for those phones. In fact, for the last 2 years, the chamber is struggling. I haven't even been charging them for telephone service.
This is 3 years ago as part of what was being investigated, but I'll go on to the next thing. Do you recall saying when you felt like something should be done in one of your constituents' favor, that let them take us to court if they don't like it? We're city council, and it doesn't matter if we do something illegal, they would have to take us to court. We have authority to do anything we want. We're city council.
You're taking that completely out of context. You are 1,000% out of context.
Did you say it?
Not what you just said. No, I did not.
Okay.
You are taking my statement 100% out of context.
Explain that, though. Just don't say it. Just explain it. So I think that might solve.
We were discussing St. John's Church in the expanded area. And I made a statement that we are city council. We have the right to require an expanded notification area. Brandon was trying to argue against that. And I made the statement, we are city council. If we want to make an ordinance or a recommendation to have expanded notification, we can do it. If somebody does not like or challenges our decision, their recourse is to take city council to court and have that finding judged by an attorney or by a judge. And if the judge rules in our favor, it stands. If not, it'll be dismissed or it'll be rescinded. That is what I stated, that we as city council, and Mr. Mr. Henry, you know for a fact, city council has the right to do anything they want. We can pass a law. A good example, and I'll give you a very, very good example, in Chavano Park. They passed an ordinance regarding political signs. State law
excuse me,
says, let me
Mr.
finish.
Martinez.
You open the door. I'm going to finish my statement, please.
It's not on the point of my question.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we can
Yes,
come
it
back
is.
to that.
Let me
Just come
finish
back
my
to
statement.
that. Mr. Martinez, we'll come back. I'll make a note of it, and I'll ask you that question, okay? Let's just do it that way.
Regarding Felicia Novan and the aquarium, you said similar things regarding that, told them that in fact, you told the whole council that we, because they had been granted this, they were grandfathered in, and they shouldn't have to comply with anything that they're supposed to be doing that was being determined by the Planning and Zoning Department. Do you recall doing that and talking about that?
That, you're taking it out of context again. What I stated was when the aquarium came in, they were given a certificate of occupancy to open. Kelly Kinsler has argued that that was done improperly.
Do you think it was?
That's not for me to determine. They were given a certificate of occupancy to open what should be a very treasured attraction for our city. Now, I stated at that time there should be a line drawn in the sand. As long as they continued with what they are doing, they should be grandfathered for any further improvements. Now, Brandon had required them to change the parking lot considerably, put islands in, and plant trees. My statement was, if the aquarium was to do some remodeling, some other actions that triggered, then the city should be able to require them to do these other things. But not just to walk up to the aquarium and say, hey, now you've been here for 4 years, 5 years, we want you to completely tear up your parking lot and add islands and plant trees. That was my statement.
In fact, they had many violations and had to be closed down to the violations, and by that time, after that, the relative came in and took over and had agreed to make all these changes, and you still kept telling them, well, you don't have to do this. Do you recall that happening at the meeting?
Not the way you place it, no. You take things out of context, Monica.
Do you call anybody else by their first name up here?
Okay, Mrs. Elk is there. I'm sorry.
You have constantly criticized the Community Development Department, the Planning Zoning, Nina, Brandon, Felicia, and the person before that whose name I can't recall, and you're telling them how things should be done. Do you have any training or background in planning and zoning?
To answer your question, no. But I have talked with Christy Flores, that was the planning and zoning director at one time. She developed a book. She, as a customer, and I'll just use the term customer, would come up to her. She would ask them questions. What do you, okay, you want to start a business? Where is it going to be located? What kind of business do you want? And she would look up the use chart and find out if their space was applicable. It's a chart that takes 5 seconds. The person coming in should have been able to pull that document. You want to do this in B2? It's permitted. Give the person the packet to go home and fill it out. When the person brings it back, take just a few seconds to look it over. Look for red flags. If it requires a floor plan or building diagram, just look and make sure that it's proper. If not, let the person know, hey, you need to go back and fix this, and you need to have somebody really redo your plans and make them look professional. And, that's helping, working with the customer. And that is being business friendly. That is what I've advocated all these years. Christy Flores is the one that started this. And in the past, we have gotten notices from businesses how easy it is to deal with Leon Valley. That is all I'm doing. I'm just advocating being business friendly. And if you pay attention, in the last couple city council meetings, Brandon has started using the word business friendly in his presentations. Where did that come from?
You know why? Because the city has always been business friendly. Not anything that you said. Your interpretation of business friendly.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Not a question.
It's a question.
When you go to talk to them, is say, go back and do this. Did you ever sit with the staff without keeping an open mind, without criticizing them?
I specifically asked Mrs. Nixon Mendez the question, when somebody comes in, what do you do? I hand them a packet. When they bring it back, do you review it with them? And she said, no, I just get the packet and review and refer it to the committee to review it. That's all that she does. She didn't interact, ask questions, find out anything from the customer. That is not being business friendly.
Did she say that in her letter, or did she contradict your story?
The next day, I sent the city manager an email, and I also had a telephone conversation where I discussed what we I sent her an email and mentioned what we had discussed the night before, and this was before a city council meeting where Kelly Kessler walked me down to the community development office to talk with her.
So, going to a separate matter, do you recall talking to Ms. Caldera over at the conference center, telling her to ignore what the city manager told her to do in relation to getting the upgrades over there?
Again, you're taking this out of context. What transpired is that the coffee, Barcom did some rewiring at the conference center, and the clickers didn't work. They did something to the Wi-Fi that the clickers didn't work. And I was just talking with her, asking her questions about that, and asking her questions about what Barcom had done. I'm an IT professional. I was inquiring. Isn't that our job? Isn't that in the charter, that we have the authority to inquire and investigate?
Did you tell her to ignore what?
No.
The man, when you're, I have a lot more, but I'd like to pass it to Mr. Bradshaw for now.
Excuse me, Mr. Bradshaw, I know you have a lot of questions too. I'd like to still try to finish up at 10 because everybody's tired. But we do have a few housekeeping items because after we finished questioning, I was asking the attorney, what's the next thing on the agenda? And we have the ability to recall witnesses. We have the ability to subpoena witnesses. We have the ability to submit additional documentation, as you just requested. And then we have the ability to make statements. Is that correct?
You can make your statements during the deliberation process regarding any of the motions made.
But before the deliberation, right?
But before the vote.
Before the vote, that's what I meant.
Yes, before the vote.
Okay, all right. So I don't know how long that's going to take. So I don't know how we're going to do this, but if that's amenable to everybody, we'll finish up at 10, go ahead and start, and then we'll finish up, we'll recess till tomorrow.
I'd like to go a little longer than 10 so that we can, in hopes of being able to finish up tomorrow.
Well, I was mentioning to the attorney, if we subpoena people, now how's that working? Do we have to have a vote on that? It takes 3 days.
Yeah, so if you want to subpoena people or documents, it's similar to a court subpoena, but it's a subpoena from a governing body, so you would need to give them at least 3 days in order to respond. So they couldn't necessarily be here tomorrow. Now, if they voluntarily show up, that's fine, or they give you the documents before, then that's fine, but technically it's
we've even discussed subpoenaing anybody.
on the,
It's number 12.
I know that we can, but I meant.
No, we haven't had an opportunity because we've been just kind of going through but number 12 says, presentation by called witnesses. At the City Council's discretion, it may call any witnesses it wishes by majority vote of the members of the City Council, so we do have to have a vote, who may deliberate and vote at the 312 hearing and who are present. Such witnesses must be put under oath in order to provide information or evidence at the hearing. Only the members of the City Council who made, that's a repetition. So that's it.
I would still like to go to 10:30 with the.
Mayor, I'd like to end at 10. I still have work tomorrow early, and I'd be willing to forego my questions now until tomorrow because we probably still have some more housekeeping and stuff to decide.
Okay, thank you. Miss.
Follow-up questions?
Okay, let me ask you, are you willing to go, finish at 10, or do you want to go till 10:30? We'll have to take a vote.
10.
10, okay. So 10, 10:30, and 10.
I just want to go longer without stopping. We're always stopping. We don't stop the regular meeting, but 10 is okay for tonight, but tomorrow we can go all night. Just get it done.
Well,
anyway,
I have a
can she
concern.
ask her questions?
I have a concern with that, Ms. Alcacer, because after a certain hour, our brains are like
I
fried.
understand that.
And I work all day, so I'm coming here after work. So I have a
All work,
concern, and I
believe it
don't
or
want to.
not.
I don't want to. This is very serious. I want us to take it, with care and consideration, and not rush. And like I said, I would like to subpoena at least one witness. I don't know about anybody else. If we could have a vote on that, because it's a 3-day process. So
But did the subpoena say for those who deliberate and vote?
yes,
You don't deliberate and vote.
I know, but I don't deliberate and vote, but maybe I can get somebody to ask for me on that. So
Can she
I
ask
know
her
it's-
3 questions?
she may. Let's do that, and then we'll stop. Okay.
All right. The first one, Mr. Martinez, is in your statement, it's about the incident on Rue Sophie and Seneca, and you said that the police violently forced you to the ground?
That is correct.
And we watched the video, and we didn't see violently, so can you explain that, please?
If I'm down on my hands and knees, I'm stretched out, my fingers are spread, I'm on my hands and my knees. Remember, I had surgery less than a month before. I had a hernia operation, so I was kind of moving slow. And when somebody comes up behind you and does that number,
Okay.
is that assisting you to the ground?
Let me ask you this. At what point did you start saying that I'm city councilor? Was it after you were placed on the ground or before?
Way before that. Way before that.
Did you expect to be treated differently than any other citizen?
No. I just wanted to let them know, hey, the police did not have the situation contained properly.
I'm just asking about this incident, about
I am
you
talking
being
about it.
about you being placed on the ground.
Again, the police did not have the situation contained. If I should not have been able to walk down the sidewalk from my house.
Mr. Martinez, let's just,
Okay.
kind of take it down
I'm
just
sorry.
a notch.
I do get passionate.
Please, I know you do.
I do
but
get passionate.
Both of y'all are loud, okay? And so
okay.
it's like this. And, just both of y'all calm it down.
I was walking down the sidewalk, daydreaming, just thinking, just walking down the sidewalk to see this car or this truck.
Just point of order. That's not what I asked. I'm asking about the particular incident when you were violently placed on the ground.
Then would you please re-ask your question?
All right. In your statement, you said you were violently forced to the ground.
That is correct.
In the video that we watched twice here during the hearing, we did not see violently placed to the ground.
You're right, because Officer Bell had his gun in front of his body camera, so you couldn't see it. Now, what is really, really strange, and I just sent an email to Sandra, where is Officer Breton's video? In the videos that I received a year and a half ago, we just noticed, really paid attention preparing for this, that there's two videos that are duplicated, and then a third video. So I have two of the same video and then another video. I am missing the video from Officer Breton. So I don't know if it accidentally didn't get included in my packet. And I sent Sandra an email today. She got confused, I guess, when I made a request, a week ago. And she said there was no, for Officer Breton's body camera, and she said he didn't have one, and she was referring to the first night of this hearing. So I sent her an email today requesting the one from a year and a half ago, or almost 2 years ago. Or it's been, this year, it's over a little more than 2 years now.
After this incident, did you have a meeting with the chief about this incident?
No, I had a meeting with Lieutenant, I believe it's Anderson and Gonzalez.
And what did you discuss there?
The whole incident. In fact, I gave him the packet that was included in your packet on this allegation, and it's basically the same packet that I showed tonight. Is what is exactly the same information that I provided to the police department.
Did you feel that the three of you came to a resolution?
We didn't.
And an understanding?
We didn't come to a resolution so much as it was just stated, listening to Bell's audio or his video only. It did not show him stomping me to the ground, and I still maintain that when he stomped me to the ground, he made some kind of a outburst When I order you to the ground or something, you know, I mean it, and then boom. We did not hear that in Bell's recording, and I question that.
So is this an instant or something that you still are pursuing, that you don't feel is resolved?
My wife wanted me to file a lawsuit against the city for police brutality, and I talked her out of doing that. In fact, the police chief told me that everything was done wrong in this situation, and he was going to use the videos as a training video to show his police department what not to do. With that, I agreed to not pursue anything. Now, stop and think. Later, he contacted the criminal district attorney's office to try to have them look at the videos to see if he could charge me with a crime.
So as far as you're concerned, this issue is not solved, right?
I sue the city?
No, as far as you're concerned, the incident and the things that happened there is still not resolved to your satisfaction. Is that correct?
I have agreed to accept what happened. I have not sued the city. I should have. My wife was adamant that I do, and she was trying to talk me into it. But I just felt, being on city council, it wouldn't be proper for me to sue the city, and I didn't. Now the 2 years has expired. The statute of limitations has expired, so I cannot sue the city on this matter. So yes, it is in that context, it's over.
All right, thank you. The next question has to do with the aquarium, and I don't have the statement before me now, but you did state we should not make them follow the codes because they were grandfathered.
Again, you weren't listening when I was talking earlier. Our building codes are set up where a business can be, or a building could be, when they, let's say if they were established 20 years ago, those building codes remain active for that establishment. Now, if that establishment was going to do a lot of improvements, then the city can come and say, hey, we need you to bring up all these other things to conform to current city law or ordinances. That is what I meant. As long as the parking lot was not being changed or anything, then the city should not require them to put in islands and plant more trees. That is all I mentioned, just in that context. Now, if the Cavinos were in discussion with the city and they agreed, that's a different story. But now we're talking of a different animal. But I still maintain, as long as they kept the parking lot and they weren't doing any major renovation, changing the outside, then they should be able to continue with what they had.
Well, when you're intervening in these types of issues, at what point do you know that the business owner has agreed to do what the city wants them to do?
I was not intervening in anything. I was making a statement.
No, but when you're involved in these issues with a business owner, at what point do you realize that maybe the business owner has agreed to do what the city is asking?
The only way I find that out is if it comes before us at a city council meeting. Or either that or the city manager or provides us with an email in reference to this fact. Other than that, I wouldn't have any way of knowing it. I don't know the Cavinos. I haven't even been in their establishment in probably 3 years. I know when they first opened, they gave all of us a 1-year pass to the facility, and my wife and I went to it, I believe, one time, and it could have been 2 times, but other than that, I haven't been in that place at all.
But you just consider it a destination?
Wouldn't you?
I've never been there.
Then you should.
Next,
That should be our prized possession. You know, we complain all the time that Leon Valley is a pass-through community. People just drive down Bandera to get to Gilbo and, past the city. We have a destination. Shouldn't we do everything we can to help them, to build it bigger, to have them advertise on TV and whatever? Hey, come to Leon Valley. Look at our treasure.
I have one more question. It was your email to Kelly Kinsler after your meeting with Nina in Community Development.
Okay.
And she responded that you did not provide all the information. She said, yes, that she had already heard that you'd been there and what you spoke about, but you did not provide all the information.
I provided my interpretation of the event. I did not know what they provided. I only provided my recollection of the events that transpired.
So you were not provided Ms. Nixon's email?
Yes, but to me, I had already responded to Kelly, and she just sent me a follow-up email, and I never responded to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, yes, we're going to recess then. All right. So at approximately 7 minutes after 10 o'clock, if there's no objection, we move to recess tonight, and we will reconvene tomorrow, which is Friday, August the 9th at 5:30 here in this chamber. Thank you all very much for being here this evening, and drive safely home.
It starts now.
Morning, afternoon, whatever.
Is it morning already again? I must have slept through it.
You got it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Digital product manager. So I manage the development of digital products, so applications, coordinate phone, websites, and then working at the strategic level, determining the strategic direction of USA's products for some of them. So, yeah, it's kind of surprising because we get a lot of awards, and then we're like looking inside and like, really? I don't know.
Well, that, and then the only thing is when they make a change, and then I'm like, where's that button? It used to be here, you know. It takes you a while to when everything changes.
I think they finally got the Zelle thing figured out a little bit better.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was annoying when I rolled out.
Yeah.
come with a glass floor?
I thought you do it there, we can ask you how it was. And it was, it cost like $65.
Seriously. It's got like a plexiglass floor, so you walk out on it and yeah, it costs like $65 a person.
I can't, I recall through right away. Yeah, but you know what I would do would take the helicopter. I set up for the Northwest Seniors in October of 17. I went to hospital on the 3rd of October and they left on the 5th. Secretary took my place in the hospital.
I drive on 410, that's all the gambling I do.
I was saying, we're doing the kick on September 17th. And that's, yeah, we go to Louisiana. We've got one time.
Oh, that's right.
I go because I organize it. Oh, no, I was resetting the system earlier, and so there's no reason to still touch it. Or you can move it in the, yes, it's in the inside, wherever you have. I'm coming. Sorry about that. I'm so cheap.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. 312 hearing continued from yesterday, August 8th. Today is August 9th, 2019, and it's approximately 5:40 in the afternoon. Before we begin, just again, following the guidelines that we've established, to please be civil to one another and to not be disruptive. But actually, I really want the questioners and the person that's being questioned, let's not talk over one another. Let's listen, let them answer before we ask another question, etc. So I appreciate it, and just kind of keep it at a good level. I know we've been at this for a while, so I'd appreciate that consideration. Again, if you need to talk to someone, if you could please go out into the outside foyer. And no one speaks without being first recognized by the chair, either on the dais or the person who's at the podium. Please do not interrupt the speaker. Let them finish and then raise your hand to be recognized. And all counselors will be giving time to ask the questions they want, and there's no time limit for speaking in this ordinance. If you could please turn off your cell phones. Somebody asked me yesterday, does that mean we can't even bring our cell phones in? No, you can bring your cell phones in, but just please don't have them on to where we can hear them go off. I know people are using them, but if it's distracting someone, please let me know. But I haven't gotten a complaint yet. So, and if a witness has not been sworn in, that they would need to be sworn in. And citizens be heard according to the charter, section 3.12B9, no public comment shall be allowed unless agreed to by the majority vote of the members of the city council. Present rules for public comment shall be set by city council. And I'm not really sure how long this is going to go on tonight. I'd still like to try to, one way or the other, try to be done by 10 p.m. We have set another date just in case we go over. Ms. Bosley, what is that date that we scheduled yesterday?
I'm sorry, August 13th at 5:45.
August 13th at 5:45, just as an FYI, because we had to post it today in order to be able to secure that date. So thank you for your patience and understanding. We really appreciate it. So where we left off last night was Mr. Martinez had finished his presentation as the respondent, and the counselors had started to ask their questions. And I believe, Ms. Charles, you asked yours, and Ms. Alcacer was asking hers. Ms. Alcacer, did you want to continue, or did you wanted to pass it? Okay, so you passed it, but you wanted to come back. So I'm going to ask Mr. Bradshaw if you'll please begin. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Is any, just, I'm asking you
Mhm.
and the counselors, is anybody going to ask me any questions about any of the slides that I showed? If so I can let Sandra know I brought my thumb drive so she can put it in just in case.
Okay. Anyone need that documentation?
I don't think so at this time.
Okay. I'm just being
Sure.
forthcoming.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez.
I kind of glanced at the questions I'd written down. I can't think of any right now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, I would like to start with a question that the other counselors asked of every other witness in this.
Actually, just a point of clarification, I realized, can you remind him he's still under oath?
Oh, yes, sir. You're still under oath, Mr. Martinez. Thank you.
Yes, I realize that.
Okay, very good.
Okay. The other counselors asked the other witnesses, but did not ask you yesterday, which is, how do you feel about all these allegations against you?
I basically answered that question in my opening statement. This has got to be the darkest point in my life. I have had quite a few women work for me over the years, and I have never, ever had anybody claim sexual harassment. This has affected me personally. Before this incident and these false allegations, I was weighing about 180, 185, and now I'm down to just a little over 160. So one way you could look at it, it's good. I have lost weight, but that's a heck of a way to lose weight. It's affected me at church. I was a member of the TV ministry. I enjoyed being able to use my knowledge of electronics and broadcast engineering to make sure that we could televise and be on KSAT 12 every Sunday. But I've been asked to take a vacation. That was a nice way to say we don't want you to volunteer anymore while this is going on. Now, 2 ham clubs have one ham club I'm the trustee of, has asked, and they've formally removed me as the trustee of the repeater. They are scared that repercussions where we have our placement of our repeaters would cause issues. Another ham club just contacted me and want to remove me as a trustee for one of their repeater sites down south. This has affected my business. I feel I have lost bids because of it. Or not, should I say not bids. I've bid on projects, but I'm not being selected for some of the projects that I believe were shoo-ins for me in the past. So it has affected my income. I've had people from all over San Antonio watch the TV newscasts where Councilwoman Rodriguez and Brandon Millard got on KSAT News, 3 or 4 times, and bad-mouthed me, for lack of a better word. I've had a lot of people come up to me and tell me that they couldn't believe it. I've had a lot of people say that this is not the Benny Martinez that we know. I've had a lot of people, different people in different groups say that they're praying for me. Even at the park the other day for the 4th of July, I had a lot of people come up to me. I don't even know them. They would just come up, hey, continue fighting. We support you. We don't believe it. So, really, I haven't been able to sleep at night. My wife can attest to that. I'll lay down in bed and just toss and turn, and I'll finally get up and go turn the TV on and watch TV for a while and end up falling asleep and getting up at 4:30, 5 o'clock. It's affected my eating habits. It's affected my whole life. My whole life has been turned upside down because of this. And, Dr. Rodriguez has mentioned about being a victim. Who's the real victim here? I'm the victim. She's not.
Okay. You mentioned during your presentation that you believe that Mr. Henry, Ms. Alcacer, and Ms. Charles were not unbiased. How are they not unbiased?
I believe they are heavily biased against me. Donna Charles mentioned to several people that I know that she ran for city council to silence me. Monica Alcazar Councilwoman Alcazar, I used to support her, and I even helped her campaign for her. But somehow, in the last couple years, she's changed, and for lack of a better word, went over to the dark side. But Dr. Edwards testified that a couple years ago, she pulled him aside at an election party and told him that she wants to get rid of me. I know the three of them. I know Councilor Alcacer, Councilor Charles, and Councilor Rodriguez in this last election campaigned together. So does that show a little bit of a bias? Councilor Alcacer has been leading this whole 312 proceeding, and she's almost acting like she's the mayor of Leon Valley. She won't let the mayor be the mayor. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you. But I do feel a little left out because you identified all of them. What about myself? Am I biased as well?
Yes, you are.
How so?
Well, for one, I helped you run for your seat So I guess you could say that you are biased in my direction because, I did support you, and I helped you run for election.
Okay. What is I know there was a lot of the complaints had to deal with interfering with city business and giving orders and directions. What is your understanding of what is the job of a city councilor?
To me, the purpose of a city councilman is, number one, the budget. We have to be fiscally responsible, and by law, we have to have the budget completed by September, is it September 1st or October 1st?
September.
September 1st. By law, we have to have the budget completed. Number two is we set policy. We establish and are the final say-so for all ordinances. So we are we are a policy board. The third thing, and I am very big on this, and throughout my testimony, I have brought this up many, many times. I advocate for the people. I provide constituent services. Really, I represent the citizens of Leon Valley. I represent the businesses of Leon Valley. If anybody, business or resident, comes to me, I view it as my responsibility to bring their concerns forward and do anything I can to assist them.
Speaking of constituent services, as you said, as citizens, there was a text message, a Facebook message that the chief presented during his testimony, and you talked about yesterday. I believe the name on the message was Darren Chung that sent you a message. What is your relationship with Darren Chung?
I don't think I've ever met him. If I remember correctly, he sent me a next-door neighbor, or his first concern was on next-door neighbor. I typically don't respond to next-door neighbors. And even if you look at this whole hearing, have you seen me responding at all? But I did respond to him, and he sent me a text message. And he's the one that sent me the text message about his niece getting stopped, and her mother is living with him, and he is supporting them. The way the police chief made it sound is like I had a secret family, and I was supporting them.
So you're not related to Mr. Chung in any way?
I have no idea who he is. If he was to walk in the door right now, I wouldn't know him.
And you're not? Are you supporting their family?
No. You think that woman back there would tolerate that? I wouldn't be physically here today if that happened.
Okay. Moving on to the charge of evading arrest during the Rousseau-Fee incident. I believe that was the allegation that you were evading arrest, resisting or evading arrest. Were you officially charged with evading arrest?
No, I was not.
Do you know why not?
You'd have to ask the police chief. I was not. The minute the police realized who I was, they stood me up and escorted me out of the area.
Okay. Another question that came to mind during one of your presentations. You've been on the council for 4.5 years now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in all the time that you've been on the council, I'm not sure, was all the meetings here, or because I know our city chambers were kind of under renovation for a while?
We had, well, this room was, or this whole building was being renovated. We held city council meetings at the conference center.
Okay, before.
City Hall was moved over to the corner of Seneca and Bandera.
Okay. During one of the videos that you showed, the officer at the door on the night of July 2nd, during the first meeting of the 312 hearing, he said to a citizen, "There is no standing room today." In your 4.5 years on the council, have you ever had people turned away from a city meeting?
No, sir.
Okay. Question about the bringing the gun into city council. Have you ever carried a handgun in violation of Texas laws?
I follow Texas law stringently, even to the fact after the incident in with the church in what is it, Sugarland? I would like to, but I don't even carry, and I understand the governor just changed the law effective September 1st. I'll be able to carry at church. But I follow Texas state law.
Your email that you sent, that you showed, I guess this is one maybe we could show, but regarding Andy Garcia, where you asked the mayor if there's anything we could do to keep him, offer him a promotion, et cetera, or more money. Was that a demand or an order?
No, I have never given the city manager an order. In fact, I'll divulge it right now. Ms. Chasen is the one that sent me that email. I merely forwarded her concerns to Kelly and the mayor. And we spent money training him. Shouldn't we try to protect our investment?
Yeah. I think that's all that I had right now. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Okay. Please forgive my voice. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to it. But if it's a little scratchy, I'll try to be as clear as I can. Just wanting to clarify, Mr. Martinez, because when you went through your PowerPoint, you said allegations. Where did you get those allegations from? It wasn't really clear to me where you were picking those up at.
From Mr. Henry's report.
And were they numbered? Because these weren't numbered or anything, so.
No, I've got it in here. Here is the email I received from Mr. Henry.
And what is the date on that?
June 6th.
June 6th, okay.
And
how many violations?
Well, it's a little confusing because it starts out with A, but B is all related to community development, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7, but then it goes all the way to W.
Okay, so A through W
A through
plus
W
7.
plus
seven.
the Bs.
Okay. All right. You were listing your accomplishments that you've done while you've been a council member, and I was just remembering one. Do you remember doing some research with the city of Del Rio?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And so what was that you brought to the council for our consideration that we passed?
Prior to me bringing this, we had a very difficult time trying to figure out how to let nonprofits or people that wanted to use our city facilities and wanting it either for free or at a reduced rate. I was doing some work down in Del Rio, and I just happened to go on their website and look at it, and they had a very, very nice package on application and the rules and guidelines for nonprofits that want to use the city facilities. So I brought that forward, and eventually the city modified it and customized it for our needs, but and it's been revised a couple times, but that's something we are presently using when anybody wants to use our facilities.
All right. And just a correction, our fiscal year does start October 1st, not September 1st.
I thought it was.
I just wanted to point that out to you. What is your understanding of how the council works with the city manager?
The city manager works for council. You can look at it as she has 6 bosses. The mayor is the head and 5 city council members. She should listen to all 6 of us. She doesn't have to act on what we say, but we can talk. We should be able to talk to her, make suggestions, and she can either implement them or not. That's her choice. Again, if I'm following the charter, you know, where is it written that we can't make suggestions or recommendations? I have never, ever told her, you must, you shall, you have to.
Right. Was it your understanding that you could communicate with the director as long as you copied the city manager?
She encourages that. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. There was an email. Can I bring this up? Because you gave it to us. Excuse me just a second. That was the attachment to, this is in the book. Yes, ma'am. Okay, great. Could I give that to Crystal? Yeah, I just want everybody to see it so you can. Thank you. And here's your copy. Oops. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You betcha. Now let's see. It's going to be the 3rd one down. Yes. And we have to start at the back, at the very last one, on May the 14th. Do you remember receiving this from Ms. Kensler on May 14th, 2018?
Mayor, give me 1 second.
Sure, and if you'd like to read it, please.
I have never. Oh, this is interesting. Ooh, this is really interesting.
Just the May 14th one, it's to you. That's all I'm asking about.
Let's see. Yes, I remember receiving this, and the way I interpreted it is after the police incident, and this is, several months later, because that was on July of 2017, and this is May 14th of 2018. So that's almost a year later.
Okay.
She sent me this email stating that they sent the police incident to have another agency look at it to determine if the police did anything wrong.
Okay. So, but you were copied and so was I. All right, and so the other emails, if we could go to the, I guess let's go to the front page, which is Thursday, February 15th, 2018. And this was a document that we received during the hearing. And it starts there and it says, "Yes, sir, I will. Thank you, Kelly." And I'm not really sure. It just says RE, cases I discussed with you last week. And are either you or I copied on that email?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's go down to the next one. And the date there is again Thursday, February 15th. Cases discussed with you. Please have the detective call or text me. I'm sorry, I scanned this in my computer and it wasn't doing very good. So let me read it from my paper. Please have the detective call or text me here so that we can discuss the case for a few minutes. And then there was a phone number and it's Jim Wheat. Are you or I copied on that email?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's move down. All right, it says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Wheat," same date, the 15th. And it says, "This afternoon, one of my detectives will bring the two cases that I spoke to you about last week. As a reminder, they are as follows. Number 1, complaint on Olin Yarnell, criminal trespass. One of my elected officials, Councilor Benny Martinez, has accused my police department of going on a witch hunt after Mr. Yarnell. I would like an independent agency to review this case and give me an opinion on this case. Number 2, complaint on officers involved in an incident involving a weapon on the corner of Seneca and Russo Fee, with the address there. Same Councilor Martinez involved himself in a situation and was forcibly taken to the ground after running from the officers and being asked many times to get on the ground. Councilor Martinez does not remember the situation as the report and body-worn cameras indicate. Therefore, he believes the officer cameras were altered. I would request an independent agency to review this case and give me an opinion as to whether or not altercation took place. Number 3, Councilor Martinez gave staff administration direction to approve permits in violation of our home rule charter, in parentheses, a misdemeanor. I would like to request that an independent agency review this case and give me an opinion as well. Thank you for your time, and I will ensure these 3 files get delivered." And again, is anyone copied on that email besides Mr. Wheaton from Ms. Chancellor? You?
No.
Either you? Okay, very good. And then moving on, so then that was February. Then on May 14th, and I think you have to go down to the 10:30 email. And it says, "Good morning again, Mr. Wheat, to Kelly Kinsler. We received a request from the City of Leon Valley to review the incidents listed below in February of 18. Complaint on Olin Yarnell, criminal trespass. Complaint on officers for an incident at 6303 Russo Fee. But the third one is not there, about the misdemeanor on the home rule charter. Because there was 3 before, but there's only 2 now. Both incidents have been reviewed from our office provided, and I find no criminal violation to pursue. As such, I consider the matters closed with our office. Let me know if you have any further questions." Okay, so then the next email goes at May 14th at 10:56. 2 complaints, and I don't know how the 2 complaints got dropped. The 3 complaints got dropped to 2. I don't know how that happened. And it says, "From Ms. Kinsler to Mr. Wheat." Again, no one was copied on that besides the 2 people there. "Good morning, Mr. Wheat. I'm a little confused. Is the complaint on Olin Yarnell as to whether or not the officers did anything wrong in the situation regarding pilgrim cleaners, as the complaint on the officers for the incident at 6303 Russo Fee as to whether or not the officers acted inappropriately or altered the tape in any way? These are the questions I ask of you, and I want to ensure we are on the same page." And then Mr. Wheat says, on May 14th at 11:06, he just says both. So But again, that third complaint that, I don't know, it doesn't seem to appear to have been addressed. But does it appear in February of 2018 that Ms. Kinsler was asking if you had violated the home rule charter then?
That's what it appears like.
Okay.
And I've got a better question for you, Mayor. I can't. Okay,
No, you can't ask me any.
I can't ask you a question,
No,
but I have
sure
a
can't.
statement to make regarding that. The home rule charter was passed at the November election in 2017. And I believe it takes 30 days before it becomes effective. Is that correct, Sandra? Huh? When an ordinance like the home rule charter was passed, it takes 30 days before it becomes effective?
No, sir.
When did the home rule charter become effective then?
It becomes effective the day after it's published in the newspaper, the ordinance that adopted it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so early November, the home rule charter was passed. On February 15th, 2018, the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, was asking Bear County Criminal District Attorney to look into a misdemeanor if I violated the city charter.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a follow-up to that. Did Ms. Kinsler ever give you a warning that if you didn't stop giving orders, giving direction, whatever the words we've been using the last 5 days, that a formal complaint would be filed against you and you could possibly lose your council seat?
She never said it like that. No, ma'am. I can recall one email where she mentioned, a couple instances where, especially on, I believe it was the Olin issue, she said, please don't get yourself involved in a matter. And then there was one that, and I forget what it was, that she mentioned basically the same thing, don't get involved.
Okay. After the home rule charter was passed, did we have any kind of workshop or retreat to go over it for all of the different, as counselors, to understand it? Or was it just passed and then, do you understand what I'm saying? Did we have any kind of a workshop to go over to make us aware of what was in the home rule charter that you could possibly lose your seat?
I don't believe so, but I wouldn't swear to it. I don't believe so.
All right. And then, the saying what is the saying, you put your foot in your mouth mean?
Means that you said something, oops, and
you
shouldn't have said, and you wish you could pull it back, but you can't.
Okay, very good. Okay, I think that's it for right now, so let me ask Ms. Charles if you have any further questions.
Yes, I do.
Okay, please continue.
Back up to the statement that you made about bias, and you said that several people had said to people that you know had said to several people that Ms. Charles told them that she wanted to get rid of Benny Martinez. Is that what you said? Was that your statement?
I did not say that.
What was your statement?
That you ran to silence me.
Okay, and several people told you that I directly told them that.
That's what I heard.
Okay, and who were those people?
I'm not about to tell you. That's private information. And I don't even remember their names.
Do you understand bias in both directions? You were talking about bias and that you maybe Will was biased toward you. He was biased for you because you helped him with his election.
I did say that.
Yes. Do you understand bias in another direction or just in one direction?
Explain exactly what you want me to, what you're referring to.
If I read some statements, could you tell me what direction this bias is going?
I'll try my best.
All right. This is an obvious, shameful, disgraceful, targeting Mr. Martinez, stooped low to come up with these allegations. Would that be biased?
That's an opinion.
It wouldn't be biased?
That's an opinion.
Okay. And if a number of people showed up in court at your temporary restraining order court hearing supporting you, would that be biased?
You could possibly interpret it that, but they were people supporting me.
Even though it may be people on council who would be hearing your statement as well as the complainant's statements and ruling on that?
You could interpret that, but that's their free will to attend a court hearing if they want.
And then, best to schedule hearing after the lawsuit is settled because the makeup of the council may be altered, and most likely the outcome of the hearing be different. Would that be biased?
It's somebody's opinion.
And then no citizen comment. Councilor Alcacer and Charles said no. Bradshaw wanted it. Would that be biased?
That's your opinion.
No, I'm asking, do you
That's your
feel that's a
opinion.
bias?
That's your opinion. It does show that you guys are working together, coordinating things together. Look at how many times in this hearing has there been a 2-1 vote.
And then the chief being accused of favoring Rodriguez over Martinez, would that be biased?
That's his own personal choice to do. What's wrong is doing it on city time.
This was city time, so do you feel that's biased?
It's not biased. It's against our ethics and our personnel policy.
And allegations are fictitious and a waste of money?
If you just ask the question and just leave it at that, no. These allegations and this hearing is a waste of money.
And strange that they came in one after another like it was planned?
What did the mayor just show us?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm answering it.
No.
What did the mayor just show us? Kelly, what, almost 3 months after the charter was passed, she was trying to get me on a misdemeanor? Does that show that she's the person orchestrating this? And isn't it kind of strange?
Excuse me just a minute. I asked you a question about this. I asked you one question.
And I answered it. I'm answering it. Yes, isn't it strange they all came in at the same time frame?
And then there are 2 council members who want Benny off the council.
Look at the proceedings since you got sworn in, and Councilor Alcazar has been pushing this since January.
So do you see bias both ways?
I see that both of you and Councilor Alcazar are very biased against me, yes.
And do you see bias for being for you?
I see one person on the city council that is, I guess you could call it biased for me. If anybody, he's the only person that is asking neutral type questions. He's asking very thorough questions and asking very neutral questions.
And so is that a biased statement?
I think he's being the most fair in his questionings of the 3 of you.
Is that comment a biased comment?
That's your interpretation.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
No, I don't, I'm sorry. That was my first one.
Certainly, go right ahead.
And then we were asked about the people who were turned away, and you said, no, never. When Counselor Bradshaw asked you this question, he said, in your 4 years as counselor, were people ever turned away? Were we ever at capacity before?
My first year on city council, the mayor, Councilwoman Carmen Sanchez, and myself were heavily against putting the hike and bike trail through our natural area, and we fought it very, very hard. We had a couple meetings in here. We even had tables with plans in here, and this room was jam-packed. People were out in the hallway. There were a lot more than 70 people in here.
Did you count them?
From 5 years ago? Come on.
No, I'm
Get
just
serious.
asking.
Get serious.
You said there was more than 70. I wondered if you counted them.
No, but there were this whole council chamber and in the hallway were filled, and it's been that way a couple other times when there's been very controversial issues come up.
Do you know that the fire marshal, it's the fire department and the fire marshal that sets the capacity standards?
Yes.
All right. So
Why have we gone for 5 years and it's never been an issue until the first hearing?
could it be that we were never at capacity?
No.
So what would be the reason?
A way to limit the citizens. You know, there were, I believe it's been said, there were 38 between police, fire, and city employees.
No, just ask.
I'm
just answer my question. Okay.
So that left very, very little, or a short amount of people, citizens of Leon Valley, that wanted to attend.
Regardless of who was in here and why they were here, there is still a capacity limit.
And if you fill it up with staff, then you restrict the citizens from...
Do you expect the fire marshal not to do their jobs?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But
thank
do
you.
I also expect, why did we have so many staff in here?
I was only asking about capacity, if you understood why that was necessary.
You open the door.
Okay. No. All right, and the mayor asked if we had a workshop regarding the home rule charter. Did you receive a copy of the home rule charter in the mail like the rest of us?
It's in my bag.
Did you read it?
I could probably recite it in my sleep.
No, but when you received it, did you read it?
Kind of glanced through it, but no, not as familiar as I am today with it.
Okay. Yeah, I read it from cover to cover when I got it. Yeah. Someone have a comment? So I read it from cover to cover. So if you were on council then?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you not interested in maybe what it said?
Why would you ask that question?
I'm just asking. You said you glanced at it. This was a document that was going to be the bylaws or the governing document for the city.
I scanned it. I didn't read it word for word, but no, I did scan through it.
Okay.
I got familiar with it.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Alcacer.
Do you think it's the manager's duty to give you a class on the charter? Like the mayor suggested?
No.
You have a responsibility for knowing the charter just like you have a responsibility for knowing the law, don't you?
Yes?
And going back to the bias, you said there's only one council person. Is there anybody else biased towards you on this dais?
Describe in more detail what your comment is.
Bias. Do you know what bias means? You
Yes, I
certainly
do.
used it a lot.
Describe exactly what you are referring to.
Is there another person on the council dais that you see that is biased toward you, in your favor?
Mayor Riley is, if you want me to say it, yes, Mayor Riley is biased towards me. I've helped her run just like I helped you run in your previous elections. I've supported her, and I supported Councilor Bradshaw.
And there were, from the time you were elected, 4 election parties at my house, were there not? 14, 15, 16, and 17 that you attended them all? The first
I thought
one
it
in
was only 3, but it could have been 4. I wouldn't swear to it.
the
But,
first one in 14 was for you. Do you recall that?
it was for me and Carmen Sanchez,
And Carmen Sanchez.
and also the mayor.
That's correct. And so at those parties, there was never, ever a time, being the hostess, that I had a chance to even talk and spend time with people separately. We were always in groups. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall that I had many family members and friends there who were staying with me, who came in for the celebrations, or what we had hoped were celebrations?
There were a lot of people there.
And that David Edwards claimed he was the last person at the party, and I was there alone talking to him. Never happened. Would you be surprised that it never happened? Because, in fact, I was cleaning up along with my sister friend from Houston, my husband, my daughter, my grandkids, all helping me out. Never alone, never happened, never said it. I would have no reason to say that. I've been taught from when I was young, like I'm sure you have, if you're honest about it, that you say, you never say you don't like a person, you don't like what they do. Were you taught that?
I live my life that way. Yes.
And so do I.
But to answer one of your questions, you went on talking for
Which
5
one?
minutes. I believe Dr. Edwards will be here a little late tonight. And if you'd like to call him back up, and you're basically saying that Dr. Edwards is a liar. If when he comes in tonight, you can ask him that question directly.
I'm here asking you questions, sir. There's a common expression in the past, say 6 months to a year, say truth to power. I think find it to be a powerful expression. Do you understand what that means?
I've never heard it.
You've never heard the expression?
No.
Can you take a guess at what it means?
Truth to power?
Yes. Would you like to know what it means?
Go ahead.
People use it as a way of speaking truth to people in power. So understanding that or using that as a guideline. You had 8 to 10 people complain against you, you said you're the boss or more of all of them. The fact that they're speaking up is what they call truth to power. But you have said every single one of them is wrong and you are right. Is that what you still believe?
I am not their boss. Every city employee works for Kelly Kinsler. Kelly has 5 bosses. That's the city council, the mayor and the city council. And the city council has 11,000 bosses, the citizens of Leon Valley. We must never forget that.
So my question is, do you believe that you are the only one right and all of the people who have testified here with their complaints and presented their complaints against you, which is really why we're here, not for me, not for any of the rest of us. We're here for you because complaints were received against you, and it is our job, per the charter, to act on those complaints. Do you understand that as being part of the charter?
I understand that based on this email, Kelly Kinsler is the person that's in charge of this. She has orchestrated this event. She is the one that I believe she has coerced people to testify. She is the ringleader in this. And Kelly Kinsler is the one, this charge right here that she tried to get me convicted on a misdemeanor almost 3 months later, that right there demonstrates that she is not qualified to be city manager.
Was that email sent to me?
I didn't see your name on it. My name's not on it.
So
the mayor's name is not on it.
So did she dictate to me to hold a 312 hearing? Or are we here because of the city charter?
We are here because of abuses of the city charter.
By whom?
The city manager.
Okay, so this is a hearing against the city manager?
That's your words, not mine.
Do you believe, Councilor Rodriguez?
In what way?
Her testimony. You said she's being untruthful and you're being truthful?
I believe that 100%. Look at her original 3 complaints. There were 3 complaints. And after talking with the investigating attorney, how did they morph into 11 complaints? How did me standing close to her backside in a Christmas picture morph into me sticking my crotch in her backside? Yes, every one of her complaints is slanderous, and I don't believe any one of them. I've had a lot of people around San Antonio have told me that they don't believe them.
Name one.
The pastor of my church.
Did he ever talk to her?
Have I talked to him?
Did he talk to her?
No.
Did he hear her testimony?
On TV.
Was that her testimony?
She's been on TV 3 or 4 times spewing her untruths.
Okay. Do you believe Brandon Milland? Or do you believe you over Brandon Milland?
If you paid attention to Pastor Price's presentation, he was very eloquent in his dealings with Brandon and the problems he's had. If you listen to what I read from Mr. Morehouse and Bobby Anderson, you heard of all the misdealings that Brandon has had. Now, In fact, all of us, every council member, when staff comes up here to make a presentation, we rely on them being honest and truthful. We find out about these ordinances or zoning cases or whatever in our packet. We read those. We have to come up with our ideas, our questions from Friday to Tuesday when we come to council. Staff comes over here to make a presentation. We rely on staff being honest and truthful. And when asked a question, we expect an honest answer.
Okay, you didn't answer my question.
Then
All
repeat
I
it.
asked you
Repeat
was,
it, would you please?
do you believe you and not Brandon at all from his testimony? All his complaint is false. Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you believe Kelly Kienzler? Is all her testimony false and all your testimony correct?
Yes.
Do you believe Chief Salvaggio, all his testimony is false and all yours is true?
Chief Salvaggio has a habit of exaggerating, and I believe what I said is true.
So do you believe the city attorney, Denise Frederick, her complaint is true, or only your responses are true? She's false and you're true, or you're false and she's true?
I believe my testimony is the truth.
You even denigrated her with Ryan Henry, indicating that she was not even trained, not even qualified to be a city attorney. Did you tell him that, and why did you say it?
I never said that.
What did you say about her?
I misspoke. I thought when she worked for the city of San Antonio, she worked in economic development, and I've later found out that that wasn't true. She was a contract, she reviewed contracts for different type of grants, if I remember correct, but she had never been a city attorney.
You're aware she was a city attorney with the city of San Antonio for over 20 years.
She, in the legal field, and you know this since you're an attorney.
I do know it, that's why
You go
I'm
into
asking.
specialized fields. So when she's working contract for, I believe, different type of grants, your focus is on contract law, not municipal law.
And what is municipal law to you?
Giving guidance to city council on issues that come up.
Excuse me, I'm trying to reach something from, and my surface won't work. So, do you believe Officer Breton, or you believe yourself? Was his truth to power was not truth, it was false?
Specify exactly what you're referring to.
His testimony.
Specifically.
All of his testimony. You've denigrated everybody else. Now we're on Breton. Is he misrepresenting by his testimony about the wanding?
No.
Did you ever avoid wanding?
No.
Even though you're aware there's a video that shows you doing so?
That is not true. I never avoided wanding. I spoke up and vocalized my objection to being wanded, but I never did try to evade wanding. I always was wanded.
And you think it's okay for you as a city council person to criticize the people doing the wanding who are under orders to do that?
Do I have a First Amendment right? Yes or no?
You have a First Amendment right to do what? How is that affecting, how were your First Amendment rights taken away by this hearing?
Earlier, I was asked, what are the duties of a city council? And I answered, we set policy. If the police chief wanted to start wanding people, he should have come before council, and council should have approved it. I strictly believe that we are a policy board. We set policy.
My question, Councilor Martinez, is about your talking down or complaining to the officers who are doing the wanding, same with Officer Azar, that they shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing this. There's no need. We shouldn't be doing this. And you constantly criticized them, in fact, for about 6 months, nonstop. Do you think that your First Amendment rights were infringing on their rights to do their job?
If a police officer can't take criticism, they have no business being a police officer. They get that daily from the citizens as they patrol.
That's truth to power, sir. Truth to power. You brought up yesterday that you never had voted against St. John's and for the citizens. And this is minutes from a meeting from February 5th. And
what year?
2019.
Okay, thank you.
And it says, this was the discussion and possible action on an ordinance, zoning ordinance regarding institutional uses, including churches, museums, libraries, schools, clubs, and lodges in the B1, B2, and B3 zoning districts. Mr. Milan presented his item as a code amendment to Chapter 15, the zoning code, to accomplish two primary objectives: to amend minor inconsistencies in the code regarding institutional uses in B1 and B2, and to make a substantial amendment to the code to allow institutional uses including churches, schools, libraries, private clubs, museums, and universities by right in the B2. Paul Fletcher, the attorney, spoke on behalf of the church. Michelle Pena of another church spoke. Tommy Branson passed out a document he prepared, reasons for denying the proposed zoning changes. He's a community member of Pavona Place. Edward Alonso, the Zoning Commission Vice Chair, spoke about needing a scalpel and not a sledgehammer, and addressed what the city would actually do if a church burned down, etc. Terry McCall spoke in favor of the zoning change. I made a motion, and it was seconded by David Jordan, to follow city staff and the Zoning Commission's recommendation to deny the proposed amendment to allow institutional uses, including churches, schools, libraries, private clubs and lodges, museums, and universities by right in the B2 retail district. The motion carried 4-1. Everybody, myself, Jordan, Edwards, and Rodriguez voted for it, and the only nay was Martinez.
And your point is?
That yesterday you denied that you voted against the citizens and in favor of St. John's at any time. Is that taken out of context again?
I believe so.
The document speaks for itself. In these same minutes, it's very interesting that there was another issue about another church that was renting from the city.
Mayor, a point of order. Where does this have anything to do with a charter violation?
I'm not sure. I mean, did we even go over? I guess we did. We did go over St. John's.
Yeah, the St. John aspect came up. I mean,
But
this
I'm
is
not-
the context. I think,
But where is my
Madam-
voting record or minutes or what happened at city council meetings a charter violation?
I believe she's actually referencing it as you and others have discussed credibility and contradiction and things like that. If she's, Councilman Alcazar, if you're referencing it for another purpose, I'm not really sure what other purpose you're
No,
referencing it
that's
for.
the only thing is credibility, sir.
Okay.
That it contradicts what he actually said. You were, there was a church for the Elijah group that was renting the conference in the community center, and you were aware that the city was having difficulty collecting from them, were you not?
Excuse me, was that an allegation that we addressed as well?
That is not, that again is not an issue that's been brought up at this 312 hearing.
I don't believe we went over that in the testimony. Do you all recall that, the Elijah group? That's new to me.
I think it's listed in these documents.
Oh, okay.
Would you please show me?
Is that in one of the email books?
I'll get the email later.
Okay, if you could reference it and let him see it, that would be appropriate, I think.
I'll just introduce the whole document itself because it also shows that he questioned the manager's authority to make a video, questioned everything she did. Excuse me, point of order. It's my understanding, Mr. Henry, that we're able to bring in things that are similar, or is that just out the window, or how?
As this is the investigative function, if you discover stuff, you're allowed to investigate other areas. The only thing is, if a allegation comes up, something new that hasn't been put into writing, then Mr. Martinez has a 14-day window in order to prepare a defense if you're going to act on that new allegation.
Okay, this is more, again, for credibility and to show what I call MO, the mode of operation, of just that it was constant. he's saying he didn't do anything and everything came up later. And I have some issues regarding that. He claimed that he never requested anything about applying for doing things for the city through his business. And the emails and other things he's done show the opposite. So I just wanted to.
If you're bringing that in to attack credibility or show consistency, that's permissible, but again, to a point, kind of the same thing that we mentioned last night, and just make it clear that you're not bringing it in for purposes of being a new charge.
That's correct. These, some of them are part of the charges, but a couple of them are not, and this one is not.
Okay, so you're not intending to raise matters that would constitute, or that would be advanced as a charge, right?
No, not at this time, sir.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Derek Green? You remember who Derek Green is, correct?
Pardon?
You remember who Derek Green is?
Oh, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, he worked for the city for a short period of time. I don't remember much about him.
Do you remember asking him to give you the copies of the RFQs because you wanted to submit a bid? He was the communications director, what you claim is your field. You remember telling you to get the bids that were from the prior request, so because you wanted to do the current request on communications?
Vaguely, I remember something, but like I've stated, as long as I'm on city council, I refuse to bid on any project in the city of Leon Valley.
But you specifically requested that and told him it was for purposes of bidding on a communications contract with the city. You don't recall that?
If anything, it was for inquiry, and per the charter. This is even could have been pre-charter. And if it's pre-charter, why are we even discussing it?
Because you have said that the allegations came up all of a sudden. And this was, these things that you did were not recent. These all, so it's going back. You said I didn't do it and all of this was suddenly and everything was a collusion and conspiracy. So do you remember doing the same thing with the city manager, asking her to give you the copies of prior RFQs because you wanted to do a bid on communications?
That is not true.
Do you remember interfering with Bannis' towing contract?
No.
You remember coming to the bidding process where they were opening the bids and you sat right with the Bannis while you were a city council person fostering for them?
I do not recollect that.
Do you recall that when the contract came up and it was approved that you said we should give them 5 more years?
No, I don't recollect saying that.
So you don't recall that when you were told the law says you can only give them, you wanted to give them 10, you don't remember that? And the law says you can only give them 5?
No.
Do you remember talking to Vicki Wallace at the time you were fighting for the Leon Valley Chamber to get the check from the EDC and telling Vicki Wallace, you went to her office and said you need to release that check to the chamber. You remember that?
No, I do not.
Do you remember going to the library and telling Sandy Underwood that she needed to have everything checked and you didn't, and Barcom was completely wrong and no other person was there from the city except you and Sandy?
I've already answered your question in my direct testimony.
Do you remember going to her? All right, let me back up. Do you ever check out books at the library?
Occasionally,
How often?
rarely, but
Okay. I was at the library checking out a book and returning another one, and I happened to come in at a time when you had apparently just left, and Sandy Underwood was extremely upset, and I asked her what happened, and he said, Mr. Martinez showed up out of the blue and started criticizing me for everything I've done here. Do you remember that happening?
no, I do not.
You, in fact, brought her to tears in the council chambers. You remember
No.
that?
No.
You referred in your testimony that when you decided to get off the council and go out and be a citizen to be heard, you were told that you're always a council person. In fact, we're told that at all the TML conferences. And yet you say that you weren't deliberating. Do you understand that just your comments themselves are a form of deliberation?
No.
You don't understand that?
It's not a true statement.
Is that truth to power or power to truth?
I don't know where you come up with your sayings, but that has no merit here.
Do you remember that I was actually at a meeting that you described, but you didn't include me, but I was at a meeting where Mr. Morehouse came in, and you had requested the meeting, and he came in to discuss his issue that you've brought up about the little boxes that he was building. And do you remember that he complimented Brandon and the zoning department and the zoning staff for what they had done and how they had helped him?
I do not recall you being at that meeting that I had with the mayor, the city manager. I don't know why the police chief was there, Brandon and Xavier. I do not recall you being in that meeting.
So you don't recall, was Mr. Morehouse there?
No.
I'm talking about the meeting with Mr. Morehouse where you were there, Mr. Antu was there, the mayor was there, Brandon was there.
I don't believe Mr. Morehouse was at the meeting we had held in here. I don't believe he was there at the meeting.
Okay, so you don't believe, in fact, he was there and that he said that?
I don't recall either him being there or you being there.
The 14th Amendment, the main part of the 14th Amendment is equal rights for everybody. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
That's the way it's supposed to be.
So are the employees of the city of Leon Valley entitled to equal protection, equal chance to be heard, equal chance to say whether they're able to voice their complaints? You think it was wrong that they filed complaints?
No.
You think it was wrong that they should be heard?
Everybody should be heard.
Does the charter provide for any means for the employees to be heard other than in a situation like this when there's a complaint against a city council person?
It's not in the charter, it's in the personnel manual.
The charter says we have a 312 hearing when there's a complaint against a council person that something needs to be decided.
That's not entirely true.
I have more questions. I'd like to give somebody else a chance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, do you have any other questions for Mr. Martinez? Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Martinez?
Yes, sir.
Back to the subject of bias that's been discussed. Do you remember there was a meeting, which you referred to a few times as the illegal meeting, on April 16th, 2019? It was a special meeting. I was actually at that meeting, and I was not an elected official at that time. I was a citizen, and I came to that podium right there, and I said, I will read the exact quote. I think it's very obvious what you're doing up there, and I think it's disgraceful and shameful that you are targeting Mr. Martinez like this. And it's very obvious the split on the council with all these issues. They're consistently voted a certain way, and it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing to our city, and it's embarrassing that people would stoop so low to come up with these allegations. You know why I said that people would stoop so low to come up with these allegations?
I can only surmise that when you're walking around talking to citizens, you were receiving their feedback and you were just expressing the comments you heard as you were campaigning.
Well, that's part of it, but the other one was, were you aware of a meeting that I had mentioned to you in Helotes before I decided to run for council? Remember
Yes,
that?
you did tell me about the meeting with Aunt Reina, Councilwoman Rodriguez was there, and a couple other people, and you did tell me that they made a comment that they had a plan for me, and Councilwoman Rodriguez has stated that she was going to get me, and a couple days later she filed her complaint.
Correct. And were you aware that the reason I went to that meeting in the first place was because I was being asked to run for city council?
I found out at a later date that that was true.
And instead of running with that group, which, as we mentioned, there's a split on the council. There was 3 people that were running as a group: my competitor, David Edwards, which Donna Charles took his spot, and Monica Alcacer this last election. And I decided to run with you and the mayor and David Edwards instead.
If I remember correctly, at the time I did not know you. I only remember your comments from next door, specifically in reference to the Tiger contract. So when the mayor called her first meeting, her first organizational meeting to campaign for the next election, I reached out to you and invited you to the meeting, the organizational meeting with the mayor.
Now, there's been some talk too about the May 10th meeting in district court, where you were requesting a temporary injunction. Do you remember that meeting? What can you kind of give us a little bit of what that meeting was about?
Are you talking about when we went to court?
Correct. The one I was there. I haven't been to any of your other court hearings. Is that correct?
Wait, on the May 10th is the May 10th is when the judge overruled the temporary restraining order.
Yes. Who was there?
Of course, Mr. Ryan was there.
Yes.
And I believe there was probably 10 police officers. There was a bunch of people,
Were there
staff.
any staff there? Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Where did they sit?
back in the audience section behind the bar.
Okay. And do you remember at that meeting, the outcome was that the request was denied? And at that meeting, do you remember Mr. Henry telling the judge during that meeting that there was a date set, which was, I believe, May 14th, for a special meeting to review the 312 agenda? Do you remember him saying that?
I believe that was the basis for the judge denying making the TRO permanent. Because
Correct. Were you aware at that time, were you aware of a special meeting that was scheduled for the May 14th? Was it published on this Leon Valley website on May 10th?
I don't remember off the top of my head, no.
Okay, I checked afterwards and it wasn't. Were you aware that the day before that, at 3:01 p.m., Ms. Alcacer sent an email to Ms. Pasale asking for the 312 agenda to be scheduled at 6 p.m., and she asked for David Jordan to be her second? It's on the city website. It's under the agenda. I don't know if you've looked at that.
I do look at the agenda, but I don't recall that.
And were you aware that minutes later, she sent another email requesting for the 312 hearing to start at either 6:30, 7, or 7:30, or whatever time the agenda was passed, to immediately start the 312 hearing after we pass an ordinance of the 312, which is a violation of our charter? Are you aware of that?
I thought that was before the
It was the day before.
April. I thought that was for sometime in April that she wanted to schedule the 312 hearing, get it approved, and immediately go into the 312 hearing.
Yeah, it was.
I'm not the date. I'm not certain, but I do remember.
The date on the email was May 9th.
Okay, I do remember.
And the hearing was May 10th, which is, it was not scheduled. It was not on the city website. But Mr. Henry, Monica Alcacer, and apparently other people knew about this, but I don't believe the mayor or yourself or anybody else that was on the council knew about it at that time.
No.
Is that correct?
I'm sorry, he seems to be testifying and not really asking
I
a
asked
question.
if that was correct.
It was, you're doing all the testifying. He doesn't, he's telling you he knows nothing about
If I say, do you remember, would that be better? And just come up with a bunch of dates in the past? Okay, moving on. Can we, is it true you filed a complaint against the city manager?
Yes, sir.
When was that about?
If I remember correct, it was off the top of my head. I believe it was April 2nd. April 1st or April? I think it's April 2nd. I sent my complaint directly to the mayor like at 8 o'clock in the morning, but I wouldn't swear to that time, but I believe it was like 8 o'clock in the morning.
What is the status of that complaint?
As far as I know, it's never been acted on.
Okay. Do you always agree with city staff?
No.
Is that a charter violation?
No. That's our job.
Regarding the St. John's Church, I don't know if you have a reason, but why did you vote? You were the one dissenting vote in that 4-1 ruling that Ms. Alcacer brought up. Why did you vote against that?
Without reviewing the complete council hearing on that, I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up. Ms. Caldera, I've got my, it should say, let's see. The very first one on the, yes, ma'am, thank you. If you could open that up, okay. Just following up with what Mr. Bradshaw had said. And it's kind of hard to read, but I did receive, or Mr. Martinez, did you send me this complaint? Or when did you send me this complaint as per the email?
I can't see it.
Oh, here's another copy. There you go. So you can look at it.
It's dated April 2nd,
Mhm,
2019.
okay. And you want to read what you sent to me?
Formal complaint against the city manager, Kelly Kinsler. It is my belief.
Excuse me, point of order. I think it was, he read it yesterday, Mayor.
This email?
He read what his.
Oh, I'm not going to ask him to read the complaint. I just wanted him to read the email.
Oh.
I will announce, that's it. Yeah, I don't want you to go through, yeah, we did go through that. Thank you. Just wanted you to read the email.
On the front page, it's...
Enclosed is my formal complaint.
Okay. I don't think I brought my cheaters with me.
Oh.
It's
Well,
a small
I'll
print.
go ahead and read it then. It says,
Okay, I can read it.
Oh, you can?
Enclosed is my formal complaint against Kelly Kinsler. I will, I think, announce my complaint during my statement before council goes into executive session.
correct, okay. So then the next 1, 2, 3, 4 pages is your complaint, which we went over yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the next email on April 2nd, does it, and again, you can't see it because of the scanning, but on Monday, April 1st, it says at 10:30 p.m. Yeah.
I'll caution, you don't want to accidentally reveal attorney-client privileged information that has communications.
Well, I just want to
going.
show who did I forward it to.
Well, I don't know if he he's not going to know that unless you copied him on it. You can submit the documents, and if you're going to submit the documents to us, to the
Okay.
council,
All right.
be my guest. But I just don't want you to
Okay.
accidentally fall into that trap.
Go ahead and read that. Go ahead and read that and see if that's attorney-client privilege.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I left my
It's
reading
okay.
glasses.
I just wanted to show that I had forwarded it to Ryan Henry and Kelly Kinsler. Please see attached complaint sent to me this evening from Counselor Martinez.
I believe part of this probably would qualify, just to be conservative, from attorney-client privilege. But, you did send this, Mayor. So you forwarded it along. And I think that's the point you're trying to make, right?
Right. All right, but there was, Crystal, if you could just go through, so there was a response by, we won't read it because of attorney-client privilege, but there was a response from Mr. Henry, Miss Kinsler, and then the very last page, we'll just go to that. And this was an email to all of the council from Miss Kinsler. And, all right. Can you please read, oh, you don't have your glasses. First, second, third paragraph?
With the personnel manual?
Right.
The personnel manual says that a complaint goes to the mayor, not the media. Any information released by this office to the media has been in the form of an open records request and delivered in compliance with the law.
Okay. Had you sent the complaint to me as per the guidelines?
You scroll down and see the date of this email. Okay, Tuesday, April 16th. That was the the night of the illegal city council meeting. And I sent this to you on the 2nd.
Right. But I just wanted to say that you had already sent the complaint to the mayor. You did not just take the complaint, or did you take the complaint and go to the media first and then give it to me? What was the order that you gave? I just wanted to clarify that.
I think the 2nd is 2 weeks before the 16th.
Right. Right. So it appears that, or would you say that it appears that you sent the complaint to the mayor? I forwarded it to Ms. Kinsler and Mr. Henry, and then I don't know if you gave it to the media, but the media was after all of that. Is that correct? According to these emails.
I originally sent it to you, Mayor.
Yes, you did. We saw that.
I gave it to you, Mayor, and at the April 16th meeting, when you guys had adjourned into executive session, I was back there talking with some friends, and the media kept on hounding me. Finally, I agreed to make a statement.
But did you give them the formal complaint at that time?
No.
Okay. You did not give them your formal complaint that evening?
I don't believe I did. I don't believe I did.
You just responded to the media, like other people have responded to the media. Okay.
But what about Catherine Rodriguez going to the media?
Well, that's not my question.
Okay.
So that's not, I just wanted to ask you about this. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to clarify that you did send it to me, and I did forward it, and then you did not send it to the media. You just spoke to the media, is what you're telling us this evening. Is that correct?
I wouldn't swear to it.
Okay, all right. That's it. All right, Ms. Charles.
I have a question. I have two questions, actually. You were talking about following the Texas law when it came to carrying a licensed handgun. You mentioned that you had done that, correct? And you followed Texas law?
Yes.
Did you also follow the open meetings law?
Yes.
And the open meetings law says you will not, the ruling was that you will not carry a licensed handgun into an open meeting, a government's open meeting.
That's why I didn't carry.
So.
You answered your own question.
No, I'm asking you that after you knew about that and were told not to, you've been accused of carrying your weapon into an open meeting. So did you?
No. I would like to. I'd like to carry it tonight.
So would I.
I can't do it.
No, okay, thank you. And then the next question is, you said that the mayor, when in preparation for campaigning, the mayor called organizational meetings for campaigning. Did she include all the counselors that were running for council?
I don't remember everybody that was at that meeting, but the mayor has a few of her close friends that have helped her campaign in the past, and so she invites them to a planning meeting.
So do you believe in the mayor's position as the lead of the city council that she should retain a neutral position?
In what reference?
In all their references. That there should not be campaigning for one or two candidates, that she should be neutral and not show favoritism over some over others. Neutral, being neutral in all aspects of leading the city council.
You just won your election. You mean you never had one meeting with followers or people to assist you?
I didn't have any with the mayor.
The mayor wasn't helping you or
Right.
helping you campaign. So why would you invite the mayor to your campaign functions?
But I'm asking that appearance of not being neutral as the leader of city council has an effect upon all the council. Do you agree with that?
This is not a charter violation issue, and I don't want to answer that question. It's not an issue, it's not the issue here tonight.
I would like to have your answer instead of Ms. Smart's.
No, I'm not going to answer that
I'm
question.
sorry. Well, just a point of order. That wasn't part, we didn't bring any of that up in the 5 nights of testimony. So I think it's outside the
scope.
the scope, exactly. Yeah. So, well,
All right, thank you.
okay. Ms. Alcacer, did you want to continue?
I think I would prefer a break because mine will be a little lengthy.
Yours is still, oh, you're looking for some more questions? Okay, so Ms. Alcacer has requested a break so she can organize her questions for Mr. Martinez. So at approximately 7:22, we'll stand in recess for about 15 minutes. Thank you. Me recess and call in the time. All right, so we have come back from our break. It is now 7:45 on Friday, August the 9th, 2019, and we are continuing with the questioning. And I believe, Ms. Alcacer, you were going to continue because you were organizing your notes. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so if I could have everybody's attention, we're going to begin again. Thank you. I appreciate that. Please continue.
Do you recall we had 2 council retreats, one on 10/14/17 and one in June of 18? One was primarily discussing problems that the staff and other people were having with you, and that's what our discussions were about, how to rectify it.
Vaguely.
You don't recall many of these same issues we were dealing with you, but you recall that it happened.
Vaguely.
Do you believe that business-friendly means the business owners get to ignore our laws, regulations, or their opinion supersedes the health and safety of our citizens?
No.
So when Seneca Plaza was closed, do you believe that if it were closed for those reasons, do you have to be advised in advance?
I believe as the mayor and all of the city council should have been notified the night before. We have constituents. They call us. They have questions. It makes us look bad if we can't answer their questions.
Do you recall having 2 executive sessions in which it was discussed and it was imminent?
I remember we did have a discussion. Yes.
Do you think a police raid should be announced ahead of time?
No.
Can you define or explain your interpretation of what a policy decision is?
We just had a council meeting last Thursday. We passed a couple ordinances. That's making policy.
Do you think that when the manager has authority over the police and the police are in charge of the safety and welfare of the staff and the citizens, that they have to come to council for each decision that is made?
If it involves changing policy, yes.
Were you in contact in person or email with the pastor of St. John's, his attorney, or any other member of the church while the deliberations were going on with the city of Leon Valley?
I can remember one telephone conversation with the pastor, and I believe we had one email exchange, but I wouldn't swear to that.
Do you think that that is proper?
They're a constituent.
Did you share that with the mayor?
I don't remember.
What is your distinction between legal advice and legal information?
If it is written, that is a fact. What Mr. Henry is doing up here is giving his legal opinion on the rulings he's making and discussing. Those are legal opinions. If there was another attorney in here, I bet you he would offer a different opinion. These are opinions.
If you, if it's written, it's a fact, and you Google something and it comes back, it's written, so it's a fact.
No.
Do you think that your demeanor each time you came in for approximately 6 months, that your demeanor toward the officers was appropriate?
I was just expressing my feelings.
I think it was appropriate, sir.
Yes. It was my First Amendment right to make a statement.
The thing that you showed yesterday with Darren Chung, he doesn't even live in Leon Valley, does he?
I'm not sure. At the time he did.
How do you know that?
Did you read the text I had on the wall?
Marshall Meadows. I don't know that Marshall Meadows is not in Leon Valley.
Well, I believe it said that he lives right by Marshall High School.
He said he lived in Marshall Meadows, if you could read what you put up. Anyway, did you ever send that to the chief?
I sent it to Kelly. Kelly forwarded it to the police chief.
You sent the copy with your picture looking like it was from you. There was nothing about Darren Chung or his name never came up in anything that you provided the chief, because we've been provided what you provided. That was never in there. Do you know why?
I have no idea.
In your presentation last night, you stated Chief Salvaggio was consumed with the politics and political pressures in Leon Valley. Is that correct?
I believe the police chief plays politics.
What political pressure are you talking about?
I mentioned the Valero incident.
Is that political pressure?
Is it proper for the police chief to go and ask an employee if it's okay for Mariana's sign to remain on the fence? He should have taken it down. If it was my sign, he would have taken it down, I believe.
Do you think that you're the police chief?
Do I look like the police chief?
Do you think, you act like you know more than the police, you know more than the manager, you know more than the zoning director? Every time you talk, you're criticizing things they do. Where did you learn all this thing to become an enforcement officer, a city manager, zoning director. I'm just kind of stunned at your credentials. How can you explain them to me?
Common sense.
You agree the charter was passed by the citizens and not Ms. Kienzler?
You know that's the truth.
And do you accept that?
Yes.
So you indicated it was Ms. Chasen who brought up the concern about Andy Garcia. You're also aware she went to the city manager with that same concern before you brought it up?
No.
Well, you said she's the one who told you,
Yes.
but she didn't tell you she had already gone to the manager?
I don't recall.
Did you realize that it was his choice to leave the city because he did not want to do anything but animal control?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
Well, did you take the time to find it out, or did you just say give him more money, do whatever it takes?
I just responded or forwarded a constituent's concern. That's all I did. Nothing more.
Do you know that the animal control, being an animal control officer, requires that you be certified as a peace officer?
No.
You didn't make yourself aware of that, you just said do whatever it takes. Did you know Andy Garcia refused to even take, do anything to get himself certified as a peace officer?
No.
It was his choice. You're aware of that?
I'm not aware of any of these questions you're asking me about him.
So you declare to the city manager, go and do whatever it takes. There's a citizen concern, do whatever it takes. Well, find out the facts. Isn't that what we're here for? That's what you keep preaching?
I passed a request from a constituent. That's all I did, nothing more.
And then you used it as a complaint.
Where did I complain? Kelly's the one that brought this complaint against me.
The former city attorney, Roxanne Controneo, and the present city attorney, Denise Frederick, both stated that you interfered with their ability to provide accurate advice to the city council. Is that correct?
I'm not going to discuss anything about Roxanne. She is pre-charter. She's no longer an employee, and I'm not even going to discuss her. As for our present attorney, she has even disagreed with TML attorneys on a couple issues. More recently, when Councilor Bradshaw contacted TML in reference to the junked vehicle, at first she agreed, and then she disagreed with the TML attorneys. So we have a there's been a record of her disagreeing with stuff, and I've questioned that. Now, where in the charter is me questioning the city manager's advice? Where is that a violation of the charter?
Have you ever sent emails from your private email account concerning this investigation to anyone?
My private email is my private email. I use my city laptop for city business. That's all I'm going to say about this.
So you won't answer the question?
My private email is my private email. Has nothing to do with this hearing or my city business. All of us were issued a city laptop, and I only use that city laptop for city business.
But my question is, have you ever sent emails from your private email?
I'm not going to answer that question. In fact, that question is outside the scope of this 312 hearing.
Based on your legal training that you have?
It's outside the scope of this training, or this hearing.
You understand when the city attorney gives legal advice, they're trying to keep the city out of trouble?
I understand that if you have two attorneys in the room, you're going to get two different answers.
That's from your legal training?
It's common sense.
Does anybody else want to ask a question, or should I continue?
Go ahead. Unless,
You have a couple? Yeah, I need a break, thank you.
okay. All right, Mr. Bradshaw, go right ahead.
Mr. Martinez, I just had a couple questions about the initial complaint that was made against you, that you sexually harassed Catherine Rodriguez and Ivana Cuna. And from the policy manual, the definition of sexual harassment, did you make unwelcome sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, or other verbal or physical conduct of a sexual nature against Catherine Rodriguez or Ivana Cuna?
No.
Have you ever been accused of sexual harassment before?
Never in my life.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, Crystal, can you put this? We talked, we had a conversation after the 312 hearing began. There's a lot of things that I've learned and I've been, that I didn't know before the 312 hearing. I didn't get the initial report. I wasn't on the council, so I'm trying to do my due diligence and learn as much as I can about the charges against you. And after one of the city council meetings, do you remember you and I going to the Dairy Queen after a council meeting? And I asked you a question about what was going on with this charge of trying to, I think the allegation was, sorry, let me find it. I have it from the chief. The allegation against you was that on June 5th, you told a story about a young girl who was stopped heading to the pharmacy to get medicine for her very ill mother. He stated he was concerned about the vehicle being towed and not allowed to pick up her sick mother. Do you remember us discussing that after a council meeting? I asked you what was going on.
Yes, I remember that. And we frequently go to Dairy Queen or someplace to get ice cream or pie or something after council meetings.
And do you remember I asked you, how did you get that message? And what did you tell me?
It was from a Facebook Messenger,
Okay.
a message or text.
Okay, and I asked to see the text, correct?
In fact, I didn't even know it was on my phone. I gave you my phone and you found it.
Okay. So, Crystal, can you pull up the one that says Darren Chung? So after that meeting, I reached out to Darren Chung, who, was easy to find on Facebook, and I sent them this message. I'd like to read that, enter it into the record.
I object to what you reached out and told him. Maybe you can bring it up in deliberation, but it has nothing to do with the.
I want to ask Mr. Martinez if this account matches his recollection.
Well, let him read it.
Okay. Would you read the text?
I'm having trouble. I didn't bring my,
Oh, you don't
my
have your reader
cheaters
glasses?
with me, so if somebody else could read it for me, I'd appreciate it.
Fine.
Which part?
Mr. Martinez,
in the blue?
do we have a microphone, Crystal? Maybe he could go use the microphone and go up. Oh, okay, go up to the board. Okay.
Oh, he's going to try other glasses. No, that's not going to work. Be okay if the mayor read it?
Which part are you talking about, the blue?
Well, the blue.
But we need, yeah, he needs to be on the microphone.
Blue was my message to Mr. Chung, and the white was his response. That's why.
Hi, Mr. Chung. You don't know me, but I am new on the city council for Leon Valley. Did you get a vehicle towed in May or June of 2018? I would really like to discuss this issue with you. And his response was, I didn't, but my sister-in-law who lives with us did. I had some convo
Again, point of order.
with Benny M. about it.
Excuse me just a second, Mr. Martinez. There's a point of order. What is it?
He's
Please.
just reading what he said and what he wrote to the man and what the man responded. It has nothing to do with this particular issue.
It shows, if you read it, it shows that his testimony agrees with Mr. Martinez's recollection of the incident, his side of the story. If you read the chief's testimony, the chief says that Mr. Martinez was supporting a young family.
That Mr. Martinez has indicated that he never gave this to the chief. Nobody knew about Chung. It's all in your packet. And that's what this is about. Well, he just came up yesterday with Chung apparently given by you. But anyway,
So how did the chief testify under oath that Benny Martinez was supporting a family?
He didn't. He showed
said,
you what was there.
He said, after the council meeting, he advised me that the issue was concerning a family that he helped support and didn't believe we should have towed the vehicle. That's from the testimony that was provided
That's
by us.
what he provided to the chief. You can, the
No.
chief's still under.
This is the chief's testimony.
Is that his testimony from
testimony that he
July
July
8th or 9th?
3rd.
The third meeting, right? The
It's-
third meeting, okay. Just want to clarify
It's
that.
based on what Mr. Counselor Martinez gave to the chief. That's what I asked him earlier, if he ever had given that to.
Is it your testimony or is it the
To
chief's
Darren-
testimony?
All right, well,
Chung.
I believe there's a point of
Let's-
order
yeah.
on the table right now.
That's right.
So this is addressing a part of the complaint. You must understand that Darren Chung isn't under oath. He's not here. His statements are not considered testimony. However, if you want to submit the document or have the document read, it's appropriate to do that. The council just needs to take it under the understanding. It is what it is. It's not testimony, it's not sworn testimony. If they want to hear, if the council wants to hear from Mr. Chung, you have the right to ask him to come here. But I believe it's appropriate to submit this document into the record. The council can take it with the understanding of where it comes from and what it is.
That's what I requested. I just don't think we need to have the reading.
Okay, but so I would like to submit this to the record, but you're saying we don't get to read it into the record?
I think you can read it.
You just can't comment on it.
Yeah, the council takes it for what it is, which is just.
That's fine. Can I read it or can he continue to read it?
Well, You need to ask him a question about it, but I mean, I think just to speed things along, Mr. Bradshaw, if you read it, ask him if, as you said, that's what his recollection of the conversation is, that's fine. But again, just take the document for what it is.
Okay.
Mayor Riley, I have a point of order.
Yes, sir.
This whole line of conversation goes against my character. It's questioning my character. And I want to be able to respond because the police chief has alleged that I'm supporting a second family. Where that came from is beyond me, but that is a false 100% lie.
Okay, I think you've already said that, but the purpose of this is just,
But they're
Mr. Chung
attacking my
isn't here,
character.
he's
I just
not
wanna
under
refute
oath,
my
but we can
character.
read
Not
it,
under oath, yeah.
and you can ask him a question
So
about that.
I'll continue reading if that's okay. His response was, I didn't, but my sister-in-law who lives with us did. I had some convo with Benny M. about it and how it was unfair that they didn't allow us to pick it up as we live across the street, the abound tow. Also, about an incident where Officer Marshall pulled my family and I over at the park and treated us like criminals and wouldn't allow my kids to go play while I dealt with the registration ticket. She made everyone stay in the hot car, and I live in Marshall Meadows, and my niece was pulled over at Marshall, and they wouldn't allow us to come pick up the car to avoid tow. Why do you ask? I responded, well, I don't know if you heard, but the city council is trying to get rid of Benny Martinez. They used your message to him against him and tried to say he ordered the chief to drop the charges. Would you be willing to come to City Hall next Thursday night and testify for Benny? His response was, I work a double Thursday. I'm not sure. He just said to bring me the ticket and he would look into it. Nothing else. So not sure what help I could be. That's crazy that they would use Facebook messages against him. He just sounded concerned about my experience with Leon Valley Police Department and their handling of my matters in the way I described them. Okay, thank you for your input. He just wanted to look into the cases and if they were handled properly. That's all I got from our conversation. Sorry, can't be there. If you need anything else, let me know. Thanks. Does that match your understanding of what happened?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions? Okay, thank you. Ms. Charles? Okay, and we'll come back to you. I don't have no further questions right now. Yeah. Okay.
This is, I found the email I was trying to reference earlier about your wanting to do a bid. It's.
Is your
I'm sorry, I need to move closer. You sent an email to the city manager on November 2nd, 2015. What was the VoIP demo? What company was a RFP put out? I definitely want to bid on the phone system for the city. I believe a premise-based system is best, but can bid on a hosted void. And then you sign it as City Council Place 4. Do you recall that?
Vaguely, but legally, as long as I disclose that I'm a council member and I recuse myself when it comes up before council, I can legally do that. I think I have to file a notice with the city secretary informing her of that, but I never did submit a bid. I never did take any further action. So what's the question?
Going to Nina Nixon Mendez statement. She says this is February 7th, 2018. We showed him the site plan requirements that he wanted to see in the SUP application that details what is required. He then stated that this is reference to the aquarium. We showed him the aquarium's first site plan that was submitted and stated that we requested that they submit a new site plan because the one they submitted was fuzzy, difficult to read, and did not contain basic information. He agreed it was unreadable. I stated that when they first submitted their site plan in August, I was not here. However, while I have been here, we provided in-depth comments and emails regarding their site plan so that they can address code deficiencies. Councilor Martinez further stated that we should not make the aquarium comply with any city codes because they were grandfathered by the previous city manager. That this was not right because they pay taxes to the city. He stated we should administratively approve the aquarium project. He stated in a raised voice that we were not business friendly and had a negative reputation. Then he brought up U-Haul and stated we should have never recommended denial. At this point, he was really upset and is raising his voice at us. I stated that we based our recommendations on a number of factors, including the city master's plan and the adjacency to a residential zoning district. He again stated that if we recommend denial of requests from businesses, that we are sending a messages to businesses that we don't want them. He then left the office. We believe Councilor Martinez behavior to be unprofessional and unethical. He requested action on the part of staff that is contrary to city code and our professional ethics.
Is there a question in there?
Is that factual?
Ask me a direct question.
Is that factual?
Ask me a direct question on any part of what you said.
Do you believe her or you? Is there any part of what she said that's inaccurate?
Most of it.
Felicia Novan, on February 8th, 2018, sent an email to the manager, and it includes the following. Initially, we did discuss the timeline Councilor Martinez requested, but he quickly changed the direction of the conversation. He loudly asked why the city was enforcing anything on the SA Aquarium. In his opinion, everything in dispute was grandfathered. I quickly turned to the revocation letter to show him the exact language, and Nina's started to talk about the outstanding code violations. However, Councilor Martinez did not want to hear our response. He continued speaking at an even louder volume, saying that the Community Development Department was getting a really bad reputation among the local business community, and we were not business friendly. Nina and I gave him a copy of the application showing that we do check when SUP is applied for, and that neither of us has been here when the SUP had been applied for. But again, Councilor Martinez did not let us finish an explanation. He said we should be able to administratively approve and fix whatever was wrong because the SA Aquarium was grandfathered and paid taxes. Accurate?
You have a question in there?
Factual?
You have a question in there?
Is it factual? Is it accurate?
No.
Neither one?
Parts of it are not.
That's all I have for now, Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Charles? Mr. Bradshaw?
Would it, I do have a question of, the Andy Garcia letter that we've been discussing. Could we call Tina Chasson to testify about what's been said about this? Or does that need to come later?
Yeah, there's a witness section we're in questioning him, but you have the ability to call.
I just wasn't
her
sure
here.
if that was.
Yeah.
I mean, not right now, though. Is that what you're saying?
No.
No, not right now. As soon as we're done with him, then you have the ability to call her. Yes.
Do I have the ability to ask her to come up and make a statement?
You have the ability to present a witness
Then
if
I would
it's
like
under
to
oath, but she needs to be
have
placed
She
under
has
oath.
to be under oath. Okay. All right. All right. Ms. Chasen, if you'll come forward, and Ms. Posley will swear you in before your testimony. Thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, if you'll please state your name and
My
where
name
you're...
is Tina Chasen. I live in Forest Oaks.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Or do you need to give
Do
a
I
statement?
just make a statement?
I believe so.
Just make a statement
Just
first,
make
and
a
if the council has
Yeah.
questions
Mhm.
afterwards, they can ask
Right.
you questions.
Okay, Ms. Alcazar, that was a lie what you said, and I'm calling you out on it. You do not put words in my mouth. I sent Mr. Martinez a note. I believe it was a text message. It could have been a handwritten note about Mr. Garcia. I was very upset that he was leaving us. He loved what he did. He had great plans. We talked about it for hours, about what he had planned for Leon Valley, what he hoped to be able to do for Leon Valley. When I heard that he was leaving, I asked Mr. Martinez to see what he could do about doing something to try and get the city to keep him. I did not know exactly where he was going, but I knew it was a big step up, and he was going to have a chance to do something there that so far he hadn't been able to bring to Leon Valley. Ms. Kunstler, I did not speak to about it. She approached me at one of the council meetings before it started about the concern about Andy Garcia. She stated he was leaving for a better position and that he was very happy about it, and we were all thrilled for him. I said, we can be thrilled, or words to that effect, we can be thrilled, but I'm not happy. Because I've been an animal activist and working in rescue for over 45 years, and I know what's happening in this city, and I don't like it. And Andy worked with me. He was always there when I called or texted him to come pick up a stray animal or if I heard of something. He was the go-to guy. I did not contact Kelly. I contacted Benny. The mayor knew about it because she walks by my home. And I happened to be outside early one morning working when she walked by, and I was upset, and I stopped her. And I spoke to the mayor. But that was after I had contacted Benny, and it was well before the council meeting when Kelly approached me. And that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Bradshaw?
Okay, Ms. Chasson, I just wanted to clarify. I think you answered most of it, but the contents of Mr. Martinez's email that he sent to Ms. Kunstler, that he wanted, if I can remember, I don't have it in front of me, I tried to find it, but offer him more money. Is there anything we can do? Were those your suggestions?
Yes.
Or were they his?
No,
they were your
they were
suggestions.
mine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
I have one question. Those lengthy conversations that you had with Andy, were they on his city time?
They were off his city time in text messages.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay. Very good. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it. Right. Okay, so where were we? You were asking the question. You're finished, and did you have any other questions? Okay. Mr. Martinez, I just wanted to give you an opportunity. Did you want to address, I don't have the emails in front of me, about the issue with the aquarium and what was said and not said, what was true, what was untrue? It's up to you. I just wanted to give you that opportunity if you felt like you'd like to distinguish that. Just, that's what you had said, so I don't know which, if you want to look at it or if you just want to, if you've already made yourself clear.
There are some truth in what they said.
Okay, so then what are the truths and what are the ones that you are disputing?
First of all, this happened before a city council meeting, and I testified this during my speech in a previous city council meeting, or 312 hearing. Kelly Kinsler is the one that walked me down. We had a brief conversation in her office. She walked me down to the community development office and left me there to talk to Nina Nixon and Des. And I had some concerns. One of them, I'll start with the easy one first. U-Haul. Everybody knows where U-Haul is on Grissom. Before you get to the U-Haul, there's a strip of land behind their place. Manuel Rubio had attempted to sell it to the U-Haul. U-Haul wanted the space to store cars and cars only. Somehow, in the permitting process, the car storage, which is legal by right in a B2 zone, got changed into boat and RV storage. That is either B3 or you need an SUP. They found out at a later date, I think that same night, that they had, by right, they could have put in the automotive storage by right. And my comment was, community development, if they asked questions, they should have known what the applicant wanted. They didn't want boat and storage, they just wanted cars. So they didn't have to pay the money for an SUP. They didn't have to go through all that process. So someone led them astray. Now, I did make a comment, and I did preference it. In the past, when Christy Flores was the community development director, she created a packet. She would talk with people as they came in. She would find out what they wanted to do. She would check the building or the address and find out if it was zoned properly for what they wanted to do. She would give them a packet, let them go home, fill out the packet. When they brought it in, she would just take a couple minutes and review it. If it was something that required a floor plan, she would just look at it and, oh man, this is hand-drawn. I can't read it. You really need to take it home and redo it and bring it back to me. To me, that is being business friendly. And we had a brief talk about if community development is working with an applicant, they're talking about what their plans are, they're helping them. We want business to come to Leon Valley. That is our lifeblood. And if community development can assist the applicant in any way possible, that's what we need to do. And that's what I was advocating. Before this, there were a few cases that came to council that it was always staff recommends denial. Staff recommends denial. And what I had stated is if you work with the applicant, help them find out what their needs are, instead of recommending denial, you should be able to come before us and recommend approval. That's what I suggested to them. Not that they administratively approve everything. No, I never said that. It's just my assumption is if they help a business, they can legally and in good conscience recommend approval.
Okay. Did you serve on any city committees before you became city council member? And if so, which ones?
I was on the zoning commission for a while. I was on the old business affairs committee, and I took the citizens community development that Marcy Meffert had when it was back in 2003, I think, or 2002.
The leadership.
The community leadership program.
Uh-huh.
I wish we could construct that, because
Okay.
it was a fantastic program, because I had recently moved to Leon Valley. We moved in 2001, and it gave me a chance to get familiar with the way city operates. And, they had a different department. This was several Saturdays, and they had a different department come in every Saturday and give us a little talk about what their departments do. And then the last Saturday, they got a bus, and they drove us around the city and showed us, how many people know that we have a cemetery in Leon Valley? Mm-hmm. There's a few hands up. Mm-hmm. But I didn't know that until I attended that training.
Okay. I was just wondering how active you were. Okay, very good. All right, any other questions for Mr. Martinez? Okay.
Who put you off the zoning commission?
The mayor did.
And you were very upset about that, weren't you?
No.
That's what you told us not too long ago at a city council meeting, that it bothered you and you were very concerned about her being so political and putting her own people on. You recall that?
What the mayor did is, when she first got, Mayor Meffert is the one that appointed me to the zoning commission. When Mayor Riley got elected, she used her judgment and decided to replace half the board with people she knew. That's her prerogative. That's what the mayors do. I had to accept it. I admit I wasn't pleased because I enjoyed being on the zoning board, but the mayor has her prerogative. But one other thing is
who made up the other half of the committees?
I don't know that.
Okay, it was all right.
But this is not a Charter 312 issue.
That's true.
I don't have anything else.
You don't have
just
anything
a
else?
follow-up to yours.
Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Mr. Martinez, I thought of a couple more things. Who elected you to be on the city council?
These people out here,
Citizens.
the citizens of Leon Valley.
Do you work for the citizens of Leon Valley, or do you work for the staff of Leon Valley?
It's one of my strong convictions. The citizens are my boss. The same thing in my business. I think everybody here knows I own a small business. I may be the owner of the business. My customers are my bosses. If I don't respond to my customers, the next time they have a service, they're going to call somebody else. I have to always remember, even though I own the business, my customers are my lifeblood. Same with here in City Council. You guys, I represent you.
Thank you.
Now, one thing, let me just add to it, and I've done it here tonight. I ran on this principle when I first got elected, that I am a passionate voice, and I'll be the passionate voice for the citizens of Leon Valley. And yes, I do get excited. I do raise my voice. There's nothing demeaning. There's nothing illegal about it. It's just I get passionate, and that's just my mannerism. I can get very passionate on an item, and my voice tends to raise. But it doesn't mean that I'm mad. It doesn't mean I'm angry. It doesn't mean I'm fighting. It just means I'm passionate.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Anything else, Ms. Alcacer? Ms. Charles? Okay. All right. I believe we're finished with your questions, Mr. Martinez. Thank you. Okay, so what's our next rule of thumb here?
Well, technically, we had noted the complainants could do a rebuttal if they wished for his stuff. This would be the time to do it, but I don't know if any of them wish to do it, but this would be the time that you would bring them up if they wish to do a rebuttal.
So if there are any complainants in our chambers that want to rebut Mr. Martinez's presentation, please come to the podium and state your name and where you live, and then the council can ask questions after that. Okay.
I think that Chief Salvaggio wanted to.
I think you might need to give them a few minutes. They're down in their offices. Do you want me to notify them, or?
Unless there's somebody else that wants to.
Oh. I guess, I don't know if they're listening.
Mr. Milan, okay. And Mr. Milan, you're still under oath.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a question, though. Are there going to be any other witnesses speaking potentially after me, or any other people potentially subpoenaed that would be speaking after me?
Possibly.
In which case, I'd respectfully request to be able to have the opportunity to speak after them, in case anything else was raised that was potentially accusatory towards me, that I would, again, need the chance to provide a rebuttal for. I'd be happy to wait until after then to make sure everyone's been heard of, so I have the opportunity to respond to everything that is spoken about me.
Yes, okay. I can hear that.
Point of order, the question for Mr. Henry. If Mr. Milan gives a statement now and then somebody else says something that involves his testimony, is he able to come back and respond to that again?
That is at the council's discretion. You certainly can allow him to do so.
I don't have an issue with that. I don't know if that happens. I can't predict what will be said.
Yeah.
As long as I have the opportunity to come back up after that.
Sure.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council, citizens of Leon Valley, everybody watching. My name is Brandon Milland. I'm the city's Planning and Zoning Director. For those of you that don't know me, I got up over a month ago, to talk about the mistreatment of City of Leon Valley employees, including myself, by Councilor Martinez and Mayor Riley. First, regarding my testimony, regarding the testimony of Councilor Martinez's friends, witnesses, whatever they are, I'm not going to sit up here and defend myself. I'm not going to defend my character, my conduct. I don't feel like I need to. I think it's pointless at this point. I could get down and dirty with people that Councilor Martinez has dragged into this. But, it's not going to accomplish anything. And it certainly probably wouldn't be anything that I'd be proud of once it'd be over. I think the people that in this city that trusted me before this happened will continue to trust me after. And I think the people that didn't trust me before are probably not going to trust me after this and probably won't ever. And I am just fine with that. I will say, however, about Pastor Price, I've gotten pretty desensitized working here to being called a liar in public. But I haven't quite gotten desensitized to people coming out in public and implying that I'm a racist. If anyone here thinks that I did anything wrong during the zoning case for the St. John's Baptist Church, and certainly if anyone here thinks that I did anything or treated them differently because they're a black church, I think we need to have a 312 hearing just on that. In fact, I would actually appreciate it. Council and citizens, if you have an employee that you think discriminates against people because of their race, you need to act on that swiftly and decisively. What I am going to do tonight, though, is speak at a more general level, and I'm going to attempt to frame this entire situation for everyone, in my opinion, and for everyone that's watching. In any other institution in this country, whether other than government, whether it be corporate world, nonprofit sector, or even academia, this matter would have been over months ago, and people would have been removed from their positions over this. Councilor Martinez, I think you would have been removed based alone on what we've seen on the videos up here. Mayor Riley, I believe you would have been removed the minute it came to light that your husband was representing Councilor Martinez. That would be like the chairman of the board of a company enlisting her attorney husband to represent another board member accused of mistreating the company's employees. The minute that would hit CNN or Fox, you'd be gone. In a corporate environment in particular, people would have been removed not only because it's the right thing to do, hopefully, but because of the concern that customers might just say, you know, we're not buying products from a company whose leadership mistreats and deceives people. Shareholders would probably be worried about the effect on profits, and you'd be gone. Government, however, is not driven by profit. Unfortunately, it's driven by politics. And politics is driven by perception. And that is really, in my opinion, what has been happening here over the last month and the last 6 meetings to the complainants, Councilor Martinez, the mayor, and their friends are attempting to spin perception for their own benefit. Rather than just coming out and just defending himself against the complaints at hand, just sticking to the complaints and having character witnesses testify to his own character, which is what a character witness is supposed to do, right?
Point of order, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
How is this a rebuttal to what Mr. Martinez said in his testimony?
Mr. Martinez actually brought up, and there was a lot of discussion about bias, about aspects with the council, about certain council members being, quote, out to get Mr. Martinez, or a lot of alluding to political motives and things like this. I think this actually is the counter to that set of testimony.
Okay, but if that's the case, how did Mr. Milan know what Mr. Martinez was going to say in his statements, that he has a how many pages prepared speech? This appears to be more of a closing argument than it is a rebuttal to a testimony.
Well, rebuttal is a response to the statements, you know, the predecessor made. So
Correct.
To the extent he's sticking to the testimony made, then he's allowed to rebut that. If he deviates from that, the rebuttal is limited to what was testified to by Mr. Martinez and his witnesses. Mr. Milan can't deviate and go, you know, into a realm that wasn't brought up by the respondent's side. Does that make sense?
And I have a point of order, please. Mr. Councilperson Bradshaw is again violating the resolution of and he got that question through email from text from one of the members of the audience, and he asked me to show him where I asked him to turn off his machine, of reminding him to do it, and he asked me where it was, and I'd like to have you, Mayor, please read the resolution number 15012R, signed by you on the 19th day of May 2015, wherein it says under item 6, council members shall not use devices for the purpose of communicating during a city council meeting.
I'm wondering, did this get replaced in 2017? I think it did, because I couldn't find it. I was wondering, I think this was an old resolution, and we
That was the one we had worked with from that time forward. I've been carrying it with me to almost every meeting.
Because it says 7 o'clock, and I think 7 o'clock start time, and.
Yes, ma'am, that part of that resolution in general has been amended, but in the 5 years I've been here, we've never addressed the cell phone portion of it.
We've never addressed the cell phone.
No, ma'am.
Right? Okay. Yeah, I think that was from a prior time.
Never addressed it to change it.
So is it in our ordinances?
It's a resolution. It's posted outside on the bulletin board.
And this is the one I saw outside was 2017.
That's the amended.
Yeah, that's the amended. So it's the very same one, or we just amended the times?
That's just that one out there, just amended that section.
Just the time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I can't remember that.
So Mayor, if I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is it okay for complainants to write questions for the council and pass them during the meeting? Or for complainants to bring their cell phones and show questions to the other council members to ask questions? Is that appropriate? Is that okay? For the ordinance? Or is it just that council members can't have electronic devices?
I think it says just council members, but council members shall not use devices for the purpose of communicating during a city council meeting. These devices include but are not limited to telephone, computer, iPad. Communication includes but is not limited to emails, text, and messaging. Are you referring to the video we saw where Ms. Kinsler received a text and showed it to Ms.
Correct.
Ms. Charles?
Multiple texts
I mean,
and
I think-
emails or handwritten notes.
I think we ought to amend this to say nobody on the dais should have the cell phone, not just the council members, because then it's a fair thing, personally.
Point being that this is in effect now, and if you'll please ask Mr. Bradshaw to turn it off.
It's put away.
Keep it off.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you again. Rather than coming out and just defending himself against the complaints at hand and having character witnesses testify to his own character, which is what a character witness is technically supposed to do, Counselor Martinez and his friends, witnesses, character witnesses, have been allowed to attack the character of the complainants right out here. They have excused away his behavior as normal. They've even gone as far as to say that perhaps only the victims have themselves to blame. Counselor Martinez, you didn't even so much as address my original complaints at all. Not one of them. Instead, you focused on random zoning cases that you obviously were working on behind the scenes, even though you've admitted tonight that your position is a policy position. Instead, you focused on my comment.
Okay, excuse me. He's got a point of order. Excuse me. Let me listen to him. Yes, sir.
Mayor and Council, Brandon Milland is attacking my character, and I would appreciate being able to respond to these allegations and these statements that he's making.
Okay.
Fine. Instead, you focused on my comment about a note being passed.
Further, he's addressing me and not the council.
Happy to address all. Instead, he focused on a comment about a note being passed from my original complaint that wasn't even a complaint itself. And he focused on the design manual instruction, which, frankly, I could care less about too. Neither of which were part of my original complaints. You have said my testimony is false here tonight, even though most of my testimony really isn't testimony itself. It's videos with you in it, with Counselor Martinez in it. And lastly, you and your friend witnesses have lodged a scattershot of unsubstantiated allegations of your own in effort to build a defense solely based on what, in my opinion, is the oldest political tactic in the book, a conspiracy. In this case, a conspiracy unique to one out-of-control city manager that has supposedly enlisted a bunch of feeble-minded city staff, including myself, that she controls like puppets and orders them to do her dirty work for her and fires them if they don't. Crystal, will you play the July 19th meeting at approximately 1 hour and 10 minutes? 2019, please. Yes, ma'am. The video. Yeah. 1 hour and 10 minutes. If you make it bigger, it's easier to go right to it. One hour and 10 minutes, please. Right on. Yeah. Hey, a little bit.
And you were on the council when these complaints were initially filed, is that correct?
Yes.
When were you made aware of the complaints against Ms. Martinez?
Well, I knew for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions, and I heard...
Sorry, you said many city managers? Or...
I might have, sorry if I said that.
Yeah, sorry.
We only...
Can you replay that one more time, please?
You mentioned this election party that you were at Ms. Aug8's home?
Yes.
What year was that? What election? Do you recall?
I believe, now, my memory may not be 100% accurate, but I believe it was in the spring of 2017.
May 2017. So was somebody up for election that year?
I believe Ms. Alcocer was reelected. I might have also been reelected, and there might have been somebody else up for reelection.
Okay. And you were on the council when these complaints were initially filed, is that correct?
Yes.
When were you made aware of the complaints against Ms. Martinez?
Well, I knew for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions, and I heard...
Sorry, you said many city managers? Or...
I might have...
So, as far as I'm concerned, the whole matter concluded at that moment. He said, I had known for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions. And then once corrected, the statement obviously shocked Councilor Bradshaw as much as it did me, so he asked for clarification. And then after realizing what he had said, Dr. Edwards dramatically changed his statement from many to the city manager. I had known for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions. You don't accidentally make a misstatement like that. I've got 3 kids between the ages of 10 and 3. I know what the truth sounds like. The truth is what you say when you're not thinking about it. The truth is what you say when you're not having to be corrected. With that one slip, Dr. Edwards completely invalidated, in my opinion, Councilor Martinez's entire defense that this is a conspiracy unique to one city manager. Councilor Martinez's behavior has obviously been a problem for many city managers, as we discussed earlier this evening, many staff members, and many department heads. Councilor Martinez and some of his friends have also gone as far as to try to recast him as some sort of hero of the people, some kind of modern-day Winston Churchill that asks the tough questions that others don't have the guts to, that stands up to the establishment and the status quo, challenges the status quo. Crystal, will you play December 18th, 2019, please? I'm sorry, 2018. December 18th, 2018 at 1 hour and 40 minutes, please.
Your oration here is all over the place. You say one thing, and then you say something that contradicts that, and then you change it. Now, one of the things, my first question to you is you received approximately 80 letters of objection to this. Was that information given to the zoning commission last night?
We received...
Yes or no? Was that, yes or no, was that given, was that fact given to the zoning commission?
Everything that the city has received was provided to the zoning commission last Tuesday.
So they got notice that 80,
Yes, sir.
that have 80 objections?
Everything that was received to date by last Tuesday was provided to the zoning commission for that meeting.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding, we are the city council. And if we say that we want to increase the boundary to 400 feet and include Bavona Place, we are city council, and we can direct staff to do that, and those letters will be heard and they will be responded to in a positive manner. If somebody doesn't like that, the only thing they can do is say that we did something illegal and take us to district court and have that overturned. But until that happens, we have the authority, and we are the policymakers, and if we want to include that to include Pavona Place and 400 feet, we have the legal authority to do that.
Councilor Martinez, I was not disputing your ability to direct me to send out notice. What I was commenting on is whether or not the city has the ability to calculate all of the properties within the expanded notice.
We have the authority to do anything we want. We're city council.
Well, I think
I'm sorry.
I ask everybody here, is that the voice of the people? I would wonder if any one of Councilor Martinez's constituents called him and asked him to say that, if his citizens are asking him to say these things. I would ask that we play that footage for children of Leon Valley so they know how to act whenever they achieve a position of power and leadership. That's how you treat people in Leon Valley. Is that the message we're going to send? That's the kind of stuff you say? That's the way you approach your position at City Council? Is that the standard of leadership that we're going to adopt in this city? In the process of these proceedings, Councilor Martinez, Mayor, and friends, you have done something else. I think you've substantially lowered the bar on human decency in this city. And I think you've also made a mockery of your city with songs to the sound of Henry Mancini and Muse and other ambient music in your PowerPoint presentations. You've also possibly blacklisted your city as a place to work. Not once, Mayor, not once have you expressed one iota of empathy or sympathy to the complainants for what they've been going through. Not once have you even so much as slightly condemned Councilor Martinez's behavior that I've seen, unless I've missed it, which we literally just saw on camera, on the video. Instead, Mayor, you've defended his behavior. Your husband has literally defended him. And you have presided over a month-long political free-for-all, in my opinion, in which you have allowed your friends and friends of Councilor Martinez to stand right here and criminalize your own employees, calling them liars, incompetent, and even allowing people to stand up here and imply that they're racist. I'll concede one thing to Councilor Martinez, one thing only. This has been a kangaroo court, in my opinion. It has been a kangaroo court, Mayor Riley, in my opinion, because you've allowed it to be. As the presiding officer, Mayor Riley, I believe what's going on here, will be your legacy to the city of Leon Valley. That's all I have.
Well, I guess I got to sleep on that one. I don't know. As you know, I totally disagree with you. Nobody owns the truth. I really believe that. But, you know, this thing about, and again, I'll say it again. Oh, no, I think I've tried to say it and I can't. I was not able to speak to anybody, according to Mr. Henry. Mr. Henry, would you please address that? Because I'm getting, myrtleized because I haven't given you empathy and Catherine empathy. Not that I wanted to. It was because I was advised not to.
Well, in the beginning, Mayor, I advised everybody when the complaints were filed, don't talk to any of the complainants and don't talk to the respondent until the process, moved forward and got to a certain point. And when it came to the council, once everything was provided, obviously the council decided it wanted to have its 312 hearing. So, but you're correct. In the beginning, my advice was for all the council to not speak with any of the complainants because you can, during the investigation phase, because you can accidentally taint or interfere with that investigation phase. That's what you were referring to, correct, Mayor?
Correct.
That was my advice, and that is correct.
All right.
I would add, this has been going on for 8 months. And Mayor, you were sitting right there on the 18th on the video, and you didn't do anything then. You didn't do anything to stop it then. You could have done something then. You could have done something in the 6 months in between when this hearing started and reached out to people and said, sorry, you're going through this. Sorry for that. We'll find a way to figure it out. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing over the past 8 months. At all.
Well, that was December 18th. Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
Right. I mean, I think I've always, number one, the people on this dais have a right to speak their mind. I'm not going to, and I haven't gotten nobody complained, no citizen complained, they've got the right to speak their mind. That's, now if he was totally out of control, you bet. I didn't see him out of control. That's Mr. Martinez. I mean, he's been passionate about a lot of different things. And so you don't know him as long as I've known him. And that's who he is. But he hasn't been rude or disrespectful, I didn't think. I didn't think he crossed that line, in my estimation. So, it's a wide latitude up here on the dais because of what's called legislative immunity is what I've always known it to be. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, my husband, he has a right to represent anybody he wants pro bono. There's not a conflict if you don't get paid. He felt Mr. Martinez needed a lawyer, and he found him a lawyer, and that's what he did. And so just to get him through that hearing, that 312 hearing, where we didn't have the protocols. And once that was through and we got the protocols done, it's over with. So I don't think that there's any conflict there. I'm not sure what else. There was a lot that you threw
Actually, Mayor, if the council has other questions for Mr. Milan, now's the time.
Please do. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Mr. Milan, thank you for your testimony. A couple of things. One point of clarification, actually a couple, but think you said you were called a liar and a racist, and I know that's very discouraging. It's hard, and I apologize if that happened to you. I'm not aware, and I'm not asking you to reveal who that is, but I did want to make one point of clarification, because you mentioned it before in your testimony that when I said I would stoop so low to come up with these allegations. That was on April 16th. I did not know about all the allegations. I've been trying to be fair, and I'll admit that there is bias because Benny Martinez did campaign for me. That's a fact. But I've been trying to listen to every witness and try to be fair, asking questions of every witness. And I believe that I've asked the most questions of any counselor up here. Would you agree with that?
I haven't tallied it up, but you've had a lot of questions.
Okay. So one thing you said just now was that somebody, or I don't know who you were talking about, said that the victims have themselves to blame. Do you know who said that?
I recall Mrs. Sarah Smart saying that.
Okay.
I think her full statement was having to do with if they've suffered humiliation or disrespect, or if things have been brought upon them, because of this, then perhaps only they have themselves to blame.
Okay, one of his witnesses. Okay.
I think that was the whole statement, something to that effect.
Okay. And then another thing that I actually agreed with you on, point of clarification, is when you talked about on the July 19th meeting, I think it was July 19th, Dr. Edwards said, many city managers, I can't read my own writing, sorry, I was trying to write fast. Many city managers did not like the tone of his voice, the way he acts. Do you have that exact quote?
Yes, sir. He said, I had known for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions.
The way he behaves, the tone of his voice, and his actions. Okay. And I agree with that. I think there's a lot of people that don't like Mr. Martinez's, the way he behaves, the tone of his voice, and his actions. Is that a violation of the city charter?
No, but I think that does bring a lot of validity to many of the complainants' feelings, including mine, that this is something that many people have been feeling, many people outside of this immediate group and this one particular city manager. There's his behavior has transcended many city managers and lots of different staff. It's not just some orchestration by one city manager to get him.
So that's another, I guess, thing that I'm not aware of. I haven't been, obviously, as you know, I've only been on the council since May. How many city managers are we talking about?
I don't know how many. Councilor Edwards was the one that made the statement.
3 city managers. And
but I know I've heard Councilor Martinez say this is a witch hunt by Mrs. Kelly Kinsler against him. I haven't heard him stand up and say, I've been, the victim of a witch hunt by several city managers, and I've had several city managers trying to get rid of me. He's not said that. He's been saying this is a witch hunt by one city manager. I think the mayor's own husband got up at a meeting and said, this is clearly an orchestration, and I think his exact words were, I'm just going to predict it. It's not going to work out. All of the conversation has been geared towards us staff members being a part of some conspiracy that that this one city manager has orchestrated. So that's why I brought that up, because I think we have one council member that's been here and has seen Councilor Martinez and has been a council member during many city managers, and I think that's a really important statement because it shows that's a witness testimony that shows that what's going on here is not unique to one city manager. This is just not some orchestration.
You think that Dr. Edwards, when he spoke and said many city managers, he really meant many city managers? He didn't mean the city staff?
I believe he meant many. I believe he meant many city managers. I'm not a psychologist myself. I'm not an attorney, but I find it hard to believe that you could make two completely staggeringly different statements. That's kind of like saying I saw somebody shoot someone and then saying, oh, wait, I didn't see them shoot that person. Those are dramatically different statements with very dramatically different deliberate words.
All right. Can't argue with that on that. I kind of feel the same way. Would you agree that it's easier to remember the truth than a lie?
I agree.
Okay. Were you aware that during Ms. Kensler's testimony, she stated that while they were leaving the National Night Out event, Ms. Catherine Rodriguez and Benny Martinez, while they were leaving the HEB, she overheard him say, "Would you like to take a bath?"
I can't testify to Counselor or Mrs.
It's
Kinsler's
on
truth,
it's on the
and
video.
I can't testify to her.
And then just another question about the St. John Baptist Church.
Sir.
The letters that were referenced in the video clip that you talked about says 80 letters of petition. My understanding is that it wasn't 80 letters of petition that you received. It was an actual petition. Is that correct?
Right. We got, I can't remember how many actual letters I got, but yeah, we got a series of petitions. I think the first couple ones weren't done properly, if I remember, and so we got like 3 different petitions. And
that was my next question, I guess.
Yeah, I think there were.
What was the validation process of the petition?
Oh, geez, there's stuff in the charter that has to be done in order to make a permit. I'm probably going to defer to
I don't
City
need all
Secretary
the
on
details,
that.
but you're saying there's a procedure to follow, and
there's a procedure that someone preparing a petition has to follow, and then there's a procedure that the City Secretary has to follow when she gets it to validate it and make sure that it's done right.
And as far as your understanding, that was all followed correctly. And
I think, if I remember, we got 3 different petitions, and I think the last petition, it was done right because I think City Secretary had been working with Mrs. Malloy. She was the one preparing those petitions. So I think, yep, sorry. There's a word for it.
Not a petition. Is that what I'm hearing?
She's the expert on.
Okay.
on that
Whatever the process was.
Yeah.
So I'm using that word, but letter of proposition, opposition, letter of opposition. Okay. Thank you. Okay, that's all that I have right now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Do you have anything? Okay, I just had a follow-up. When Mr. Martinez stated we can do anything we want to, was that in reference to the expansion?
I took it broadly.
Oh. See, this is, I think part of the problem because...
Can we watch it again?
I don't
No,
think we
I'd
need
like
to-
to
I
watch
don't
it
think-
again because I'd like the citizens to be able to think in their heads whether they take that statement broadly. He made 2 statements. He made one statement which was asserting, I think, Crystal, would you please play it again?
Okay,
December
excuse me
18th.
just a second, Mr. Milan. I'm the one that's running this show, not you. Doesn't the council members have to have a motion and a second to vote on it?
To vote on what?
Well, whatever you want to do. That, you know what I'm saying? He was broadly saying you can do whatever you want, but in reality, on the dais, it's got to be orderly, motion, second, and a vote.
I took the statement broadly, and I think the citizens in the audience that you can hear on the video gasping took it broadly as well, or else they wouldn't have gasped.
I didn't hear the gasp, but...
We can listen to it many times.
Okay.
You can hear it.
One other thing is this procedure, this 312 hearing,
Yes, ma'am.
I have been guided by this attorney, Mr. Henry. So whatever we've done, whatever procedures we followed, we spent hours on the protocol, as you know. So I take offense to whatever you said I did to, I don't know. But in other words, I've been trying to work with the attorney and with all of the council members to present a fair, balanced, you got to say your piece, and so did Mr. Martinez, and so did the witnesses. So I don't know. It's not easy. This is uncharted territory. We've never, ever done this before in our lives. The charter's brand new. I don't think anybody in the city knew that this was an outcome of the charter. I truly believe that, and you could have read it page by page, but this is the reality, and I would have never thought that, to be honest with you.
Ask a question, please.
Ask a question. So, do you agree that that Mr. Henry, the conflict counsel, assisted me and the council to to put on this, to follow the 312 hearing procedures. I have to ask you a question.
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, do you agree that we had the assistance of an attorney, Mr. Henry, throughout this whole process over the last month and a half?
I agree. I've
Okay.
been here. I can see that he's
Yeah.
been assisting you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The mayor mentioned that she was told by Attorney Henry to stay away from the complainants and the respondent. You mentioned that she did not have concern for the complainants. Do you believe she stayed away from the respondent?
I wouldn't know, what her, who do you mean by respondent? I'm sorry.
Benny Martinez.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what her interaction's been with him. I know what her husband's interaction has been with him, but I don't know what hers has been.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Bradshaw? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Milan.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez gets to respond, Chief, and then you can go. That's what he said.
You can allow it, but understand. You can allow it, but technically the complainant gets the last word. So if Mr. Milan wants to have a rebut to the rebut to the rebut, I mean, it can go on and on and on. So I would just caution about allowing it to go on too much, and it has to be limited to whatever was stated. But it's up to the council. Technically, the procedures adopted allow complainant, respondent. We had told the complainants in the beginning that we would allow rebuttal, and so we allowed rebuttal. But that's the way the procedures are set up now. At this point, it becomes at the council's discretion. Does that make sense?
I don't think there'll be anything. If we do, I don't know how many people want to say something, but if we do it, I just think we need to follow the charter and not make more uncharted waters.
I thought didn't you ask if you could have a response? And I thought we said.
Well, Mr. Milan said he was fine with that. Technically, it's the council's prerogative. Right. But just understand, Mr. Martinez, it's limited to whatever he said, and then he gets kind of the last word afterwards, if he wants to take it.
Okay. Mayor.
Yes,
Mayor.
but keep it
Okay.
directly
I will keep
on
it direct.
point, please.
Pastor Price is a man of God. Pastor Price came here and gave his testimony as to what his dealings are with Brandon Milan. Is Brandon calling Pastor Price a liar? Pastor Price was very, very detailed in his testimony. I could have, excuse me, I very well could have had a couple hundred people come over here, or come to this hearing and testify in my behalf. What good would it do? I could have had a lot of people testifying about my character. What I can't believe is Brandon Milan come in here tonight, or even when he gave his testimony, and disgraced the mayor. If he worked in the corporate world, he would have instantly been fired. His statements were very, very ugly and would not have been tolerated in the commercial world. Dr. Edwards made a statement. Since I've been on council, originally we had Mr. Longoria as the city manager. When he left, we brought in, I believe, Hank Brummett as a temporary until we could find a full-time, or hire a full-time city manager. I believe, if my memory is correct, he only was on council during part of Mr. Brummett's tenure, and then, of course, with Kelly Kinsler. So I don't know what many city managers he could be talking about. There's only two that, since he's been on council. Maybe that was a slip of his tongue. Kelly, tonight we just found out about the email that she sent to the Bexar County Criminal District Attorney's Office. 2 months. This goes into what she said, what he just said. Let me finish.
Excuse me just a second. Let me ask what your point of order is.
Is that he's talking about somebody's email, and then Brandon did not bring that up.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think he did bring that up,
I
Mr.
think that's
Martinez.
the proper to confirm your point.
Mm-hmm. It has to stick with what Mr. Milan said in his statement. You have to rebut that, and he didn't mention
I am
the email.
rebutting it. He made a statement about Kelly and me asserting that Kelly is orchestrating this hearing, and I believe, and I have stated that I firmly believe, and even when I was interviewed by Mr. Ryan Henry, and I went like this, that Kelly is the puppet master. She is leading this whole charge, and to further my statement, that's where I'm saying 3 months after the charter was ratified, she tried to file criminal charges against me. Charter was in April or December, about the middle of December when it was official. February 15th, she sent a letter to the Bexar County Criminal District Attorney trying to have me charged with some misdemeanor to get me removed from the council. She also sent the charter to Mr. Jim Wheaton. One thing that he did mention is about race. And I haven't brought that up. Denise Frederick, in her complaint to me, she pulled the black card. She pulled the black card.
Point of order. Brandon did not mention that either.
He mentioned race.
He did not mention
He
Denise
mentioned
Frederick.
race. He mentioned race.
You're rebutting
Just a second.
his statement.
He brought up race, and I'm rebutting it. I am not a racist person. I have had several employees. I've had black, I've had Asian, I've had Mexican, I've had Anglo. I've had all kinds of people working for me. I am not a racist person, and I take very strong...
Yes.
I believe that Mr. Milan was alluding to that he had been called a racist. Mr.
Okay,
Martinez.
I'm sorry then.
Right.
I believe that's what I understood.
Mm-hmm. Not that you were.
I think it was a confusion.
Yeah. It's getting late.
Okay, now...
Start getting...
Brandon showed the video. If you just take it out of context, I agree with him. In context, we were talking about a notification. City Council has a long precedent, and I brought this up in my testimony, even with Councilor Alcazar, on the property across the street from her house. She led the charge on that to try to keep multifamily housing out of there. The Lutheran Church.
Point of order. He did not mention any of those.
It goes to what he said, what I said on the deal, on the tape that we just played.
Well, stick to that subject.
Are you going to try to limit my First Amendment rights for speaking?
No, you were asked to address the.
I am addressing
his-
it in my way.
Let's not start arguing back and forth.
I am addressing it in
Mr.
my
Martinez,
way and my way.
Mr. Martinez, keep it to what Mr. Brandon Milan said, because we need to move on. Okay, I think you've
That
pretty
statement,
much made your points.
That statement made in context, we are the city council. If we give Mr. Milland a directive as a city, as a body, to send out notices, we have the legal right to do that. And Mr. Milland should have the legal responsibility to give us the results of that city council requirement. He failed to do that. Shouldn't he be censored for failing to follow city council directive? He states that I never answered any of his complaints. I went through them one by one and answered every one of them. I don't understand how he's claiming I did not answer any of his complaints. I spent a lot of time going through them, editing them, going back, changing it, rewriting it. I spent a lot of time going through his complaints one by one. And a lot of his complaints were A 1 through 8, I think, B in the numerals. A lot of them were the same. They were really the same complaint, just kind of worded a little bit different. So if you really lumped them together, there's only 2 or 3 complaints that were really valid complaints, and I did respond to those. And I showed on the videos, he complained, on the December 18th, one of his complaints that by me passing Councilor Alcazar a note, he got completely flabbergasted and couldn't continue, and he just...
Point of order, he didn't mention that tonight either.
He sure did. He showed the video of it.
He did not mention that.
He showed the video. He showed the video of that.
His testimony did not include passing a note.
He showed the video of that.
He didn't show that one. He didn't show passing the note. He showed where you were talking about the expanded notification.
Okay.
That was the one that he showed.
That one, okay. I've got nothing else to say about that topic, but I think I've covered much of every one of his complaints. The biggest thing and the major thing, I think it is shameful for a city employee to come up here and destroy the credibility of our mayor. That is a very, very serious offense.
I'd only like to add one thing, so I would ask the question. It's not okay to come up, for a city employee to come up and challenge the credibility of the mayor or another elected official, but it's okay for an elected representative to challenge the credibility and the authority of a city employee. Is that okay? How is the mayor or another elected official different than us? We're all humans. It's not okay to do what I did tonight, but it's okay to do what you did on camera. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief? All right.
Mayor, Council.
This is a rebuttal. This is a rebuttal
Yes,
witness.
ma'am.
I just wanted to
Yeah, so
clarify that.
keep your rebuttals to whatever.
Absolutely.
Just
Everything I'm going to say is crafted directly from the testimony given directly by Councilman Martinez but yesterday and in his previous two. Mayor and Council, I really appreciate being able to physically be here with you today. I know my big head was on a screen, I think. I'm not sure how big it was, but it's already big enough, so I'll get right to it here. So throughout the testimony of the last three sessions, Mr. Martinez has misled, misdirected, and misinformed the public. He made a lot of accusations, but didn't provide a lot of facts. Where I provided emails as proof, he provided his opinion throughout the testimony. Instead, Councilman Martinez chose to split hairs and used wordcraft and semantics to make outlandish claims, none of which are grounded in truth. City Council members' jobs is not to represent citizens in open criminal investigations. That is their attorney's job. A City Council member angrily and with visual outbursts is not an official request. It's not merely a suggestion either. When your boss comes to you and starts hollering in the manner that we have seen repeatedly over the last three sessions, in behaving in the way he has acted over the last three sessions, and starts making demands or suggestions or whatever word you want to use, any employee, including all of y'all, wherever you may work, any employee would see that as a demand. Especially as he testified here today, and as he testified the last 3 days, he is our boss's boss. If he puts pressure on our boss, if she wasn't as strong as she is, could crumble and remove any one of us. So don't act like, and don't anybody misinterpret his actions. His actions, when he writes what he writes and when he sends what he sends, he means what he says, and he means what he writes. And any way to try to squirm out of that is misinformation, misdirection, miscommunication. Please bring up the email from James Wheat that the mayor handed out earlier. While she's doing that, I'll say in this email, the mayor astutely showed that I was not included on the email. That's a true statement. Didn't know it was sent. She also astutely shows that the email was in relation to three things. The first was whether our investigation on the Yarnell case was a witch hunt, not whether the investigation was proper or legal. It wasn't, has he committed a crime? It was a request by Councilman Martinez based on a statement that he had made that this was a witch hunt. He had publicly stated it at this dais and to the media, and he has repeated that statement repeatedly, calling it a witch hunt. She wanted an outside look at that. That's what this email trail is. As you can see, there are multiple levels of this email that the mayor provided today. Multiple levels. What did Councilman Martinez put up in his cool slideshow with the music? Did he put up all these emails so that everybody could take it in context like the mayor did? So everybody knew exactly the truth of what was being talked about? Absolutely not. He only put up one part. Why? Is this not to misdirect? Is this not, what could be the possible reason that he don't want you to see the whole email? And in this email, it clearly is her asking them for a question based on accusations that Councilman Martinez stated. Councilman Martinez stated that the video was doctored. There's no way to doctor that video, but yet he came out in public and said that video was doctored. So she's asking an outside agency, which is exactly what y'all ask us to do, including members of these citizens here got up in Citizens to be Heard and said, why is this not being passed on to outside agencies for their review? And I said at that time, it has been. Thank you for the evidence, Mayor, because this proves exactly what I was saying, that every accusation he has made has been looked at. There's your evidence. But yet today, We stand in front of everybody and we misinterpret and we skew this and we change it to make it believe and make the citizens believe, misbelieve, that that document somehow shows the city manager doing something unscrupulous. Where is that in this document? I am dumbfounded that we could even get there. In fact, you have this email, Mayor, because the city manager sent the whole thing to you. Is that not the truth? Absolutely it is. Because the final email was her saying, I have looked into the allegations, and this is what was found. Now, you notice that only two of those things were discussed. Whether or not the criminal trespass was part of it. Whether or not the tape was doctored. It did not discuss the charter violation. Does it matter the date and time after the charter goes into effect, whether or not Councilman Martinez has done something that's against the charter? Obviously, the answer is no. What the city manager didn't know and didn't understand was that the district attorney's office doesn't investigate violations of our charter. That's a Class C misdemeanor. So when I received the call from the head of or discussed this with the head of the white-collar crime, there is no investigation they can do on that part. That's up to me to file that charge in our municipal court. Has that charge been filed? No. Has the city manager, the puppet master herself, ordered me to file those charges? No. Would I ever take that direction from the city manager? I think all of y'all know the answer. Because those of y'all that have been on council, and Mr. Martinez himself knows, and Mayor, you as well, that I've pushed back every time, respectfully, professionally, and with facts. Anytime y'all overstep your boundaries in your position and try to tell me what to do in a criminal investigation. I've provided you, Mayor, and the entire City Council, the laws that govern those things. Why is this being utilized in this manner? Only thing I can think of is, again, we're trying to mislead. Well, let's go further and see how far this misleading goes. Can you please pull up the emails that I provided? And the email from Mr. Yarnell dated 9/9/18. I can't see it. That's it. Can you make it a little bigger, please? Yeah, a little bigger, so that all these youngsters in the crowd can see it. All right, that's good. That's good. So go back to the top, please. So this is from Olin Yarnell on Sunday, September 9th, 2018. It's addressed to Mayor Chris Riley, Monica Alcacer. The subject, criminal investigation for a violation of Penal Code 37.11, impersonating a public servant, and or Section 39.03, official oppression. He says, to Leon Valley Mayor, Ms. C. Riley, Leon Valley Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Alcacer, blind courtesy copy, which is why you don't see the names up there, to members of Leon Valley City Council, Dr. Edwards, Dr. Rodriguez, Mr. Martinez, he should have said Councilman Martinez, and Councilman Mr. Jordan. Courtesy copy to the citizens of the city of Leon Valley who over the past years have shown interest in this issue. Many of those interested citizens sit in this audience because I have the original email. So in his testimony, please pull up his testimony. I know this is hard. From yesterday, I'm sorry. From yesterday, where he puts up the Jim Wheat email. So there's no doubt in my mind, there's no doubt in your mind, that all of y'all were privy to this email. All of y'all. Why was this email, and why was nobody correcting the statements of Councilman Martinez as to the charges right there? Right there. No. Another one with a seal on it like that. Everybody knows, including Mr. Yarnell, as you just saw, that his only charge that he was being investigated for at that time was not criminal trespass. Mayor, I've sent you emails and detailed you all the things that he had been being looked at and what the violations would be for his actions at your behest. Mr. Yarnell plainly, Mr. Yarnell plainly states he knows what the charges are, not just criminal trespass. He knew it was other things. But yet here is Councilman Martinez. The Bexar County DA's office stated in an email there was no criminal violations to pursue. Okay, he stated that. During the executive session, City Manager Kelly Kinsler and Police Chief Joseph Adjo did not disclose this information to council. Why didn't they disclose it? It's not relevant. There were still open investigations, as you saw in the September email from Mr. Yarnell that was received by all of council, including Councilman Martinez. He knew. Did anybody get up here and show this in his PowerPoint? Go to the next slide, please. What? Wait. No. Yeah, that one. Don't you think that right after that, we should get to, so that the public, the people in this audience and the people watching on TV, so that they can know all the facts and the truth, because isn't that what we're here to look for? The truth. Shouldn't that be the next slide up there? That details truthfully what the violations are. And the truth is, it was not just about criminal trespass. In fact, the least charge he was being looked at that time was criminal trespass. That's the truth of the matter. That's not the truth that was brought up by Councilman Martinez. Why not? I'd really like to know. Also in this email, go back to the email, please. I'm sorry to make you jump back and forth. Well, Yarnell's, I'm sorry. No, he didn't include any of this in his. Okay. Paragraph 4. It says, make sure it's says, when one reviews the date of the aforementioned letter, it clearly shows it was written 2 months after the Leon Valley City Council on 9/17/17 had held a 2-hour executive session that was captioned on the agenda as personal matters to deliberate possible personnel actions regarding the zoning commission chairman. I ask you, was the executive session about a criminal matter? Or was it a personal matter and about a personnel matter? Well, Mr. Yarnell understood it, didn't he? Why is there such confusion as to what we were looking at that day? The next sentence says, as you will remember, at the conclusion of that meeting, the Leon Valley City Council voted unanimously to take no action on the issue before them. Is that a true statement by Mr. Yarnell? That's been repeated by Councilman Martinez? So, let's pull up, I'm sorry to do this to you, man, the minutes from, I have them in my spreadsheet, in my stuff. It's the minutes for the, I think the 10-1 meeting after the executive session. Actually, go back. Let's just stay in that area right there. Let me go back to that same email. I'll skip to another one. So also in paragraph 4, third line, Mr. Yarnell wrote, in a private conversation that I have previously had with the manager of the Pilgrim's Cleaner about their damaged sign. I'll tell you what, statute of limitations hadn't run out. They call that an admission of guilt. He's admitting he went over there and had a conversation. He just calls it a private conversation with the manager at Pilgrim Cleaners about their sign. It's his statement. It's his words, not mine. So how could you have ruled that none of this ever occurred when he alone states he went over and did what he was accused of doing? I'm at a loss. But Councilman Martinez, who was in there, was part of that. He knows the facts. Was any of those facts brought to these fine gentlemen in this audience or watching across the world? I got friends and family from across the world that are watching this. It's crazy, isn't it? Was that brought out? No, absolutely not. It wasn't brought out. So Mr. Yarnell says he never had a Leon Valley shirt. Truth of the matter is he wore a name tag on his shirt, which he normally did. That name tag had his name on it, Leon Valley emblem on it, and zoning chairman on it. This led the manager of the Pilgrim Cleaners to believe he was a Leon Valley official, which he was. He was a Leon Valley official, but he was not acting in his capacity. Councilman Martinez knows this as well. Everybody knows this. He was stepping outside his boundaries that he should have been stepping in, regardless of whether he did it on purpose or not. It's irrelevant, because there's culpable mental states in the penal code. Intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, and with criminal negligence. Oh, but he says he meant no harm. But did he intend to go over there? And did he intend to say something about that sign? Or did somebody grab him by the back of the head, shove their hand through his back of his brain, and move his lips for him? No. He intentionally made the statement to them, and he admits to doing it. How could y'all have voted he did nothing wrong? No. Culpable mental state for official oppression is intentionally or knowingly. Did he not intend to ask the manager that question? Of course he did. Did he know that his role as zoning chairman doesn't include forcing people to change their signs, as messed up as they may be? Absolutely he did. But we supposedly voted he did nothing wrong. Right? They're charged with impersonating a police officer as a culpable mental state of intentionally or knowingly, right out of the Texas Penal Code. Did he intend to represent him as a person with authority to tell them to fix the sign? If he didn't intend it, he would have taken off his name plate before he did it. Did he knowingly take the action with full understanding that he is not in his official capacity and act like he had the authority? Absolutely he did. He was wearing that. He told them, if you don't get that fixed in the next 30 days, there'll be consequences. That's not my words. That's his. So Mr. Yarnell writes, here, let's read this part. So therefore, it says, a review of the definition of criminal investigation occurred in the statement, and as a result, has had a very chilling effect on our lives, has added considerable anxiety regarding our personal well-being. Well, I'll tell you, just like I was for Mr. Prophet, very concerned about all our citizens, their personal well-being. That's the last thing I'd want to do, affect anybody's personal well-being. But I had a complaint, not by me. I had a complaint from a citizen. Do I ignore that citizen? What catch-22 have you put me in to say we shouldn't investigate our friends? What catch-22 am I in? In my officers? No, that's inappropriate. So therefore, the purpose of this letter is to ask you all, the officially elected representatives of the citizens of the city of Leon Valley, to again take up this issue as soon as possible and in no longer than a month's time, so that we can finally get it resolved and be able to remove the black crowd from our daily lives, and with official city council action, hold the city of Leon Valley staff members that are or have been involved with this criminal investigation, are involved in the criminal investigation accountable for their actions against us. He was asking y'all to bring us in and hold a public hearing, hold us accountable. Was there any outcry from Councilman Martinez when this came about? Anybody pull Mr. Yarnell aside? Any of you council members up there? I know I can't ask you that question. Anybody yank him by the throat and say, hey, what you're doing is wrong. That's against the law. Please stop. Inquiring minds want to know. Scroll back up a little bit. He says, so as far as we were concerned, the matter was now moot and would, one more up, please. I'm sorry. One more paragraph up, I think. As you will remember, at the conclusion of that meeting, the Leon Valley City Council voted unanimously to take no action on this issue before them. No action. Does the Leon Valley City Council, including that gentleman, Councilman Martinez, have the right to order the City of Leon Valley Police Department, myself, or any other member of this department to take no action in a criminal investigation? Y'all know the answer. I don't even need to wait for it. We've had this discussion. The answer is absolutely not. Scroll down, please. Next slide, next paragraph, I'm sorry. So as far as we were concerned, the matter was now moot and would automatically take its place in the unpleasant history of our lives and would allow us to continue with our strong and pleasant 46-year relationship with the City of Leon Valley. Can we go back to that agenda on that day? I had it in my slides. I don't know if it's easier. I don't know. It should be October 1st, I think. October 1st. You can pull it up right there. October 1st. Yes, 18. Make it larger, please. It's under, right there, number 3. Call to order and determine a quorum is present. Met in executive session about legal advice regarding a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the government body and the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct clearly conflicts with this chapter to include the following matters. Pending investigation by the Leon Valley Police Department. Number 3, reconvene into regular session and take action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary. Okay? All right? Go to the minutes, please, for that same date. So we know there was executive session on that date, October 1st. I think it's in number 3. Right there. Up, back up, back up, back up. This in the minute. Scroll down, maybe the minutes are lower than that. There should be something further down. Go further down, please. No? Okay. In the meeting minutes of, should be October 1st. I know I read them. This is the agenda stuff. Go to the regular meeting that day. Go to the regular meeting, not the special meeting. Not for October. No, there's a second one. Yeah. Scroll down. Has it got more than just the 2 pages? Okay. Okay, go to make it larger, please. I don't know if it's in here. Go up to number 3. I don't know why number 3. Oh, we'll back up. Yeah, it's not in it. Go to see if the meeting minutes for. You can scroll through there and look at it. The other one. It is in my stuff. It was around page 77 of the last time I spoke. I'll read you what was said. I just want you to be able to see it with your own eyes. It's not me misleading or misinforming you. Regarding the zoning chairman, it says, Mayor Riley stated in reference to Mr. Yarnell, regarding the zoning chairman is inconclusive and no action will be taken on the personnel matter. That's what's in there. Online that day. Oh, no, it should be, scroll down after that. Right, there you go. There you go. Okay, go back up a little bit. Reconvene in regular session, take action. The City Council reconvene in open session 9:55. Mayor Rice, the chair would like to make a statement that based on the deliberations of the council, the inquiry into the Pilgrim Cleaners, Linda's pet grooming, and procurement issues regarding the zoning chairman is inconclusive, and no action will be taken on the personnel matters of the zoning chairman, and we reaffirm the zoning chairman's position as chair and contribution to our city. How beautiful. As that, an investigation in a criminal matter, as Mr. Yarnell stated, or as Councilman Martinez got up here and stated. We should, y'all left there, and everything should have been thrown out because all the criminal charges have been thrown out. No, it was a personnel matter that y'all went in there for, based on this.
Chief, can I just make a point of clarification? That's the minutes from September 17th, 2017.
Awesome. Okay.
2017, not
September
2018. Yes, sir.
September 17th, 2017?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. I don't know where to find them again. October 2nd, 2017.
But the executive session that we met was September 17th, 2017. I don't know why that's updated, but
I'm not sure.
did it go
Okay.
over? I can't remember. I don't think so.
No, not that I remember either. Go back up, ma'am.
Yeah, September 18th.
September
Excuse me.
18th.
Okay.
I'm going to scratch that out again.
September 18th.
September 8, 2018, right? Okay, awesome. So,
Excuse me,
Hang
Mayor?
it.
Yes.
That update, that's the date that are posted to the website.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I knew it was September. I thought it was 17th, but I stand
Okay.
corrected. It's the
September 18, 2017. Thank you for that correction, Mayor. Scroll back down, please. Okay. This again shows the intent of Councilman Martinez to mislead this board and these citizens. As they knew, there was never any action taken that exonerated Mr. Yarnell, nor was there an attempt to tell the police department to stop the investigation at this time. Despite this, we get up here and mislead everybody. Why? Why don't we just tell the truth here? Councilman Martinez repeatedly asked Councilman Alcacer why she didn't intercede on the behalf of citizens. What's he call it? Citizen constituent services. I'd like to know a definition of that. I'd like to know where that comes from. And I'd really like to know if all of y'all have been trained in constituent services. The truth is, Councilman Alcacer and every other counselor up here is smart enough to know their role does not include interceding on the behalf of a suspect in a criminal investigation. Yet, he did. And he repeatedly did this. So, while I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Councilor Alcacer, I want to answer that question that he repeatedly asked of you. Why aren't you providing these fine citizen constituent services? Because they don't exist. It's not your job. It's not his job. Your training advises you, and you're following it. Notice in his email and his testimony, Councilman Martinez uses wordcraft to say he never illegally carried a weapon in City Hall. Can we go back to his email there? And he repeatedly, when asked, his slideshow, where he says in his slideshow that he never illegally carried a weapon in City Hall. Yeah, you still. I know. I'm sorry. while she's doing this is an attempt to again mislead the public and this board, as that this is his opinion that his carrying of a weapon in City Hall wasn't illegal. I'm not sure exactly which slide it is, but he puts at the bottom, I never illegally carried a weapon in City Hall. Scroll down. Right there, right there. I did not ever carry a weapon in violation of Texas law. Did he carry a weapon in here? At all. During any meeting. Whatever meeting it was. Counselor, you asked that question earlier? Like he's been doing throughout? Skirt of the issue. Or I refuse to answer that question. Well, I'll tell you, there's at least 2 people who said that they'd be willing to come up here and testify that he showed them a weapon in City Hall. But his position is based on his belief. His belief that it wasn't illegal to do so. The reason that the manager went to Ms. Cotroneo was because he had made a claim that she had given him permission to do so. I'm the one that asked her to go to Ms. Cotroneo. Y'all have the email in your book. I'm the one that asked her to say whether or not she did this and why she did it. And instead, Ms. Cotroneo says he continues to mislead, lie, blah, 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 blah. Right? That's what she said. It wasn't the city manager trying to go after him. It was me trying to find out the truth before I came up and notified y'all in the meeting about security. Because I dang sure didn't want to get up here and accuse Councilman Martinez of doing something wrong without the evidence to back it. As you've seen, every single thing that I have said, you have documents to back it. Every single one. So I'm the one that asked for that. And she provided it. Was she forced to provide it? No. Was there a reason she provided it? I would hope it's because it was true. You read the email. I've never talked to the lady in my life. So I know I didn't try to influence her. He also made a claim that the TML attorney, Scott Houston, told him he could do this in writing. He put that in. He went to a TML conference and they said he could do it. Okay, well, maybe I don't know what I'm doing here. I've only been doing it 32 years. I'm not Googling it. So I reached out to Scott Houston from TML. I said, is this what you said? He said, absolutely not. I said, in either of the things that you taught, because he said he did it twice, did you ever say he could carry a gun in there? Absolutely not. Okay, well, I'm going to write you my interpretation of the law. And I'd like for you to tell me whether or not Councilman Martinez's opinion, not legal opinion, not even legal information, personal opinion, is that he can carry that gun in City Hall. Y'all have that email. I provided you that email. He came back and said, Chief Savaggio, something along the lines of, that's the most complete assessment of the law that I have ever seen. Including in that assessment was part of the, again, wordplay Councilman Martinez likes to use on this subject, is because we didn't have 30-6 and 30-7 signs out front, then therefore it doesn't apply. Well, no, there's a little thing called effective notice. We don't have to have signs up. If he's told in person, I don't know, like in the January 16 agenda or meeting minutes where he was, y'all voted, Mayor, you led that and voted, and the vote was 4-1 not to have weapons in here. Who was the dissenting voice on that? Councilman Martinez. Just like he said tonight, I'd like to carry my gun in here. I know he would. That's not what the law states, though. And like I told you, Mayor, and I told him, I cannot willingly disregard the law for him or anybody else. No, there's no favoritism being played here. In fact, it's just the opposite. We're holding everybody to the same standard. I wish everybody else would hold others to the same standard of integrity. But he believes, despite the attorney from TML, Leon Valley, and my expertise as a police officer of 32 years, that he knows better. How to argue with that? I can't. He knows better. On the issue of the ticket, please bring up the slide where the tickets are side by side from Mr. Chung. No, in his slide deck. From Mr. Chung, right there, I think it is. All right, let's look at these. Let's really dissect these, not with the skew, with the facts. Can you make it bigger? Can you even make it bigger? Just. Anybody see any difference between that picture and that? Anybody see a difference in the picture of what Mr. Darren Chung sent to Councilman Martinez and what Councilman Martinez, under his own admission, sent to the city manager? Is there a difference in pictures? They call that a clue. That clue means Councilman Martinez cut the areas that he wanted and pasted it and sent it to the city manager. That's what he said he did, right? He just forwarded it along. Did he forward the whole thing along? Is it the city manager and the chief who are confused here when we say, and I quote from Mr. Darren Chung, and I ask because unfortunately they are financially dependent on me currently, and now I will have to pay $295 to release when I could have had the vehicle picked up within 5 minutes. And no, Marshall Meadows are not in Leon Valley. He states it in the email or the instant messenger that was read by Will, or I'm sorry, my apologies, Councilor Bradshaw. He says, I live across the street from Marshall. That's not even one of the constituents. But y'all broke your neck to try to get a complaint on the City of Leon Valley Police Department. So let's go over to Benny Martinez's email, where he states, and I ask, because unfortunately, they are financially dependent on me currently, and now I will have to pay $295 to release when I could have had the vehicle picked up within 5 minutes. Who caused this confusion? Was it the city manager forwarding that to me that was the cause of the confusion? Was it the city manager or that little face down there under Benny Martinez that caused the confusion of whose email this was? Why are we continuing to attempt to mislead, misdirect the facts? Why don't we just get up here and say, hey, I made a mistake, I'm sorry, I sent that, I didn't mean it. But instead, we're going to cast the blame on somebody else. Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. But if we make a mistake, we all should own up to that mistake. Ask for forgiveness and figure out how we can never do it again. That's not what we did here. And that's 100% the biggest reason, as I told y'all from day one, that I joined this complaint, was because he was not learning, and he was continuing to do it, and he was continuing to do exactly what he did from this dais over the last 2 days, attacking. These two ladies are also voted in by the citizens. He's not the only one, nor is Councilor Bradshaw. So attacking these ladies is no different than what he's accusing of, I'm being attacked, or what Councilor Bradshaw is saying, that these are elected officials and they shouldn't be attacked. I don't disagree. None of y'all should be attacked. Neither should we. Not by our own people. We get it from everybody else. Why would you want to attack the very people that are serving the community? If we suck that bad, fire us. Don't mistreat us. So I ask you, facts. Did Chief Savaggio mislead this council? And Councilor Bradshaw, many times you've asked this question in hopes that Chief Savaggio was finally caught. I would say the misunderstanding comes from the hand and the mouth of Councilor Martinez as he continued to try to mislead, misdirect, and misinform the public on these issues. Let's go back to the Rousseau incident.
Excuse me, Chief. Do you know how much longer you have?
I'm down to the very end.
Okay, just because we're...
I'm down to the very end, I promise you.
Okay, because I know we still need, rebuttal and other stuff.
Good.
So, okay, thank you. About 15 more minutes.
I hope, unless there's a lot of questions.
Well, I think we'll just reserve the questions for Tuesday.
Awesome.
Since it's getting late. Thank you.
Please pull up the video from Rousseau. Okay, let me go to something else while you're doing that. Okay, let's talk about the, from Rousseau. No, I want to go to this one first. I'm sorry. Let's talk about the signs. Signs were brought up today by Council Martinez and was discussed by Council Bradshaw. These signs, I'm going to tell you, and I've told all of y'all many, many times, they're the biggest pain I have to deal with. And the politicians that come with those signs, the same. Painful. Every year I do my best to send out the message and the law and the policies to each one of y'all. Each one of y'all. And I've never written anybody up. I've never filed criminal charges on Miss Chasen when I poked the extra hole in her, where'd she go? When I poked the extra hole in her weed deal, instead of giving her $250 tickets. Okay, I did that. I was trying to help you out. Guess whose signs those were? Guess whose signs those were? I moved, but didn't remove. We know the answer, don't we, Mayor? Councilor Martinez, we know the answer too, don't we? Absolutely we do, because they were y'all's. But Councilor Martinez said, if that was my sign, he would have removed it. They call that a lie. There's no fact-based in any of that. I'm giving you facts. Those signs belong to y'all. I didn't give you a ticket. You didn't place them. I'm not going to hold you responsible. Ms. Chasen didn't know, so I'm just going to inform her the correct way. Is that a heavy hand? No. No. So before each council election, I gave out instructions to all the candidates stating the laws in the state of Texas and in Leon Valley for placing political signs. I do this so everybody's on the same page. As for the Valera incident, the outright lie from today, I have no authority to remove a political sign from private property. He stated in his directly, I should never gone inside that private property establishment and asked the manager whether they allowed that sign on private property. Are y'all trying to get me to go to jail? Are you kidding me? This is private property, and I'm just going to go yank it off. I think I've told all of y'all in all my emails, we can bring them all up and we can read them, you know how lengthy they are, that I have no authority to remove a sign from a private property. And I told everybody repeatedly that if you call me and complain about a sign that's on private property, my first question to you is going to be, did the property owner allow it? And if you tell me no, because you talked to the property owner, that I'm going to contact that property owner, can I just take the word of one political opponent over the other? What would that be called? Exactly what you're accusing me of, playing politics. And I didn't do that. Regardless of your desires that I play politics, it's not going to happen. Whose sign was it that I was being asked to remove? Your opponent, Mayor. It was your opponent. Who called me and asked me to remove that sign? The person who puts your signs out and does your block walking and is on your team. And we're going to talk about that team in a minute. Mayor, I can't do that. Nor do I believe you would want me to do that. I know you wouldn't. You want me to be fair, and you've never told me any other than that. I'm not accusing you of doing anything wrong. But your team did. Your team did. Luckily for you, I chose not to do what your team tried to get me to do, because we both would have been in trouble. So despite what he lied about today and what he tried to convince these good citizens and this board, you would have gotten in trouble and I would have gotten in trouble. We'd all been in court and the city would have lost a lot of money if I would have did what Councilman Martinez would like us to do. There a theme here? We don't care about the laws, the rules. We do what we want because we're council. I'm not going to ever take one team's side blindly, and I would never act blindly. To do so puts the city at risk of a lawsuit, and we've done exactly what you're accusing me of, showing favoritism and getting involved in politics. It's great to send out that word, you're involved in politics. It's another thing to back it up. Back it up. I ask every one of y'all, back it up, that I'm involved in politics. Yes, I was concerned about Mr. Prophet's physical well-being, and I asked him a question about his health. Okay, you want to say that's politics? I disagree. I wholeheartedly disagree. It just so happened came right after I refused to drop charges after that meeting. I don't know. Am I being intimidated by being written up for asking a gentleman whose wife just passed away about his health because he looked terrible? You want to call that politics? That's y'all's prerogative. That's y'all's prerogative. But I'll tell you what, I'd do it for anybody else in this room. If they look that bad, they just lost their wife, I am going to show compassion for that citizen. That is my job. So in fact, here's the truth of the matter. The only signs that I removed during that, God bless you, during that election cycle were actually the opponents of Mayor Riley and Councilor Martinez. Those are the only two signs. Y'all want to call them up and bring them in and subpoena them and ask them, did I bring them signs back because they were illegally placed in the right-of-way of Bandera Road? Subpoena them. Make me a liar. Make me a liar. But ask that man for facts. Not rumors, facts. I don't see a lot of that. Ask him for facts. Show me the money, right? Again, as we've seen throughout these proceedings, Councilman Martinez continues to mislead, misdirect, and misinform the public and this board. Let's talk about the manufactured crisis of the turning away of witnesses by Chief Savaggio. Please pull up Sergeant Odialis' video. The one without the misleading subtitles and distracting music. Let's stick with the facts.
That noise? Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm asking her for the impossible.
Somebody snoring?
That's me sleeping.
Oh.
Taking a long time, ma'am. It should just say, I don't know what he named it. It was Sergeant Odialis' video. It's the same one that he showed last night with all the. But I don't want the one with subtitles and stupid music. Should be Sergeant Odialis. What do you name it? It should be his attorney, Sarah Smart. Please open, please open, please open. All right, go back to his. Stop right there real quick, please. Who's watching the front door? Anybody can identify that fine-looking gentleman? Chief Naughton. Why is Chief Naughton at the front door, watching that door? Because he's doing his duty that you hired him to do. You hired him to determine exactly how many are authorized in this building. He does that in all city facilities. And guess what? They do it across Leon Valley. As the fire marshal and the assistant fire marshal, they determine the occupancy of a building. Would you call him an expert? I would. You can just see it on his mustache. He's old, right? Right? So he's watching that front door to determine when to shut it off. And yes, in the past, we've had standing room only back there. Well, decision was made to put seats because we didn't want our citizens to have to stand for the long hearing. Yeah, I know. We're horrible. So therefore, there's no standing room only. It's not because we didn't allow standing room only. You're going to see in a minute. There's no really room. We really shouldn't even have those out there. We should only had one row. Because you'll see in a minute, you can't hardly walk through there without one of the people having to move. Continue, please.
Are you here for the city council meeting? So unfortunately, we were reached the max capacity of the witness.
You're a witness? Okay.
Stop it. Stop it. Anybody going to call me a liar when I get up here and say we had no idea who the witness was? Anybody? When y'all get up here and start asking me questions today or next week, whenever it may be, I want you to call me a liar and say that we knew who his witnesses were. That Councilman Martinez supplied us a list. Councilor Bradshaw supplied us the list. But because she's a witness, does that change the occupancy load of the current situation?
Do you have anybody that's with you?
The current situation in this building? You turn it down. Does that change the occupancy load because she's a witness? No. No, it doesn't. In fact, I don't know. I don't know her from Adam. Never seen her. Nobody had ever seen her. I don't think she's ever been to a council meeting before this. As a member of this city, I had no idea who she was, nor did anybody else.
Will, come with me.
I'm with Councilor Bradshaw. Stop. Stop it, please.
Witness?
Stop it. I'm with Councilor Bradshaw. Is that what she said? Is she Benny Martinez's witness or Councilor Bradshaw's witness? I'm a little confused. We've repeatedly said she was a witness for Councilman Martinez. Yet she clearly states she's here for Will. Okay. Next slide, or continue it, please.
Witness.
Witness. Stop it.
I'm not sure.
Okay. So in that room, you have a complainant that's complaining of sexual harassment. In fact, you have two of them. Mary, you've been to many trials. As a former prosecutor, you've been in, I don't know, 1 million. Your expertise tells you, do we put our witnesses from opposing sides together? Does that sound like a smart idea? So you want to know who went in there and said, witness for who? We don't know about any witnesses. Why'd y'all bring her in here if you haven't confirmed this? Take her back out. That was me. Absolutely, that was me. Could she be in the Unabomber or anybody else? We don't know who she is, but she claims she's a witness. And my guys take her in there with everybody else. It's a complainant in this case. Not too smart. I wasn't very happy. We took her out. At that point, we start getting calls because she starts texting immediately to Councilman Bradshaw. And we start trying the process of figuring out whether she is a witness or not. We eventually do. Does immediately mean immediately upon finding out, we let her in? Immediately upon the city manager telling us that this has been confirmed, we let her in. But instead, I get accused of perjury because we're playing word games, semantics of what the word immediately looks like. Let's look at the rest of the video, please. This can't be that one. I don't think it's that one.
Hey, if they get up and go out, they lost their seat.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I'll tell you what, since he cut it up, let's go to Councilman Martinez's video. We'll just have to deal with the distractions. I know, Mayor, I want to go to bed too.
Well, I really would like for us, as soon as we finish this segment of your
Sure.
testimony, if we can, or your
Sure.
rebuttal, let's go ahead and adjourn until next Tuesday.
Now, go back to his video that he put together with the music and the subtitles for this. No, it's the video he did last night. No, he did a video, the same video he's played, I think, 3 times.
Well, it's all the way to the bottom. No, past it right there. That might be it.
No.
Past that. Way past that. You know what? It's towards the end. It's towards all the way to my conclusion.
Above.
Thank you. Chief, do you have us begin, please?
Some questions that on State of the Chart had a list. We had no idea.
Okay.
Yes.
Go back to the
As
thing.
a witness.
You're a witness?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anybody that's with you? Will,
Stop it.
come with me.
Okay, it was Will, not Councilman Martinez. Go ahead.
Witness. Witness. I'm not sure.
Who's in that room? Stop it, please. Stop it, please. I'm sorry. All the members in that room are city employees. Is there any other witnesses for Councilman Martinez in that room? We wouldn't know. We don't have a list. She's the only one in there. Do we want to put those two together, groups? No. Inappropriate. Stop it, please. Stop it, please. Dramatic music and quickly forced to go outside. I just love that. Fact is, we wouldn't be doing our job if we weren't confirming who was in our building in an area where the public is not. Would we? As security? Would you think I was derelict in my responsibilities if I let her in, not knowing who was in my area that citizens are not normally in? Okay, go ahead. Oh no. Quickly forced to go outside. She's been standing here for quite a bit, right? Quickly forced to go outside. Oh, stop it, stop it. Wait, who was it that forced her? Who did y'all see force her to go outside? Who was it? Not me either. Go ahead. Ah! You're doing good, ma'am. I'm sorry. Don't fire me. She goes outside on her own.
Only witnesses for the other side.
Stop the video.
I think
Y'all see any other people waiting outside? Was she the only person that was outside? Is she any more special than any of those other citizens, I ask you? Could she be recalled if Councilman Bradshaw, Councilman Martinez needs to bring her in at any moment? Could she be called in from outside that door, 10 feet away from where she was previously standing? I think she's going to give you the answer in just a minute. Go ahead.
apparently only witnesses for the other side.
I don't know that. Okay, I think.
There's a website you can get on.
Stop it, please. Stop it, please. I was asked by Councilman Bradshaw, and I said no witnesses were turned away. None. The truth is, they were all told they can wait here, and you're going to hear it in just a minute. In fact, there's paper out there still on top of the defibrillator that we handed out to the citizens to help them get on the website to watch it. Is that turning people away? We handed it to them and even helped people get on the website. We're being so against our citizens? Or is this manufactured crisis by two of our councilmen? Keep going, ma'am. He's still at the door. Stop it real quick. Had that lady been waiting outside on the beginning just a few minutes ago? We saw on those on that computer. She was waiting. She was number one in line, right? She came in. Why? Empty seat came available. She was brought in. How could that be if she was turned away? If she was told to leave, banished to the never reaches of Antarctica? How could that be? She's turned away. No. Play it, ma'am.
You want to show them to the seats?
They're done?
Yeah, one more.
Stop.
One more.
Stop, please.
That'll be her.
No,
Is this really immediately? This is called perjury. Well, I'll tell you what, I wasn't the only one that took an oath up here to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I wasn't the only one. When somebody else gets up here and says that people were not allowed in and that people were turned away, doesn't that knife of perjury slice both ways? Continue, please.
I'm here as a witness. I was here
Okay,
about
ma'am.
15 minutes
Okay.
ago.
You haven't been here for 15 minutes. Just hold on just a minute. We're still trying to figure out what we're going to do.
Stop it.
Okay,
Stop
please check your
it.
bag and I'll go ahead and
Who's that handsome man standing right there next to him? No wonder then, Counselor Bradshaw. Counselor Bradshaw hears this live. He hears nobody's being turned away, and he hears Sergeant Urdiales tell her, and by proxy, him standing side by side, we're trying to figure this out. We'll let you know in a minute. We're trying to figure this out. Isn't that what we should be doing? Trying to get to the bottom of this? Isn't that what y'all would expect us to do? Get to the bottom of this. I would say yes. But she's arguing she was here first. She wants to go past that little beautiful lady right there. She wants to go in front of her because she's been here 15 minutes. She ain't been in there 15 minutes. It's on video.
Yes, sir. I understand that, but we're at capacity already. Okay? Because I was told that I could let two in. There were two ladies that were here before her.
Stop the slide.
Ma'am, I'm not going to argue the point with you.
Stop it, please.
I just need a one. Go ahead and leave your bag on the table.
Stop it, please. Sound like anybody's being turned away? Does it sound like we're being fair, letting people in according to the order that they were received? Is that what it sounds like to you? That's what it sounds like to me. I wasn't there. I readily admit I wasn't there. Councilman Martinez wasn't there either. Mary, you weren't there. Councilman Bradshaw was. He stood there and watched this. He heard him say, we're going to take the next two because they're the first two in line. He heard all of this, but yet he came up here and asked questions and tried to make it into a situation that it truly wasn't. These are facts. This isn't my video. I'm kind of glad we're using his. It's Councilman Martinez's video. If it's been altered, I can't be held responsible for that. Next slide, please. Or keep going, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I got one. Oh, so just extend your arms, please? Okay, well, you can still call me as a witness.
Stop. That's okay. What'd she tell Councilor Bradshaw right there? Her words, not mine, not any of y'all's. What did that attorney who's representing Councilman Martinez, what did she say? Y'all can still call me as a witness from out here. I don't think anybody would disagree with what you just heard, right? That was said to Councilor Bradshaw. Councilor Bradshaw, yes, you were there. You were out there. You're right. That's Councilor Bradshaw right there she's talking to. Why wasn't this talked about when Councilor Bradshaw was asking questions? Please tell me. Why was this continuing to mislead, misinform? Why is this going on? Why don't we just get up here and tell the truth? I am dumbfounded that we would throw this video up with music and everything, all this stuff to confuse, distract, and get our own statements of there of what this means. I'm not saying it means anything. I'm letting the words that came out of her mouth to that gentleman standing right there and sitting right there. Those are facts. I'm not making accusations. Keep going, please.
Call me as a witness, though. They're going to have to let me in.
Stop that. She says it again. They're going to call me as a witness. They're going to have to let me in. Bold statement. God bless you. Why would we ever not let her in if she's a witness? We're not trying to misinform, stop any proceedings, stop the witnesses. We don't even know who the witnesses are. We're not trying to do anything like that. Nobody is. But the manufactured crisis, man, we sure are. We sure are, right? That's what's been led to these people right here. That we were doing all the bad police department was keeping these people out. Chief Savaggio, well, would it surprise you if you knew Chief Savaggio had no part whatsoever, never saw the security plan, and was never involved in its planning? Would that surprise you? Because that's the truth. Why did I do that? I wanted to stay neutral. I wanted to be ignorant. I didn't want to be involved in that because I'm a witness, and I didn't want any of y'all accusing me, which you still did, of wrongdoing. And if you want to call up Lieutenant Anderson, Lieutenant Gonzalez, they will be happy to tell you who put the security plan together. They will be happy to tell you that I wasn't there at the briefing, and I had no say in the matter. Please, recall them. Call me a liar. Person. You see all those great citizens out there waiting? Their turn, understanding. They're coming in as they can let them in. But she's special. What, stop it.
Unfortunately, we've already reached the max capacity. We're not.
Please stop that. What did she say to everybody? That's Miss Chasen, Mr. Riddle, Miss Riddle, Mr. Blackmore. Call them up. They hear these statements. They heard her say, unfortunately, we have reached capacity. Are they turning them away? Did they make all those people leave? Call them up here and ask them. Were they made to leave? Any of them? One of them's been up here to testify, I don't know how many times now for Councilman Martinez. It's on the team. Please, call her back up here and ask her, did this happen? I noticed y'all didn't ask her those questions when she was up here. Next, keep going, please.
Anybody else inside the building? Not in here?
Nowhere. No standing room today.
Really cool. So we do
We're following the fire code, ma'am. There's no standing room today.
Stop it, please. We're following the fire code. Wouldn't y'all expect us to follow the fire code, Mayor, Council? Wouldn't the citizens expect us to follow the fire code? Or should we just ignore it because sometime in the past, it could have been that there was possibly more than 70 people in here, right? Or should we listen to the expert who got up here and testify, who willing to get up here and testify? Recall that gentleman. He's called the fire marshal, in better term, the fire chief. Call him up here and ask him whether it was him or me that made that determination. Call those citizens.
I got the sheet already. You can go to the link. You can hang out here and go to the link if you like.
Stop it, please. You can go to the link and you can hang out here if you would like. Who was turned away? In all this video, I mean, Councilor Bradshaw got up here and made that accusation, hit me hard on it. You're telling me nobody was turned away. I'm telling you, as far as I know, with God's honest truth, I don't know of anybody that was turned away. And oh, by the way, all these videos were pulled by Councilor Bradshaw, Councilman Martinez. Don't you think if they had a video that showed people turning away, this has been pulled since this occurred. All the body cam video has been pulled and been reviewed. If they had that smoking gun to show Chief Savaggio was a liar, as they got up here and stated, or perjured himself, as they got up here and stated, where's that smoking gun? Please, bring it up here. Bring it. Put me in jail. I need the rest. Keep going, please.
He was already in there.
They lost their seat.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Stop that, please. Okay, that's the end. All right, cool. So you see the fire chief telling one of my officers what to do. Why is that? Who's in charge at that time and location and under those circumstances? Is that Chief Savaggio in charge? What do you think? He told everybody, if they leave, they lose their seat, they're done. Sergeant Ordiales, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Shouldn't have let you in, sir. Sorry. After that, it didn't happen. Don't matter if you got to go to the restroom, you lose your seat. And you can't go out and smoke, you lose your seat. And that's the way it was applied after that. But you heard what Sergeant Ordiales said with complete sincerity. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Sergeant Ordiales was willing to admit his mistake that time. I wish everybody else was. So I'll leave you with this on this subject because I know we're about to end. Was this, again, an attempt to mislead, misdirect, and misinform the public and this esteemed board? I submit to you it was. I have other things that we can take up, Mayor, the next time, or we can continue going. I just have a couple more, but it's your call.
I think we need to leave,
right.
need to go home. This has been a long night. It's almost 5.5 hours. So, as per the discussion we had last night, a meeting notice for Tuesday, August the 13th at 5:45 will be the continuation. But I will need to adjourn this meeting, Ms. Pasley. And at 10:50, we're so adjourned. Thank you.